Hello, welcome to this Auth.js tutorial. So Auth.js is a free and open source authentication library. It was previously called Next.auth, but my guess is that they wanted to get away from that name so that they wouldn't be associated with as a Next.js authentication library only, because they aren't. That being said, we are going to be using Next.js for this tutorial. So yeah, we're going to be using Next.js as our React framework. We'll be doing styling with Tailwind and shadcn. We will have a Postgres database through NeonDB, and we will be using the DrizzleORM to connect to our database. Additionally, we'll be using the Valibot library to validate any schemas throughout our application. It's going to be a really long video. It's going to be a single large video. I'm not going to separate it out like I normally would, because everything is connected and everything is useful. Some inspiration for this video is that a lot of people complain about the documentation for Auth.js. I personally have been going all over the place to find things to work for me. So I hope at the end of this, it will give you some clarity on how to work with Auth.js. And as the migration fully completes, you'll be able to quickly, adapt to any changes. Just a couple things. So again, everything I talked about technology-wise is down here, we're created with, and then some features of the application. So if any of these things interest you about working with Auth.js, aka Next.auth, stay tuned. We're going to go through all of this. You're going to be able to access the user in the client component and the server component. You're going to be able to log in with credentials, that's email and password, Google login and GitHub login. You'll sign out, of course. We'll be able to protect pages with authentication. We'll be able to expand your session information, what information is attached to your session. And on top of that, we'll be able to expand the TypeScript typings for that because it's a little bit of a hassle. We will use the Drizzle Adapter, which will allow us to connect our Google and GitHub accounts to automatically create users in our database. We will talk about Auth.js's session events, Auth.js's sessions callbacks. We will show you how to update your session. That way you don't have to log out and log in again if you change your username, for example. We will show you how to make custom errors when dealing with the Next.js errors. We will talk about allow dangerous email account linking. Should someone who has the same email on their GitHub and Google be allowed to log in on that same user? That's a choice, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about middleware, how to make authentication in middleware. We'll talk about user roles. We're going to implement the user role and the admin role. And then we'll have an admin dashboard. And then we'll have some stuff that's not Auth.js directly, but it's pretty related. We're going to talk about sending emails, right? Sending emails and using emails to do email verification and password reset. And for this, we're going to use a node mailer. And finally, I just want to say that every single technology and tool and service that we're going to use today is going to be free. That's a big part of this tutorial that I want to emphasize. Everything will be free, so you can get started and follow along without even entering your credit card information at all. Of course, there's convenient services that make it easier for you if you pay for it, but feel free to do that down the line on your own. Right? So that's enough for this introduction. Let's go into a demo real quick. So let's showcase a quick demo of how the whole auth flow is going to work. Let's go ahead to the sign up page. We will see a optional name field, email, password, confirm password, sign up, and then sign up with Google or GitHub. If you have an account, you can sign in right here. Let's do an optional name. Let's just do, I don't know, Finn, the human, email. I'll have to use a real email here because I have verification email in place. So let's go to our Neon Postgres console real quick. And in here we can see that we have no users. Let's go ahead and sign up for a user. Okay, verification email has been sent. Please check your email to verify your account. Okay, let's go to our console first. Refresh. We have a user with a null value under email verified. And then if we go to our verification token table, we'll have this verification token with our identifier associated to our email and an expiration date. So we'll go to our email, use this link to verify your email. The link will expire in 15 minutes. That's just what I set it to. You can change it to whatever you like. Let's verify the email. Okay, email verified. Let's go to our console. Cross our fingers. It should be verified now. Perfect. We have a timestamp here for our email verified. In other words, it's just not null. So yeah. So let's go ahead and sign in. Let us log in, and let me put the wrong password first. So we get invalid credentials. Okay. Let's put the right password in. And now we have a username logged in, a session. Right. It's the Postgres ID. This is the username, email, admin. We can go ahead and change the username. Or we can go ahead and go to the admin panel because we are an admin. So this email is special. In the code, we made it so that this email, when you make an account with this email, you will become an admin. I'm going to show you how to do that. That's one approach to having admin accounts. The other approach would be to go into your database and change it. Yeah. Cool. So this is the demo. Let's get into the code. All right, let's get started. We're gonna do everything from scratch. That's the preferred way I like to enjoy tutorials. So I hope you'll appreciate that. So let's get started by installing Next.js. So we can use this command npx create next app at latest. You can go ahead and do that, but instead of npx, I'm going to go ahead and use pnpm. So for me, it's going to be pnpm dlx create next app at latest. And pnpm is just another package manager, which I've been enjoying recently. So everything else will be the same except for the commands. It'll be a little bit different. So what's our project name? Let's call our application Authy. Give it a cute name. We will use TypeScript. We will use ESLint. We will use Tailwind. We will have a source directory because we're going to have a lot of files, so we should organize it. App router, yes, and then do not customize the default alias. Cool. Let's go ahead and cd into Authy. And let's open up VS Code with code dot. Okay. So I'm going to open my VS Code over here. And we have all these tabs open, but we can close them as we don't need them anymore. So we don't need this Next.js site anymore. Let's close that. And everything else, I'll close this grouping right here. Okay, I will open up my VS Code. Let's make it a lot bigger. Cool. And the first thing I want to do is create a checklist. Checklist.md. Okay, this is to help follow along, for me and for you guys. So this tutorial is broken up into 6 parts. The 6 parts, they don't really have a meaning. It's just kind of the way I went through it myself. So this part 1 is going to include this stuff. Create the Next.js app with CLI. Done. We're going to clean up some files, install shadcn, create a Navbar, install some shadcn components, install Valibot, create the signup page, signup validator, signup form, signup server action. We'll show you how to handle errors in a very nice and systematic way. Hash the password, create the sign-in page, sign-in validator, sign-in form, sign-in server action. So that's all part 1. So a lot of skeleton, a lot of prep. We don't really touch Auth.js until part 3. So I hope you don't mind all this planning and prepping. It's a little bit selfish. I like to do some styling. I like to make it look nice. I want a nice looking app. So feel free to forward ahead if you want to skip all this, but it's going to all come together at the end. So let's keep going. Okay, so we installed Next.js. I want to clean up some files. I will be looking to the left a lot. These are my notes, so hope that's okay. I'm going to go into my public folder, and we'll just delete these 2 SVGs. We don't need these. And we'll go to our globals.css. In source app global CSS, we'll delete everything under line 3. Cool. And then we will go to our page.tsx, our home page. And I'm going to go and just remove everything. And I have an application here called an extension here in VS Code called ES7 plus React snippets by 12 million downloads. Lets me quickly, write RFC, and now we have a default export component. I will call this the home page. And for now, we'll just say hello. Let's boot up the dev server and let's see if everything's going well so far. So I'm going to write pnpm dev. Let's open up localhost 3000. Cool. Hello. So everything's good. Next, we will install shadcn. So I'm going to open up my groups here, go to my shadcn, let's go to docs, installation, Next.js, and we want to run the shadcn UI init command. And shadcn is a really cool thing. You click this, and it'll give you options. I'm using pnpm, so it's very helpful here. Paste that in there, let's init. Okay, what style do I want? I like the default style. Looks like a slate, not a big deal. CSS variable, sure. And everything else will just automatically work for you because it knows we're using Next.js. So next, let's create a nav bar. Very simple nav bar. Components. So shadcn will create this empty components folder for us. So in that components folder, I'm going to make my nav bar. So nav bar is a file that kind of goes on every page. So that's why I'm sticking in this components folder. It makes sense to me. Another snippet that comes with the extension is RAFC. This is a const arrow function export. I like to use these for components. So we have a navbar, and it was a very interesting decision for me to type all the Tailwind and stuff. I'm going to go ahead and do it. So we'll have a nav with height 14, border B. Okay, you have a div, hfull, container, flex, justify between items center. Okay, you have an h3 with text XL, font semi-bold, tracking tight. Tracking tight just makes the characters closer together. Then we will import the link component from next link. href will be the home page, and this will be Authy. And I'm trying to see why is it giving me errors. Navbar TSX. Why is it saying React refers to UMD? Export const. Let me reload the window. Okay, I don't know what that was about. Below the h3, you will have a UL with a gap in item center. First li element will have a button. Oh, we have to install the button. Let's go install some shadcn components. So if we go to shadcn documentation and click on button, we can go down to installation and we'll have the same drop down here. And you notice it's the same format: npx shadcn UI latest add and the name of the component button. So I'm going to install all the components now. So before I press enter, after button I'll put space, form, space, input. So I'm going to install the form component, the button component, and the input component. And do I need a label? Let me see real quick. No, I did not. Okay. Okay, installing. Cool. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to import that button I just installed. Button. So the shadcn components will live in this UI folder in components. So we see I have a button, form, input, and label. Label comes with the form. And I like to use the not relative import. So @/components/UI/button. And our button will have a variant of, let's do outline, size as small, and as child. So it will be treated as whichever element is inside, which will be a link. /auth/signin, which we didn't make yet. sign in. I'm going to copy this, exact same thing for sign up. Sign up, /auth/sign up. Save. This is our navbar. Okay, let's go ahead and put it where we need to put it, and that's going to go in this layout.tsx file. So the layout is like lets you design global components for all your pages to share. This is a root layout, so we're going to go ahead and put it here, right above the children, which is all the other components. Navbar. Let's go ahead and save. Let's go to our website. Let's go to localhost. We can close shadcn, we won't be using it for a while. Okay, and here's our nice, simple navbar. Cool. Next, let's go to our checklist again. Cleaned up our files, we installed shadcn, we created the navbar, we installed button form input. We're moving right along. So we're going to install Valibot. But before we do that, let's move this down actually. Let's move this down to right here. I want to create my sign up pages and my sign in pages. So to create a page called /auth/signin and /auth/signup, I will have to go into my app folder. That's why it's called the app directory. Or app router, sorry, and create a folder called auth. And in this folder, we will create a folder called sign in and a folder called sign up. And each of these folders will create a page.tsx. Okay, and then I'll use my snippets. This will be the sign up page. Save. And see my sign in page. Okay, let's go and test it out. Let's go to our sign in page. There we go, sign in, sign up. Cool, everything works. Back to the home page. Hello. Okay, let us scaffold out sign in and sign up pages. So I want to do my sign up page first. Called main with margin top 4. I'm going to pause here for a second. Okay, carrying on, we are at the sign up page. Main tag with margin top 4, just to bring it away from the navbar. Of h1 with container div. Container is a class that's going to come when you install shadcn. Also, Tailwind also has a container class. h1.text3xl.font bold. I want to style this, but I want to do like very minimal. Sign up. Let's do a spacer of h1 bg muted my4. This can be self-closing. And then we'll have some comments here. We're going to have the sign up form. Sign up form. We're going to have the OAuth links. And we will have the go to sign in link. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Sign up. Nothing special, right? Just sign up, separator. And same exact template for sign in. Except everywhere we have the word up, which you can get to in. Cool. Sign up, sign in. Sign up, sign in. Cool. Let us carry on. We installed the form, we installed the input. Okay, so let's talk about validators. So I want to use Valibot in this tutorial, but you might have heard of the library called Zod. And shadcn will automatically install Zod for you when you install their form. But I don't want to use Zod, I want to use Valibot. I've been enjoying it. So let's uninstall Zod. Let's add Valibot. npm install Valibot. Cool. So we're going to create a form, but before we create the form, we want to close everything, and we want to check off create signup page, check off install Valibot, check off create sign-in page. Cool. I want to create a folder in source called validators. Validators. Okay, and let's create our sign-in and sign-up validators. Let's start with our sign-up validator. Sign-up validator.ts. So we'll import star as v from Valibot. And it's going to be pretty complicated if you don't get Valibot. So let's do a quick little primer. So Valibot kind of works with pipes. So for example, if I just wanted to do like a const email schema, I would do v.pipe, and then I would have a comma separated checks, basically. So I could do like v.string. So I want to make sure it's a string, comma, v.notEmpty. I want to make sure it's not empty. And then v.email. Okay? It's a regex checker to see if it's an email, right? So it has to go through all three of these. If it fails this, it'll throw this error. If it fails this, it'll throw this error. If it fails this, it'll throw this error. So I'm piping it through. Usually I want to use pipe because you want to do multiple checks for each field. But you could just do, for example, v.email. That's perfectly fine too, depending on your use case. I like to use the pipe. So this one's going to be more complicated than that. So we're going to have an object. Const sign up schema is equal to v.pipe. Okay, and in the v.pipe, we're going to have at least 2 to 20 arguments. Interesting. So the first argument will be an object. Okay, this will be all of our fields. The first will be our name field, but I'm going to do that last because that's actually the most complicated field we have. So next we'll have the email field, which is very similar to what we had before. v.string, v.notEmpty, and v.email. Okay, and we can have error messages inside these to make it more friendly. Otherwise, it'll show a default error message. So I'm going to write these out. Your email must be a string. Please enter your email. The email address is badly formatted. Okay, and I hope that's good enough. Hopefully I can repeat that without typing it up from scratch. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna copy and paste the password part. So email field, password field. I want it to be a string. I want it to be non-empty, and I want the minimum length to be 6. Otherwise, I'll throw this error message. Your password must have 6 characters or more. And then I'm going to do the confirm password field. Paste. Your password must be a string. And here I don't have the minimum length check because I'm going to check later if the password matches the confirmed password anyways. So it's yelling at me because if we use pipe, it should have more than one argument, right? So this v.object is a single argument. Let's bring in the second argument. So I had to look this up a lot. So we're going to use something called v.forward. Okay, and v.forward takes 2 arguments. It takes in a check. Okay, and in my check, I want to pass in 2 to 3 arguments. The first argument will be the fields to check. So that's password and confirm password. And it's going to be in this syntax, an array with an array for each field. Comma, the actual validation, so input. I want to check if input.password triple equals input.confirm password. And the third argument is a message, so I want to say the 2 passwords do not match. Okay, and then where do I want it error to throw? I want it to throw on the confirm password field. And this goes actually not here. but right here. Okay? So pipe will check this object first, each individual field, and then it'll check this second condition, which will check if the password matches the confirmed password. If it doesn't match, it'll attach the error to the confirmed password field. So name, let's talk about name. So name, I decided to make it optional, and I found that a bit difficult when I was trying to make the schema. So here's what I settled on. First I'll do v.optional, okay? And then in there I'll do v.union, okay? So union is kind of like an OR statement, okay? So if it's optional, that means you can leave it blank or not. But if you just choose to not use it, if you choose to leave it blank, then you have to fill one of these conditions. So the first one is v.pipe, v.literal. So literal is like literal. So if you entered an empty string, then I want you to transform that to undefined. And I'll show you why I have to do that later. And then, am I missing a parentheses? Let's see here. No. And then if it's not a empty string, I want to actually be more guarded. So I'll do v.string, v.not empty, and v.min length of 6. So if it's not an empty string, I want it to be a string of length 6. And let me see why I have an error here. I'm probably missing a parentheses or something. v.literal, comma, v.transform, undefined, 2. Oh, sorry, this v.union is an array. Good, okay, cool. And then, similarly, I'm going to put some error messages here. So, string, your name must be a string. Please enter your name. Your name must be 6 characters. So if they leave an empty string, that's okay. I'll just change that to undefined. And then if they don't leave an empty string, it has to fulfill this requirement. It has to be 6 characters or more. So this helps me make it so that when I put in the database, it can be undefined instead of an empty string. Okay, and that's our schema. This is the most complex schema we have in this whole tutorial. So, yeah. So this is the sign up schema, and then just like Zod, we can get the type for the schema. So export type sign up input is equal to v.infer input type of sign up schema. Okay, we have a TypeScript type associated with the schema, right? Okay. Let's create the sign up form now. So because the sign up form will only live in the sign up page, I'm not going to put in the components folder. I'm going to go into my sign up page folder, sign up, and in here I'm going to create a new folder called _components. It's just a new thing I've been trying and I think it kind of makes sense. And then file sign up form.tsx. We're going to need to opt the client interactivity, so let's throw a use client directive at top. Okay, sign up form. Cool. Let's put the sign up form into our page real quick. So right here, under our comment, sign up form. Let's take a look at that. It shouldn't be much. Sign up. Sign up form. Cool. What is this? Close some stuff. Close it. Okay, sign up form. This is also a bulky component because we're going to do a lot here. Let's start with const form is equal to use form. This is a hook coming from React hook form, which comes installed when you install the shadcn form. And we can pass in a generic here to let the form know what fields we should really be working with. And so we can use that sign up input type we just created in the validator. Okay. Let's open up an object here, and we can access a lot of stuff. We only care about two things: the resolver. So just like React with form, we get access to the resolvers. So by shadcn. So add hook form / resolver /, and you want to get to Valibot. And in here we can destructure the Valibot resolver. So we have Valibot resolver, and we can pass in our sign up schema. Okay, and I want to go right in front of the sign up input and write that it's a type, just to be more verbose. Default values. We don't really need this, but you'll need this if you want to do reset, form reset. Name empty string, email empty string. So you'll see we have the type safety here because we have our type passed in, and those are fields we have. I can't say I don't know, age 2, no property known age, password, and confirm password. Okay. And let me think for a second. So because the name is an empty string, that's what's going to get passed to our validator, and that's why I'm transforming it to an undefined. Okay, so that's the reason why I did all that like complicated validation for the name field. Okay, this form object has a lot of methods inside of it, so we're going to destructure these as we need them. Okay, and then we'll create a submit function called async, or called submit. It's an async function, or it's going to be an async function, and we're going to have our values in here, and these will be of type sign up input. Okay, and for now let's just log the values. Cool. Now let's build the form. Okay, we're going to need to import a bunch of things from add components, UI, form. Okay, what do we need? We're going to need the form, the form control, form description, form field, form item, form label, form message. Okay, and we will also need the input and the button. So we'll import input, and we will import button. Okay, let's build the form. Move this. And it's a bit, it's a lot to work with this form, but it gives us all the validation and feedback we need. So we'll use the shadcn form, and we'll spread in our form object that we get back from React form. Then we'll use a regular form HTML component, and this will have a form field. Okay. Before we get to the form field, I want to use the onSubmit attribute and pass in the first thing we're going to destructure from form, which is handle submit. Okay, so handle submit will validate our fields for us using our schema, and then once it's validated, then it will pass it to our actual submit function. So these values are guaranteed to be these fields, okay? Because it's being put through the handle submit function first. Okay, and then we'll add a class name, space y8 max width 400 pixels. Okay, form field. So this is a semi-complicated component. We're gonna have, let's pull out from form control. Okay, so we'll have control equals control. We'll have name is equal to, look at the type safety, nice, name field. Then we will have the render, which is a function Okay, and here we can pull out the field, and we can use the form item here. Okay, and then in the form item, we're going to have everything else. The form label, name, the form control, which will take in the input. This will be type text placeholder John Smith, and it will spread in the field here. Then we'll have the form description, and I'm going to write optional, and then we'll have the form message. Cool. And I'm going to copy this form field 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this next one will be for email. Form label email, john.smith@example.com. Type will be email. Let's remove the form description. We don't need that here. Same thing for the next field, which will be password. Password. Let's throw in 8 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we don't description. And I'm going to actually copy the password field for the confirm password field. That makes sense to me. Confirm password. Confirm password. Cool. Let's look at our form real quick. We have nice fields here now. Name, email, password, confirm password. Cool. And then let's add, of course, a button, right? A button for our form. We already imported it. So let's throw it at the bottom. Button, sign up. Type is submit, even though it's already implied by being in a form. We will need to do a disable state. We don't need to, but it looks nice. So we can get that from form. So we can get form state. Okay, and then disabled will be form state.is submitting. And then we'll do class name with full. Cool. Let's look at our form again. There we go. Let's throw in a quick little delay. Await new promise. Resolve. Set. Timeout. Resolve. 2 seconds. Cool. So let's go ahead and try it out. If I hit sign up, I should get a bunch of errors. Boom. Right? Please enter your email, please enter your password, please confirm your password. So one thing I want to do real quick is that, as you notice, it makes the label red too. I don't like that. So shadcn, cool thing about shadcn, you have access to the entire source code for the components. So I'll go to components, I'll go to UI, I'll go to form. I'll scroll down to form label, and here's where we have the, if it's an error, give it a text instruction. I don't like this. I'll comment it out for reference. Now I'm changing the class name to the class name. Okay. Go back, and we have that the labels are just black. So just the error message will be red. Okay, and obviously we have nothing logged to the console because it didn't pass the validation. So let's pass the validation by actually inputting stuff. So let's just do, see, we have autocomplete here. I don't like this. Let's go ahead and change this to auto. Let's add another field here called autocomplete false. Okay, I'm going to use John Smith at example.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sign up. See our button's disabled. Let's try it again. Look, button's disabled. And here we have our values logged. Confirm password, email, name, password. Cool. So we don't need to delay anymore. We see that it works, right? And sorry, let me submit it one more time. So you see that I have it logged here. And this has been very convenient for me when I'm coding. And this is due to the console Ninja extension. So I don't have to open up the console in my browser. So most of the times I'm just going to be looking here. Whatever is here will be here. Sometimes it doesn't work, but for the most part it does. At least with Next.js. So this is being logged on the client, not on the server. If it was being logged on the server, it would be down here. Cool. I think that might be it for the sign up form. Let me just double check. Yes. So let's go through our checklist real quick. Sign up validator, check. Sign up form, check. Create the sign up server action. So we're going to use server actions instead of API routes because they're just a little bit more simpler to work with. But at the end of the day, a server action is just a post endpoint at the end. So remember that. So in source, we'll create a new folder called actions. And I will create a new file called Signup User Action.ts. Okay, I'm being a little verbose with these title names on purpose. So we'll stick a use server at the top. I used to put all my server actions in a single file, but I've learned that it might be better to put each one separately. So that's what I'm going to do. And then we'll have a export async function signup user action. And this will take in values, which you might think is going to be the sign up input type that we made, but I think you should know that it could be unknown because we can hit this endpoint, right? This is a post. Server action is a post endpoint at the end. We can hit this endpoint without going through our website. We can use like Postman or a curl request. So the truth is these are unknown. Okay? So let's it can be unknown. So let's go ahead and deal with it that way. So we'll create a variable called parsed values. And this will be, we'll import star as the Valibot. We'll import the signup schema. So we'll do v.saveParse. This might look very similar to you if you use Zod. v.saveParse, pass in the schema that we want to validate it, and the values we want to validate it against. Signup schema value. Okay. So if parsed values.success is false, so if not parsed value.success, we want to create something called flat errors, which is going to be v dot flatten parsed values dot issues. Cool. And then we want to return success false, error flat errors, and then status code we will use 400. Okay, which I believe means bad request. And I want to type out my response here. Type response. Let's call it res actually. So one response could be just success true, and the other response could be what we have here, right? Success false, errors, which is a type v.flat errors, undefined, and status code 400. Cool. And let's type this as a return of promise res. Promise res. there should be error. Promise res. Oh, so we need to also, take care of the case where this is successful. So we can do const this is equal to parsed values dot output. So output will be true if it is successful. So it's a return if it's not. Otherwise, if we keep going, it'll be successful. And here we can pull out all of our parsed data. That's name, email, password. And we don't care about the confirmed password at this point. The validation check that they matched. So we're not storing the confirmed password in our database. To do hash password. Okay, and then for now, we'll just return success. Sure. Actually, let's make it a little bit more better. We'll do a try catch. Try catch. Let's move this into here. And then error console.error error and return status false error not status, sorry, success error internal server error status code 500. Cool. But we don't have this type, so let's go ahead and make that. It's going to be a string and status code 500. Okay, and then here we'll hash the password, and then to do save user to database, and we will return success. All the cases are handled. Okay. We can test this out by just, we can log. Let's just log what we have right here. Console.log success. Name, email, password. Let's go to our form. And we're not going to log these anymore. We'll do const res is equal to Signup User action, pass in our values. Okay. If we actually want to await this, right? Because we will be doing some async stuff here. If res.success then something, otherwise res is not successful. So if res.success, we can just reset the form. I don't want to do this in the future, but for now we can just reset the form. Else, we will use the switch statement. Switch. And we will switch on the res.status code. So the way we typed it, res.status code does not exist in the res.success case. But it does exist if res is not successful. So we'll use that status code to display dynamic errors. So if I use TypeScript, it'll show 400 and 500 because it knows these are the only status codes that I typed out. So case 400, we will get our flat errors. And I know that in our flat errors, we have a property called nested. res.error.nested. I will log out the nested errors in a bit. And then for const key in nested errors, we're going to grab the set error function from the form, which will let us manually set these errors on any field we want. So the key should resolve to one of these fields. I'm not sure the best way to type it out is, so I coerced it by saying key is as key of the sign up input. And here we'll pass in an object which has a message property, which I'm going to set to nested error at the key index 0. So I've never had an issue where the key was not one of these. So for now, I think this is fine. And it always has a message associated to, at least because we typed the message in our schema. So this should never be undefined, but it can be according to this. Okay, and then we want to break, but we don't want to continue. And then for case 500 and the default case, which we will attach to the same result, we will do const error is equal to res.error, which should be a string, right? If for some reason it's not there, we can just say internal server error. We'll set error. You will set on the confirm password field because that's the one at the bottom, so it looks the nicest. Message error. Cool. And we can't really test this without forcing it because this will, it's going to go to the client-side validation first. So it's not even going to go to server if it's not validated. So we can trick it. Let's first I want to log the flat errors so you guys can see what that looks like. Console.log flat errors. And before we validate it, let's just force an error. So we'll say at tsignore, we'll say values.email is equal to undefined. So when it gets to server action, we will force it to be undefined. Let's also log this. Let's do console.log values, and here, console.log values. We'll log this all one time just to show you what's going on. Cool. So we're calling the server action. We're passing the values from the client side, which should be validated thanks to our handle submit function and our schema and our resolver. Then in the back, these values should be exactly the same as these values if we're calling it from our client. But like I said before, this could be unknown if we call the endpoint directly. Then I'm going to set the email variable to undefined on purpose and then log that. And then this should fail, so we can see what the flat errors look like. We'll get this return statement, the status code 400. Res.success will not be true, so we'll enter the else block. We will enter the switch block. We will have case 400. We'll grab the nested property of those flat errors, and then we'll set the errors for each field. So in this case, the email field should have an error because we're forcing that. So let's try it out. Sign up. Your email must be a string. Okay, that makes sense. Because if we look at our console in the server, because this is running on the server action runs on the server. Here's our values, just as we actually entered them. Then I set the email to undefined. And then we have the flat errors, which looks like this, which is a object with a nested property, which has another object where each key should be a field, and each field has an array of errors. So for each key, in this case, key would be email, because we are going to the nested object. And I'm setting the message to nested errors at this key, which is this array, at index 0. So index 0 would be this string. So it can be multiple issues with the input, but I'm going to log the, not log, I'm going to display the first one. Okay, And then the other error, which we can showcase real quick. Let's just return here. Right in the try block, we'll throw an error. Throw error. Forcing an error. Cool. And submit again. Boom. Internal server error. Okay. So that's going to go here. And in the server, we're logging forcing an error. Cool. So this is nice and dynamic. Success. Our fields are being given here. Let's remove this. Let's remove the forced errors. Cool. And we will come back to this in just a second, I believe. Or, yeah. We handle the errors. Let's go ahead and hash the password real quick. Oh, sorry. Let's show the reset action real quick. So if we sign up, everything should be successful, and then we'll enter the if res.success, and we should reset the form. So let's try that out. There we go. Form has been reset. Okay, let's try to do the password hashing. So in most tutorials, you will be presented with a library called bcrypt. I'm not going to use bcrypt because I found a new one, and I thought we should change things up. So I'm going to use something called argon2. So npm add argon2 or npm install argon2. And it works pretty similar to bcrypt. And then so, ignore all this. Let's go to our signup action. Signup action right here. And we will import argon2 from argon2. And then we will do const hash password is equal to await argon2.hash password. Okay? Nothing crazy here. And yeah, let's just log our new values real quick. Again, one last time. Const name, email, and then instead of password, let's log the password as hashed password. Can I do this? Can I read it clear? Oh no, it's on the log. Console.log. Okay, let's log this out. Yeah, let's log it out. So quickly, John Smith. Let's do something more random. Let's do, I don't know, tigerman100@example.com. Potato. Sign up. Okay, it resets because it's successful. And we'll see our hashed password here. Cool. So that's good. We're going to stop here with the sign up form. We're going to do the saving to user base in part 2, I believe. So let's close the action. Let's close the form. I hope this dynamic error handling was very helpful. I know it's a little bit verbose, but it works out nicely, in my opinion. So we hash the password. Let's create the sign in validator. So it's going to be pretty simple. So let's copy the file sign up validator, paste it right in there. Let's rename it to sign in validator. Let's rename this to sign in schema. And then sign in input. Okay. We do not need the v.forward, which means we do not need the v.pipe. Okay. We do not need this name object at all. And we do not need confirm password. And I made the decision to remove v.minLength because we don't really care to tell the user that it needs to be 6 characters long when they're signing in. They should know that if they have an account. It's just a tiny little deterrent. I'm letting them know how our passwords work. Okay. Let me double check if that's what I did in my notes. Yep. So that's done. That's the validator. We just kind of chopped out a bunch of stuff from the sign up schema. So sign in validator. Check. And then let's go to our, close this. In our sign up page, we will do the same thing. We create a folder called _components. And we will create a file called sign-in form.tsx. I'm going to copy everything in sign-up form, paste it right in here, and then let's go ahead and replace the word sign up. Hopefully it's we can remove the entire submit function. Sorry, I think I'm going a little too fast, so let me freeze. Let's go ahead and just change one thing at a time. Let me rewind. Okay. We'll pass in the sign in input to our use form generic. To our Valibot resolver, we'll also put in the sign in schema. And this means it's going to be mad at us because we shouldn't have a name property and we shouldn't have a confirm password property. Cool. So we can go ahead and stick the word type in front of sign in input. We can remove the sign up input, and this values will become sign in input. This is a whole submit function. Let's just go ahead and remove all this, and we'll just do a console.log values now. And then we don't need the name field or the confirm password field. And everything else should be the same. This will be sign in, I believe. I mean, yeah, that should be sign. Save. We can leave the placeholders. I think they're harmless. We're not using sign up action, and we're not using description. And I just want to, let's bring it into the page. Sign in form. We have to rename this to sign in form. Okay, let's take a look. So our sign up page and our sign in page, very similar. And let's just test it out. So I'll just do, I don't know, testing at example.com. Testing, submit, and we have it logged here, our console, and of course in our actual form. So that's going to be the sign in form. I believe that's all we're doing here. We'll come back to this in just a second. Let's go ahead and make a sign up user action. Sign up user action.ts. Sorry, sign in user action. Action.ts. And this one's going to be very simple. So use server type res is equal to success true. Let's spell success wrong, I think. Okay, export async function sign in user action. Same idea, the values will be unknown. And we will return a promise of res. And then for now, we're just going to return just success true. All that logic we did in the sign up function, we're not going to repeat here because the auth logic will be done in our Auth.js configuration files. So we will come back here. We're not going to do it here. We're going to do it in our auth configuration files. So this just returns success true. So we can go right to our submit. We can say const res is equal to await sign in user action, passing our values. If res.success, we can reset for now, I guess. that what I want to do? Let's see. We can reset. Can we reset? Yes, we can. Else, let's just log. This shouldn't be happening because, well, this shouldn't be happening. And we can test it out real quick. Let's just do sign in, reset. Perfect. Again, it's a post request to AuthJS. And I believe this ends our checklist for sign in form, sign in action. Part 1 complete. Let's move on to part 2. All right, let's get part 2 of this tutorial. Part 2. Again, we're gonna really touch AuthJS starting in part 3. So just hang on tighter a little bit. Let me copy and paste my little checklist here. Okay. And some of these things are greedy. We're gonna install Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. We're gonna install DrizzleORM and Drizzle Kit. We're gonna create a Drizzle config, Drizzle schema. We're gonna install AuthJS, but again, we're gonna touch it in part 3. We're gonna create a Drizzle schema, our database schema. We're gonna set up our Postgres database with Neon. We'll create a couple of helper scripts. We will show you how to view the data in multiple ways. We will create a Drizzle singleton. We will sign up our very first user. So we're gonna be working with our database in this part, so it's not gonna be like irrelevant. And then we're gonna handle email conflicts in a very simple way, and we'll create a little success message just to have some kind of like checkpoint. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing I'm gonna do is open up the Tailwind documentation. I'm gonna type in Prettier. Cool. So the Prettier plugin for Tailwind will automatically sort your Tailwind classes in a very, opinionated way. That way, if you're working with other people, then you can have all the same style orders. So we're going to go and install this. I'm using PNPM, so I'm going to go ahead and type the letter P and then paste this in. PNPM install. The dev dependency, we're installing Prettier and Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. Okay, then we'll create a new file called in our source. Let's go ahead and minimize everything. File called .prettierrc. Open up an object. We'll do plugins, and then we will have Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. Save this, and then if I go to any of my components, it should rearrange everything. There we go. See? I don't know if you noticed that real quick. So yeah, that's just something for me. Feel free to not install that if you'd like. And next we are going to, what's our checklist? Install DrizzleORM and Drizzle Kit. So we can close this Tailwind documentation. Let's go to Drizzle documentation. Let's go to documentation. Let's go to docs. Let's go to get started Postgres. These are a lot of Postgres drivers. We're going to go with Neon, the very first one. So I have it set to PNPM. So first I'm going to add the DrizzleORM and the @Neon database serverless pack dependencies. Let's go ahead and do that. And then as a dev dependency, I'm going to go ahead and install Drizzle Kit. Which is not necessary, but it'll help you, deal with generating schemas and migrating your database, and also looking at the Drizzle Studio, which I'll show. Cool, so that's been installed, no problem. Now let's create the Drizzle config file, which was kind of a bit of a roadblock for me when I was first learning Drizzle, but I got the hang of it. It's not too bad. So at the root of your project, create drizzle.config.ts. Okay. And go ahead and import define config from Drizzle Kit, and import type config from Drizzle Kit. Const database URL is going to be equal to process.env.database URL. This does not exist right now, so if it's undefined, let's put empty string. And this will naturally throw an error if we try to access our database without that env variable. And then we'll do const drizzle config satisfies config. export default. We'll come back in a second. So let's satisfy the config. So first we're going to use our schema, and this will be located in /source/ in a folder called Drizzle and a file called schema.ts, which we have not made yet. Then we will have an out directory where we want to put our migrations, and I'm going to do it in a folder called /migrations at the root. And then we will have a dialect, and in this case we're using Postgres, and then DB credentials. This will take an object with a field URL, and this will be our database URL. And that's it. And then we can export default, define config, and pass in our Drizzle config. Perfect. Let's take a look at what I would need to do next in my checklist. We made the config. Cool. Let's check that off. Create the Drizzle schema. So let's go ahead and create this file. In source, we'll create a folder called Drizzle. And in the folder, we'll create a file called schema.ts. So this schema.ts, I'm going to take from the Auth.js documentation because it's set up to prepare us to use the Drizzle Adapter later. So I'm just going to Google, use Google Drizzle Adapter Auth.js. That's the first link here. It's at authjs.dev/getting-started/adapter/drizzle. If you scroll down, you'll see schemas, and then open up the Postgres dropdown and just copy schema.ts and paste it right into your schema.ts. And a couple things we can remove. We can remove this import Postgres from Postgres, and then we can remove the const connection string and the const pool and the export const db. So we don't need any of that, and I guess we don't need import Drizzle. Okay. We do need this type, adapter account type, from next-auth/adapters. So we're going to install next-auth right now, or Auth.js right now. But we're only installing it for the single reason of getting access to this type. In part 3, we will actually use Auth.js. So let's close this and let's go to the Auth.js documentation. Do we have a migration guide? Yeah. pnpm add next-auth add beta. So hopefully by the time you're watching this, it probably will still be in beta, but eventually it won't be. It's been beta for a while. So let's add next-auth add beta. It's still called next-auth for some reason. You know, it's very messy. Again, the documentation is very messy. They're still migrating. It might take them a while. I don't know how much has to happen, but we move on. Okay. It's the ideas that I'm presenting here that should be translatable in the future. Okay. So the type is happy now. So we can get, we created the Drizzle schema, we installed Auth.js. Now let's update the schema because we want to support credentials login. We want to support our email and password login. So we're going to have to add a password field of our own. We're going to have to add a role field of our own if we want to have roles, which we want to showcase. And then I will talk about email uniqueness in just a second. So let's go to our schema and let's add some fields. First we will add the password field, and this will be a type text, and we'll call it password. And I'm not going to write not null, because if you make an account with Google or GitHub, it's okay that you don't have a password. So that's why we're gonna check for that later. To say, hey, are you Google or GitHub user, or are you a email password person? Next we're gonna have the role field, but we're gonna create a enum because you can do that in Postgres. So let's bring in the pg enum. And then we'll do export const, we'll call it role enum is equal to pg enum. We'll call it role, and we'll write two roles, user and admin. Feel free to add moderator and viewer and a bunch of other roles as you want, but we're going to keep it simple. So role will be of type role enum. It will also be called role. And then this will be not null, and the default is user. Cool. And then finally, let's talk about what I write here, email uniqueness. So one thing at the end of my reference material that I noticed is that I didn't take care of the cases where you might type in the email with a bunch of random capitals. because your email is unique. Let me just write some notes somewhere here, like Bobby@gmail.com is the same guy who owns BobB@gmail.com. But I think the way I had it set up originally, these would be treated differently. So let's make sure that the user can accidentally do capitals and still have access to their email. So on the Drizzle documentation, I actually found something interesting. If we go to Learn and then Guides, you can scroll down to Unique and Case Insensitive Email Handling. And we're just kind of going to copy what they did here. So basically, they create this function. Let's just go ahead and copy this, the custom lower function. I'm going to put it at the top of my schema, custom lower function. And I believe these are some types we have to import. I'm going to use let's just import these. This is a type, so I'm going to write type right here. And SQL is also a type. Nope. And then we'll import the SQL method from DrizzleORM. Cool. So this just returns an SQL statement that will use the lower function on email. Okay. And then we will have to add this to our table. Let's just write it out. So after we define all of our fields, on our user field up here, comma, we have access to the table, and then we can return an object which has a field called email unique index, and we can import unique index from DrizzleORM PG core. Check if it's imported correctly. Yep, unique index. And this will be a unique index called email unique index dot on. And let's invoke that lower function, table.email. Cool. So we're putting index, we're indexing it based on the lowercase email. So on the schema side of things, that's all set. When we go and select our user later, we will come back to this documentation. So let me save this. Cool. So we have the password, the role, and this unique index on the lowercase emails. It's lower function. And we're exporting it because we actually are going to use this later. And I think it's okay to keep in the schema file. So now we can, have it close by to our actual schema. Cool. So that's good. Done. So update your schema. Set up Postgres for NeonDB. So let's jump to NeonDB. I can close this Valibot. We don't need this. With NeonDB, when you create an account, you'll have access to a free account. You'll have access to one free project. Let me show you actually. Yeah, you have access to one project. Free plan is limited to one project. But in your project, you can make multiple databases, so it's not too bad. I was grateful to be given a creator account for Neon. So I'm going to go ahead and use that. But feel free to just create a project, and then if you have already a project, create a new database in that project. Everything will be able to follow along completely the same. But just so I can show you from scratch, ignore all these projects I have here. I'm going to go ahead and click New Project. Okay, I'm going to call it AuthDev. Okay, AuthDev. Call whatever you want. No one's going to see this project name. Create project. Okay, and then I'm going to go to I'm going to go to branches. Let's close this. It's confusing. I'm going to go to branches. I'm going to click on the main branch. I'm going to click on roles and databases. I'm going to click down here to databases and click add database. I'm not going to use the default NeonDB database that's created. I'm just going to create my own. I'm going to just call it a AuthDB. Call it whatever you want. The owner, I'm going to leave it the default owner, NeonDB owner. Okay. So now go back to your dashboard right here. And then project, let me make it a little bigger. Project. Cool. Project dashboard. Just click on this database dropdown. If you decide to create a new database, just change to it. I'm going to use AuthDB, the one I just made. And now you have a connection string here. Click on copy snippet. Okay. All right. Now go to your VS Code, create a new file on the root called .env. Create your variable called database URL and paste it in there. I'm going to paste it inside of some quotes. They're not mandatory, but I like to do it that way. And then freeze right here. Freeze right here. Go to your git ignore right now. Scroll down to your local env files and add .env. So make sure you don't push that up to your GitHub. Okay? So now we git ignore the .env file. Cool. That's it. We set it up NeonDB. Done. Now let's create our helper scripts. Okay? We're going to create 3 scripts just to help us out. You don't have to use them. Or we're going to use them at least once. So the first one's going to be called db generate. And this will run the Drizzle kit generate command. Then we'll have db migrate. This will run the Drizzle kit migrate. And db studio. This will run Drizzle kit studio. Is it that much shorter? Not really, but it's consistent. It's just nice to have, I would say. So quick primer. You used to need to pass in flags for these, generate and migrate, but I think because of your Drizzle config file, it kind of knows what to generate. Like it knows using Postgres. And I guess unless you're doing anything advanced, this will work fine without passing any additional flags. So generate will create an SQL file for you. And then migrate will take the SQL file. Generate will create an SQL file based on that schema. Based on all this schema. Because this is not SQL code, right? This is like Drizzle, JavaScript, tables. It'll take all this, based on the way we wrote it, it'll turn into an SQL file, generate one. And then migrate will take that SQL file and it'll go put into our database. So let's show you in a second. Let's go back to our Neon console. On the left, we see the word tables. Let's go to tables. Again, make sure your database is set to the one you want, AuthDB. No tables in database. So we'll come back to this in just a second. Let's stop the dev server. Clear my console. And let's run these scripts. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and run the scripts. So I'll run pnpn db generate. Done. No issues here. And we created a folder called migrations with an SQL file. Why is it a folder called migrations? Because remember, in our Drizzle config, we wrote our out property to be at /migrations. So we have an SQL file here, which has create table account, create table authenticator, session, user, verification token, right? So all the SQL. Remember that email unique index right here. Cool. Now let's go ahead and go to our Neon console. Refresh the page. No tables in the database, right? Because all we do is generate the SQL file. So let's actually migrate this now. npm db migrate. But migration applied successfully. Cool, cool. So let's go here. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. And now we have all 5 of our tables into our database. Let's go to our user table. We have our password field, our role field. Nice. Okay. Quick primer about these tables. We're going to work mainly with the user table. And we're not going to really touch the session or authenticator tables at all. And the account table, we will have data in here that will be automatically created when we log in with GitHub and Google. And then verification token, we're going to use this table when we're dealing all the way at the end with email verification. But mainly for like the majority of the tutorial, we're going to be working with the user table. Cool. And now, I just showed you how to view that on the Neon console, which is the way I'm going to use, the way I'm going to show data throughout this whole tutorial is through that Neon console. But Drizzle Kit has a very nice thing called Drizzle Studio. We wrote a little script for that, DB Studio. So let me show you that. And it's going to run on local.drizzle.studio. Let's go ahead and open that up. And it's pretty much almost exactly the same as Neon console, except you can run it locally. So yeah, it's pretty much the exact same thing, right? It's just a way to view your information. Go ahead and add a record if you want. I'm just going to use the Neon console, just for no particular reason. Yeah, so I'm going to stick with the Neon console. So for the rest of the tutorial, I will be using the Neon console. I will bring up the Drizzle Studio just one more time later on, but Neon console for majority of data viewing. Restart the dev server again. I'm going to refresh my dev server, but let's go back to our checklist. Let's create a Drizzle singleton. So let's go to source. Let's close everything else up here. Too much things open. Go to source and let's go to the Drizzle folder, and in here we'll create an index.ts, and then let's import Drizzle from DrizzleORM / neon HTTP. Then let's import neon from at neon database / serverless. Remember we installed this when we first installed Drizzle. If you don't have it installed, make sure you install it at neon database / serverless. And then we'll import star as schema. So import everything as schema from our schema folder, which is right next door, relative to this folder. Again, we're going to get our database URL. So we process.env.database URL. You can have a single config file if you want, but I think it's simple enough just to do it this way. If it's undefined, it'll be an empty string, which will naturally throw an error. So const SQL will be neon passing the database URL, and then const db is equal to drizzle. We'll pass in the SQL, and we'll pass in our schema. If you don't pass in your schema, everything will still work fine, but you won't have any types on your database. So it won't know that you have a users table or account table. So just make sure you pass the schema. And it will export default DB. And basically for this entire project, this DB is how we're going to access how we're going to talk to our database. To insert, update, delete, and select. Although we're not doing any deleting in this tutorial. Create Drizzle singleton. Check. Okay, sign up our first user. Let's go ahead and do that. So we will go to our actions. And remember our sign up user action. We stopped right here at save user to database. So now we can just save the user to the database. Let's import db from @drizzle. Okay, this is a default export, so import db. Okay. And then we will do const new user is equal to await db dot insert, and we'll need to actually get access to the specific table. So users here. So we're just gonna pull out the users table from Drizzle schema. Insert into users the values. So the values you want to insert are name, the email, and then the password set to hashed password. Okay, and then let's just also make sure to return. Let's get back the ID only. So ID is equal to users.id. Okay, and then let's just log that out. Console.log inserted ID is equal to new user.id. So this will be an array actually. So let's throw a .then on this, and then we will return res.0. If this is not the case, then we'll return null. Although this should not happen, so let's just do res0. Okay. So we're just doing the .then, and we're going to get the first item in the array. And if the TypeScript will work here, we'll see that we only get back the ID, because that's the only thing we got from returning. Okay, we're just logging it. We're not going to return it or anything. This is just for us. and then return success true. So let me go back to my sign up form, and let's go to, where's my sign up form? It should be in app, auth, sign up, component, sign up form. Okay, res success, we're just resetting here, but I don't think I want to do that. Let's create a success state real quick. Const success, set success, use state, false. Cool. Set success true. Okay. Why am I doing this? Because then if success, let's return some very nice looking message here. We'll have a div. We'll have a p user successfully created. Okay. We'll have a span. Click space button variant link size small class name px0 as child link href / auth / sign in. Click here, click here to sign in. Okay, so if it's success, we will replace. We will show this. Oh, sorry. If we return. Yeah, we will show this little message, and the form will disappear. We don't really need the reset at all, but so let's just get rid of it. I showed you how to use the reset, so we don't need to do that. Cool. And let's put it all together. Right? Let's go to our sign up page. Let's sign up our user. What do we want? What kind of user do we want to do? Let's just bring Naruto into this, right? So Naruto at uzumaki.com, and then password we can do, I don't know. So Naruto. Sign up. Boom. That means we got res of success. User successfully created. Click here to sign in. Let's go to our server logs. Inserted ID is a nice UUID. If I go to my Neon console over here, let's refresh the users. And we have our user. Look at this. ID, name, email. Email verified is null. Image, null. Password is just hash password, role user. Yeah, perfect. Cool. So let's go back to sign up. Okay, create our first user. We're gonna have to handle email conflicts. So I mean, we're not gonna have to, but it's good practice, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So in our user action, let me think. Let's create another try catch above this one. Yeah, right here. Try catch. The error is going to be the same, exactly the same. But we're working with a different query here. So let's do const existing user is equal to await db dot select dot from users dot where. So let's go back to the Drizzle documentation because it's a very specific way they want us to check for the email. So here's how we can select user by the email and lower function. So we'll use the equal method, and we'll use that lower function we created on the users.email field. And then when we pass the email, we'll just do the dot lowercase JavaScript method. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll import equal. So equal is like equal, like in SQL. We'll import that lower function from drizzle.schema. And we'll pass in users.email. And then we will pass in our email. Okay. And then again, it turns an array, right? So let's do dot. You can attach a limit one. Why not? Actually, let's not do that. Make it simpler. Dot then res 0 or null. So this can be null, I believe, but I don't know if it'll say that. No. Now let's not select all the fields, right? We just need, let's just check for the user's ID. Okay, so if existing user dot ID, existing user dot ID, then let's throw an error, or let's return a message. So return success, false, error, and let me see what I wrote exactly. I wrote email already exists, and we'll do status code of 409, which is a conflict code, and we can do an or statement here for TypeScript. Okay, let's test this out. So if I sign up with the same email again, what was it, narita@uzumaki.com, doesn't matter what the password is, email already exists. Okay, perfect. And we handled, and we can test it out with the capital, right? So NARUTO, like that. Sign up. Oh, internal server error. Why? Oh, I did not do .2 lowercase. That was my fault. 2 lowercase. Let's do it again. Naruto@uzumaki.com. At least still catches it, which is pretty good actually, with the internal server error. So it's better than nothing. But now this time it should give me that email already exists. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. We handle email conflicts, and we already showed the success message. That was the sign-up message. Let's just do it one more time. We don't need a name, right? So let's just, I don't know. Okay. Alright, Ochia.com. Hope I spelled that right. Don't at me. Sign up. Internal server error. Why? Let's find out. Cannot read properties of null. Reading ID. Okay, so if we don't have, if this is null, then the ID property will not exist on this. So we just want to put a optional chaining here. Sasuke@ochia.com. Sasuke. Sign up. Cool. User successfully created. Click here to sign in. Let's go to our Neon console one last time for now. Refresh. Now we have 2 users and the name is null. Because again, the name's not, we're making the name optional. That's our choice. That's the systems we have in place. So let's go ahead and clear this. Let's check the checklist. And we are done with part 2. Alright, let's welcome to part 3. This is where we're really going to start getting into the Auth.js library itself. I'm going to go ahead and post a little checklist here for part 3. This one's a bit longer, so let's just quickly run through it. We will make a redirect link component real quick. We forgot to do that in the last part. We'll set up the Auth.js config. We'll get the auth secret, auth URL. We'll start the sign-in process by parsing the credentials. We'll talk about user queries in the server-only package. We'll continue to sign in and we'll log the user. Then we'll complete the sign-in. And then we will do error handling. Then we'll create the profile page. We'll redirect to profile. I changed it from dashboard to profile. No specific reason. But the profile was the dashboard in the demo. We will get the session information server side. I'll show you how to do that once we log in. We'll display the information as a table. We'll create a signout button and the correlating signout action. I think we might not need this anymore, but we'll see. We will fix the navbar, or I guess we'll update the navbar to display if you're logged in or not. Then we'll have a little discussion on clients and server components in Next.js. And I really want to showcase something important, so we'll create navbar links. And then we'll talk about session server-side Navbar links and session client-side Navbar links. We'll use the session provider, which is how we access the session on the client side. We will talk about route handlers, which is also needed for client-side session access. And then we'll just show again from top to the bottom the full sign-in sign-out flow, because that'll be set up by the end of this part. So let's quickly go into our, I don't know where I left off at. Anyways, let's go ahead and create some redirect links real quick. Just to make it look nicer. Let me see, is my dev server running? Yes it is, okay, cool. Sign in, sign up pages. Let's go ahead and create some redirect links. These sound more fancy than they are, they're just little components to show up. Just here, the go to sign in link right here. So, I'm going to add another of these separators right here. And then we're on the sign up for page right now, so already have an account. Click get the button, variant link, size small, class name px0. I probably could have edited this in the file, but no biggie. Link href/auth/sign in. Click here to sign in. Okay. Already have an account, click here to sign in. And we're just going to copy, let's bring this right above the form right here. We're going to copy this and put it into our sign in page. Sign up link. We need to use the HTML entity apostrophe. Don't. This is apostrophe right here. And APOS colon, semicolon. Don't have an account. Click here to sign up. Sign up. Okay, pretty much the same thing. Click here to sign in. Click here to sign up. Right. And we have these little dividers just to keep it simple. Okay, so that's the redirect links. That's it. Okay, now we're going to finally set the Auth.js config. And let me collapse everything once more. Let's open up source. We're going to create the auth config inside of the source folder to create a new file in the source folder called auth.ts. Okay, we're finally getting into the nitty-gritty of next-auth. Cool. So we're going to import next-auth from next-auth. Again, it's still the next-auth package, even though we're talking about Auth.js. Okay, and then we're going to do const next-auth is equal to next-auth. Okay, it's going to yield us because are you going to type this, not assignable this, because we have to put some stuff in here. So we'll put session, and we're going to put the strategy as JWT or a database. I believe we have to use JWT if we're using the credential provider, which is what we are doing. Okay, next we need a secret, and this will come from process.env.authSecret. Let's go ahead and create this in our env file. Auth secret. You can type in whatever you want. You can Google random secret or something. But at this point I have this memorized. So you should be able to type this, I believe, in your terminal. Type in open SSL space rand, R-A-N-D, space dash base 64, all lowercase, sorry, space 32. Open SSL rand dash base 64 space 32. And you get a nice random code. So go ahead and just use that as your secret. That's what I'm going to do. Cool. And also let's use an auth URL. The auth URL, I believe, is more important for production, but I guess it's good practice just to know you need it. So here we are, HTTP localhost 3000. Make sure to change when you deploy this, which we are not showcasing in this tutorial. When you do deploy this, change this make this auth URL your actual domain. If it's on for sale, like your dot, blah blah dot for sale dot app or whatever. Cool. Okay, auth secret auth URL. So that's going to be right here, process.env.auth secret. Okay, comma. Pages. So we can customize pages, error, new user, sign in, sign out, verify request. The only one we are going to actually use here is sign in. And that's our /auth/sign in. It's getting a little dark here, so let me go turn on the light 1 second. Okay, let's carry on. The only page we're going to customize is the sign in page. We're going to have other stuff in here, but now to make this happy, we really need this providers key. Okay, now it's all happy. And the providers key will have, well, our providers. But are we going to do that real quick right now? Let's just, we did this. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to need to import credentials. No, I don't need this. I need credentials from next-auth /providers/credentials. It's a default export, so call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it capital credentials. You can call it credentials provider, lowercase credentials, whatever you want. Credentials, and this takes an object. Okay. This providers is an array, so we're going to have our Google provider and our GitHub provider in here later. It has a function called async authorize, so we'll take in credentials. And this will be a type record any. So just like we did for the signup function, these credentials could be anything. So let's just parse them. It also controls our error handling. So I'm going to create a variable called parsed credentials. Can't spell. Parsed credentials. And what are we going to do? We're going to import v. Import star as v from beep boop Valibot. Yeah, is equal to v dot save parse. So now we can still use that sign in schema we made, right? And then pass in the credentials. Okay. I want to use a path alias. Okay. So if parse credentials dot success, then we will carry on with signing in. If not, just return, don't even enter this block and return null. Okay? Oopsie. The authorize function expects one of two things to be returned, either null or a user, right? So like we can force a user, like this, return name Bob. Email bob@gmail.com. Should be a string, right? So we can return this. If I return something else, like a number 5, it doesn't want that. So it needs to return a user or null. So if you return null, you're saying sign in denied. Okay, so that's what the null is going to do here. So let's carry on signing in. So const. So now we're successful in this block, right? So we can go ahead and safely pull out the email and password from our credentials. Okay, and now here we will freeze. We will freeze here for a second and see what we have here. Cool. So now we will let's get rid of this comment. We will look for our user in the database. So let's create a function for that. And I'm going to go ahead and make that in a separate file. And I'm going to make it in a file, in a folder called resources. And I'm going to create a file in resources. Resources inside the source folder, and inside the resource folder, user queries.ts. Okay. Import db. Okay. Import users. Okay. And export const find user by email, and we'll pass in the email, which is a string, and then const user is equal to await. This should be async. Async db.select.from users dot where equal. So I memorize this. The lower users dot email is equal to email dot to lowercase. Okay. We want to select everything. So this query is going to be a little bit different from the other one, where we just get the ID. And then dot then, well, dot then res 0 or null. Does this know it can be null? I don't know why it doesn't type it as null, but it's okay. Return user. Okay. So find user ID. Okay, and let's talk about server only. So we're going to install this package called server only. npm add server only. And you learn about this from the Next.js documentation. So basically, this is just a function in a TypeScript file. And I'm just exporting it, and I can import it anywhere. I can import it to a server component or a client component. But if I import it to a client component, it's probably going to throw an error because this function is accessing a database, and that should only be running on the server. So we can import this package called server only. It's kind of like a safeguard, and basically you just throw in an import server only at the top. And basically, if you try to import this function into a file that's not running on the server, it's going to throw an error. Okay, so we want to make sure this find user by email is only ever called on a server, on the server. So that's what server only does for us here. It's different from userver. Okay, userver is for server actions. Server only is for more like queries. I want to say to keep it simple. Okay, you don't need this if you are very safe with your imports, but this will make sure that if you ever import this into a client component, Next.js will throw an error. Okay, and of course our authentication is running on the server. So let's look for our user. So const user is equal to await find user by email. Pass in the email. This could be null, but I don't know why it's not saying that. And that kind of bothers me, so I'm going to go and just type it out in a second, but first let's change it to @ Let's type it out. So this returns a promise of a user, type of users.infer select or null. That should be much better, right? Let's see. Perfect. Type of user or null. Okay. So if there is no user, return null. And if the user does not have a password, return null. I'm writing these separately because we're going to take care of these cases separately in the future. So that's why. So this means this user doesn't exist at all. So why are you trying to log in? This means the user doesn't exist, but he doesn't have a password. So he probably made his account with Google or GitHub. So let's reject him from logging in with his email and password, because he should be logging in with Google and GitHub. We'll talk more about this later. Okay. And then for now, let's just log the user. Okay. Because we are not returning anything in here, but besides null, if we do everything correctly, we're going to still hit this line, log the user, but we'll still return null, which means Auth.js will not sign us in, which is okay. We're going to just do this incrementally. Let's just log the user, see what we're working with. we did this, partial login. Okay, so let's go ahead and showcase the sign-in process. So I want to go to my sign-in action, and let's create let's do a try catch right at the top. So again, the auth logic will be done in Auth.js, which is what we're working on right now. So try catch right at the top. Try catch error. And error is going to be the same thing we do in sign up. This whole like log error and then the return the internal server error. Okay. We can type that out real quick. We'll steal it from the sign up user action. Let's steal this type right here. Copy. Cool. Okay. Try. What are we trying? Well, at the top, yeah, we can try here. We want to try to sign in. So we can sign in using the sign-in function. So const, this next-auth object has a couple of functions in it. So let's go to the bottom. Let's do export. Let's destructure from export const next-auth. So this, we can get a couple things from in here. Right, we have auth, handler, sign in, sign out, unstable update. For now, we're going to use the sign-in function. We're going to export, and we'll bring it in. So right here, await, sign in, and then what provider are you signing in with? I'm doing credentials. Okay, and we are going to spread in the values, and we're going to spread in another what's it called? Another object, another item, which you can see by TypeScript is the redirect, and redirect to, but we're going to use redirect false. So once the sign up completes, I'm going to take care of the redirecting on my own. I'm not going to let Next.js handle it. That's just a choice I made. And then it's saying that we can't spread values because it's unknown, which is fair. So let's just handle that case real quick. So the type of values is not an object. This is from ChatGPT, so let's just or values equal to null, or array.isArray values. So we just want to make sure it's an object that's not an array, or null. Then we can go ahead and throw a new error, invalid JSON. Cool. We probably will never hit this if case, but this will make TypeScript happy. Okay. Yeah. So is that all I need? Yeah, I think so. So let's test it out for now. So where are we signing in from? We are signing in from the sign-in page. I forgot my accounts. Let's go to my Neon console real quick. Okay, we got Naruto and we got Sasuke. I think Sasuke at Uchiha.com. I think the password is just Sasuke. Sasuke. I think I spelled Uchiha wrong. Let's see what happens though, actually. Sign in. We get something. What do we get? Return. Oh, we're not handling it on the form. So let's do that real quick so we have proper feedback for us. Let's go to not components, app, auth, sign in, components, sign in form. Okay, yeah, this shouldn't be happening. Sign in form. Okay, if res assess, do this. If not, then switch res.status code. We know how this goes. Case, we only have 500, and we'll also make it the default. We'll have other cases in a little bit. Const error is equal to res.error or internal server error. Set error. So we'll set it at the bottommost field, which in our form is password. Yeah, so let's error. Oh, what happened here? Oh, sorry, this would be an object of message error. Cool. I don't know when it'll hit this OR, but it's fine. So let's try again. I think this should fail. Internal server error. Okay, that's fine. I think I spelled Uchiha wrong. So this should work, I believe. Oh no, well, it should fail no matter what. Let's pull up the console real quick. Okay, spoilers. Okay, so let's put the wrong email first. Sign in. Internal server error because we hit the one more time. We hit the no user case right here. Okay, so we return null. We get a callback route error. Okay, and now if we put the right email, sign in, we still get internal server error because we'll hit this null, but we are logging the user this time. Here's the console ninja, but we can see it we're on the server, so we can see in the server logs. If I scroll somewhere, here we go. Our UUID, our null name, our email verify null, image null, password, and role user. Okay, so our user exists, but we're just returning null. Okay, now let's actually sign in, right? Complete the sign in process. Cool. So what do we do after our user exists? We check if the password is okay. Okay. So we will import argon2 from argon2. So same library that we hashed with, we'll have to validate. So const passwords match is equal to await argon2.verify user.password. So we're getting the password from the user that we found by email. Otherwise we wouldn't get here. And then the password the user actually put in. And then if the passwords match, let's delete user.password. Okay, isn't like that. Let's do const. Let's just destructure the password. From our user, and we'll get a user without password, just to make sure it never leaves this function. Spread. So we're just destructuring, we're pulling out the password, and the rest of the items will be on user.password. So it's every field except for user without password. And then we're just returning user without password. I just want to make sure that the password never leaves this field. There's other ways to handle this, but I'm going to do it that way. And then what's wrong? Because is reference in. Is it because of this password? Let me see. Yeah, so I can't destructure password because we have a password here. So I'm just gonna rename it to underscore. Okay. Is there another way I can do this? Let me think. I don't know why I can't use a delete operand. I don't know what TypeScript complains about that. But let's do that's okay. Let's say so I'm renaming the password to underscore so it doesn't conflict with this password. I don't want it at all if I pulled it out. So user without password. Okay? So passwords match will return user without password. So let's go back to checklist. Let's go complete the sign in. So yeah, if we're signed in, then we won't show any errors. Let's try it out. Let's do sign in. Boom, reset. It reset, which means it hit the success case. But how do we know we're signed in? We can go to our console in Chrome or Firefox, whatever. Go to memory, I think, or application, and we go to cookies, and we'll see we have 2 cookies in here. And these cookies mean that we are logged in. Okay? We are logged in. Let's quickly handle some errors real quick. Okay, so in the sign in action, at the time of recording, this is how I'm handling errors. So we can do an if error as an instance of a specific type of error, and that specific type of error is an auth error. It comes from next-auth. So if the error is an instance of auth error, let's do a more specific error message. Okay? So we're going to switch on error.type. I bet you it's the most you've ever seen a switch statement. On error.type, and then we'll have case, and then look at all these types that are available. We care. In the past, it used to be credential sign-in would be the error you get when you fail the sign-in with credentials. But I'm not getting that recently. So I'm going to leave that there, and right on top of it, I showed you before, we get the callback route error. So if it's either of these, will return the same error. But I've been getting the callback route error. So same thing we've been doing, right? Success, false, error. We are just going to write invalid credentials. No matter what they did wrong email, wrong password, we will send them back invalid credentials. That's a choice, and that choice is because we don't want to give the user any information about what kind of users are in our database. Okay? Feel free to make it more specific if you'd like. And I'm going to do 401, which I believe is unauthorized status code. So it's just a string, so we can go and just attach it here. And by default, this is a little bit different from the internal server error. This means that the error was not an auth error. But for some reason, if we get an auth error that's not credential sign-in and not callback route error, I want to know. So we'll just do success false, and then we'll set error, oops, something went wrong. It's a little bit different from internal server error, but the same point. But now I know, like, it was an auth error I didn't handle, or was something else unrelated to next-auth. Okay, and now let's try signing in again. Wait, let me go back to my application, and let me go ahead and go to storage, and I could clear site data, so I can go ahead and clear the all my cookies. Cool. So I'm not signed in anymore. I forced the cookies to be cleared. Getj.com, and then if I do, I think if I put in I have to handle it on the form first. On the form, so we need to go to our form, and we need to handle the switch case. So case, and then if I put control space, we'll see now we have 401, right? Set error to password, and then message res.error. It's just going to be a string, so we don't have to worry about it. Actually, is it all just a string? We can combine this actually, I believe. Let me see here. I don't know if there's a reason why I separated it. Let's just leave it like that. You could probably combine all 3 of these cases. Or honestly, just remove the switch statement altogether. But let's leave it like this. There might have been a reason I did this in the future. Yeah. So let's go to, let's type this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Invalid credentials. Let's put the right password in. Let's put the wrong email in. One. Invalid credentials. Okay? Because we're throwing in the server, we're throwing the, again, where is it? Callback route error. Okay? And that's one of the cases we handled. So let's actually sign in again. Actually, before we sign in, what happens after we sign in? We want to redirect the user to the profile page. So again, once successful, we don't care to reset the form. We're going to redirect them. So let's go ahead and remove that. I showed you how to use that. Okay. And there's multiple ways to redirect. Right now we're in a client component, so we only have like 2 real ways, at least off the top of my head. We can use the router, the use router hook from Next navigation, or we can do a hard page change with window.location. And I'm going to do a hard page change, and I'll explain why in a little while. So we're going to do a hard window.location.href to profile. I honestly am iffy on this choice, but I will explain this choice in a bit because that's the only way I could get what I wanted to do to work. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this real quick. We handled errors. Let's create the profile page before we redirect, so we have somewhere to go actually. Let's go to in app, create a new folder, not inside the auth folder, called profile. And here we'll create a new file called page.tsx. We know the flow, RFC, profile page. Now let's put a nice little template real quick. I'm going to copy from the sign in page real quick. And I don't care about anything below the line. Okay, and this will just be profile. Okay, now we have a profile page, so we can go to it, redirect to it. Okay, so here we're doing that. Okay, let's log in. Let's go to our profile page. Sasuke@chia.com, Sasuke, sign in. Boom, we're on our profile page. We have our cookies. This might not convince you that we have a session, but we'll look at it in just a second. Okay, we're on the profile page. And now let's get the session information. Let's show you that we have a session. So let's go back to our auth.ts file. And remember we exported the sign-in function. There's a couple other functions in here, and one of these other functions is the auth function. So let's go ahead and bring that, destructure that, and let's import this into the sign. So we're done with the sign-in form. Let's go to the, where's our page? Where's our profile page? Okay. We need to make this an async function. And right now, Next.js components by default are server components. So this is a server component, so we're running on the server. And that's the only place you can call the auth function. So let's await auth. So this auth is that function we just exported from here. Okay, and we're going to call it our variable session. Let's go ahead and log it. Console.log session. And here we go. On the server, we're logging our session. We have a user, no name, null, makes sense because we didn't sign up with a username. Email, sasuke@chia.com, and image. So by default, these are the only 3 properties you get. We will, the Next.js or next-auth AuthJS lets you pass through from the sign-in to your session. These are all you get. Yes, we had a bunch of other things. We had roles. We had what else do we have? Email verified, ID. We're gonna have to do that manually, which I'll show you later, of course. That's very important stuff. And we have some session expirations. So now let's, are we time to beautify this page a bit? Let's beautify this page a bit. Oh, let's have a nice little sign-in page. So I'm going to copy some inspiration from Clerk Auth, and they usually have these components called signed in and signed out, which will display if you're signed in or signed out, but we're just going to do it manually. So if you are signed out, I want to show a couple cool things. I want to show an H2, full tracking type, user not signed in. Okay, So right now, let me finish this component first real quick. Let's have that spacer. Self-closing. And then let's have a button. As child. Link. href auth sign in. Sign in. So for signed in, we should assign out component. So we're gonna incrementally protect our pages. First, all we're gonna do is just swap out which component we see if we're logged in. Okay. Then later on, we're gonna just redirect you away from the page if you're not signed in. And then later on, we're gonna use middleware to stop you from even going to the page if you're not signed in. So first, we're just gonna swap out components to showcase the signed in or signed out state. Okay. And if you are signed in, we show you a nice, beautiful table. We're going to pass in a user, which is type of user from next-auth. Type, yes, we can go ahead and use type. And then we can do very similarly, we have H2, we'll copy this, and this will be user information. Okay, then we'll have a table, margin top 4, table auto, divide y, table head, table row, divide x, table head, or table head? Oh, table header, pt grade 550, px6, py3, text stars, name. Copy this down, email. After table head, we have keep body, table row divide x, th px6, px6, py3. This will be the user dot name, or let's say if there's no name, we can just do no. Like this maybe. Let's try that first. px6, py3, user dot name. Okay. And then we're going to have another separator. Where's the separator? Right here. And this will be the sign out button, which we'll create later. Okay, and then here, let's just, what's the word? Ternary operation. If there's a session, you can use optional chaining. Then once you've signed in, pass in the user, or session user, and if not, we'll show the signed out state. Right now, you can still go to the profile page, just like typing in the URL. Save that. Refresh the page. Good. And these are bold, but I don't want these to be bold, so... Wait, why are these bold? Should be bold. Bold. I have no idea why this font is bold at all. It's bothering me. Let me see. Let me check it out for like a few seconds. It should not be divide x, divide y. There's gotta be a reason why this is bold. Yeah, it's bold. There's a TH. Interesting. It wasn't bold in my... I don't like it, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a... oh, this should be a TD. Sorry. Okay, there we go. That's our user. Okay. Cool. Sign in, sign out states. Okay, this is the way we're protecting. Let's go ahead and let's log out with the sign out button in a bit. So we did the session information. We displayed information as table. Let's create a sign out button. Okay. So this is we're gonna use this component in multiple places. So let's go to components and create a sign out button.tsx, and we'll use client. And then let me see something. Yeah. So let's go to our auth, and let's go to here, and we can pull out the sign out function as well. Okay. And then we can do import button from @components rfc sign out button. We're gonna have a const click handler, an async function. Create this in a second. This will be a button variant destructive. Size small on click handler, and this will be a sign out. Okay. And let's import this into our dashboard. Right here. Sign out button. And right now it shouldn't do anything, but we can see how it looks. Cool. And then we want to create a sign out action real quick. New file. Keep the theme going, just write user. And we're going to do a use server directly at the top here. Export async function, sign out user action. And I think we're just doing a single thing here. Let me see. Try catch error console dot error. And we're just doing wait sign out redirect false. That's it. We're just calling the sign out function that we got from auth in a server action just to make sure it's running on the server. And for some reason anything happens, we just log the error. But this signing out usually never has an error from my end. Okay, and then we can just do await sign out action, and then when we're done, window.location.href is equal to we'll go to the home page. Cool. So let's test it out. Let's look at my cookies. They should be there, but if I hit sign out, they should be gone. Sign out. Boom. Back to the home page. Let's manually go to profile. Boom. These are not signed in. And we have a sign in button. Cool. That's the sign out process. Sign out action. And let's take a little pause here before we continue with the Navbar. This gets a little bit interesting. Alrighty, it's the next day. Let's continue where we were. So if I go back to my checklist, the last thing we did was we finished the sign out action. Also, I'm going to go ahead and put an X here for setup AuthJS config because that's done for now. We're going to revisit that. And now we're going to move to fix the navbar. But since it's a new day, let's go ahead and just show the flow one more time. I'm going to put up my dev server. Go to the sign-in page. Let's log in. Cool. And then we have our profile page, and let's just sign out. Okay. So now we are going to do the navbar. Yeah. So yeah, let's go into our navbar, which I believe is in components navbar. Let's close everything else. And right now we have these LIs showing the sign in, sign up button hard coded. But of course we want to display sign in, sign up only when we're logged out. So I want this to be dynamic, and the way I want this to work out is I want to, again, in Next.js, every component is a client component. And let me also turn GitHub Copilot off. So I want my nav links to be client components. But let me show you why I want them to be client components. So we're going to create a new component called navbar links.tsx. Let me scaffold it out. Navbar links. And let's, for now, not make this a client component. So we can do same thing we did before in the profile page. We can have two components, a signed in and a signed out. Okay, and in the signed out, we're going to have those two buttons that we had in the navbar right here, the sign in and sign up buttons. Let's cut these out, paste them right here between the React fragments. Let's import the button and the link, and let me change this from a relative import. Okay, and then if we're signed in, we should have two other buttons, right? We should have the profile button and the signed in button. Sign out button, sorry. Yeah. So we already have a sign up button, so let's just import that. We made that just recently. And also, again, I'm going to change it from a relative import. And then this will go to our profile at /profile. Cool. And then again, we're going to alternate this based on the session. So the const session is equal to, we'll make this async, await auth, and then return session dot user. Then we will return the signed in. Otherwise, we will return the signed out. Does that work? Oh, sorry. Optional chaining. Cool. Let's take a look at. Oh, let's import the navbar links. Refresh the page. So right now we're logged out, so let's just log in. Let's sign in. Oh, we can check that we're logged in again, right? If we go to profile, we'll see that user not signed in. So let's just sign in. Okay, and we're signed in now, and now we have the profile and sign out buttons here. So this works perfectly, okay? But there's one problem that's really like a Next.js caveat, I guess I want to say. And so let's pretend we're done with this project, right? So what do you do when you finish your project? You're going to go and build your project. So let's go ahead and build our project. So I'm going to do npm build. Let's pretend we're finished, okay? So now I'm going to go and build our project locally just to see if everything runs right. Okay, and now we have that every single page we have has this F here, which stands for dynamic server rendered on demand. So we are not generating any static pages. And that is because of the way we are handling these navbar links. We are using the session. And session, we can't know what the session is ahead of time. So it can't be a static page. And where does the navbar live? The navbar lives, at least the way we set it up, on every single page. So if the navbar relies on the session, and if the navbar is displayed on every page, we can't have any static pages. So what is my solution is to turn the navbar links into a client component. And a huge caveat of this is that it was pretty hard to keep in sync the session. I'll try to showcase that in a bit. But if we're going to turn this to a client component, that means we have to access the session from a different way. We can't use the await auth. Okay, so we have to use a different way to get the session. So now I'm going to show you how to get the session in the client component. So let's refactor this. So we need to, let's see here. Fix navbar. We did this, we did this, we did this, and this. Cool. So we need to do two things to get client sessions. First, we need to create an API route. So let's go ahead and do that. So in our Auth.js, we can extract in one more thing called handlers. Okay. And then in our app folder, let me collapse everything, just to get a mental restart. In source app, create a new folder called API. And in this folder, create a new folder called Auth. And in this folder, create another folder that's going to use, I forgot the terminology for this. I think it's catch-all. So you're going to put open bracket, dot, 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 next-auth, close bracket. This is a folder. And then file route.ts. So this is an API route. Again, it's inside of source app API auth bracket dot 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 next auth close bracket route.ts. And we're going to import the handlers from that we just destructured, and we're going to export const get post from our handlers. Okay, and that's it. We don't need to touch this folder again, so we can go ahead and close this up, the API folder. And then we need to do our providers. So in our components, let's create a new file called providers.tsx. We're going to do use client here. And we are going to import session provider from next-auth/react. Okay, let's scaffold the component. Call it providers. The props will be children, which will be of type children react.react node. And all we're doing here is just returning the session provider with the children passed in the middle. And so here, if you had more providers, you can stick them here. You can surround these with more providers. I actually did not have a problem with just importing this directly into the layout, but I saw from my readings that it's recommended to export it from a client component. So we're importing this in, and then we're exporting it out from a client component. Okay, I guess like a roundabout way to make sure this is running on the client. So we can close this, and then we're going to go ahead and go to our layout.tsx, and we're going to put this around our inside of our body and surround everything. So providers, let's wrap everything. Okay, so when we set up those API routes and we set up these providers, we now can get the session on the client side. And how can we get the session on the client side? We can't use auth. We have to use the use session hook from next-auth/react. And let me see here. This returns something else. So let's just return a paragraph for now. Hello. Okay, and it's going to throw an error, I believe. Let's see, refresh. Right, because we need to turn this hook. Now that we're using this hook, we need to make sure this is a client component. And this cannot be async if we're using a client component. Cool. So now we have access to the session. Let's go ahead and log it to prove that we have the session. And we'll see here that we have the session. Data user expires. And now we're getting it on the client. So session is a little bit different from the auth. We get different stuff back. So what we actually get from here is actually a session.status. Session.status. So let's switch on that. And there's a couple of cases. We have case loading. We can return a loading component, which we'll make in 1 second. Then we have case unauthenticated. So we can return that signed out component that we just made. And then we have case authenticated, return signed in. And I think it's best practice to do a default even though we won't have one, so I'm just going to return null. Okay, let's create a nice little loading component. So because we're running on the client, there's going to be a little delay when we wait for the session. So we can show a nice little loading component. So const loading. Let's return the same li with a button, which is exactly the same as do a ghost variant. And then we're going to return a loader to icon, which we have to import. Loader to icon from Lucid React, which comes installed when you select default when you initialize shadcn. We'll do a class name of min with 8 characters and an animate spin. Okay. So let's test it out. So I'm going to refresh the page and hopefully we should add a little loader state. See? Loader, and then we have the 2 icons. Okay, and then if you sign out, we sign back in, we have a loader icon. So that's going to complete the client-side session, the providers, the route handlers, and then we don't need to show it. We showed up full sign-in and sign-out flow already. So that's going to complete part 3. But now I want to show you why I am using the, let's open up the sign out button and let's open up the sign in form. So sign in form. And here we use the window.location.href to change the page. And we also use it here to change the page. So the question is, why am I not using the, how do you say, like native ways to, not native, but the the other ways to change pages, right? Which is using the next router and using the redirect functions by Next.js. It's because of these. It's because of this Navbar. It's because that the state was not properly syncing when we changed the page. So let me see if I can showcase that. So what would I ideally like to do? Ideally, I would just like to not do this. Let's try to sign out, shall we? And in my sign out action, sign out action, I would prefer to change this to a redirect to home. So let's see if that works out for me. Sign in. Let's sign in. And then let's sign out. Looks like we have an error. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so because we're doing a try catch, the way next redirect works is that it throws an error. So we're catching the redirect error, which is not what we want to do. So I'm gonna say there's a special little utility called if is redirect error, which comes from next.js client components redirect. I can pass in that error. If it is a redirect error, let's just throw the error again inside the catch block. Let's try it one more time. Okay, and then see, you notice that I signed out, right? But the icons did not change here. I'll have to do a hard refresh with the F5 key, and that's one of the issues that I have. Yeah. And so I don't know how to properly get these buttons to change without doing a hard refresh. So if anybody knows, please put that down in the comments. I would really appreciate that. I've tried a lot of different ways, and so I'm gonna stop there. It's the same idea on the sign in. When I signed in, the buttons wouldn't change. So we're doing this hard refresh here. And two things I want to talk about here. I think it's okay because once you're signed in, it's not like you have to go through this process every time. You come back to the page, you'll just be signed in. No biggie. So this is a one-time thing that happens after you sign in or sign out. And then two, that whole thing we did where we changed this to a client component to make the build not static, which I should show you that actually. So let me rebuild while I talk about it. npm build. That whole thing we did to change the navbar links from a server component to a client component so that all the pages wouldn't be dynamic. Maybe depending on your application, you don't care if your web pages are all static or not. So again, like I'm just showing you it's like a way to like work with Next.js because you know the concept is you want to really use client components in server components and try to like isolate and your client components as small as possible. So now if you look at our build, we'll see that we have a bunch of pages now that are pre-rendered as static content. So that's cool. And yeah. Again, showing the previous version, if you want to use authentication, if you want to use the auth function and have one source of truth, or one synced source of truth from where your session's coming from, maybe just make everything a server component. It's not a big deal. Or you could even just separate the sign out and sign in pages to a whole separate layout in order to make them static. But I just want to really showcase this because this is a pretty big part of like how to use Next.js in a Lego blocks kind of a way with the client and server components and how they interact with each other. And one more time, we're doing a hard window allocation when we sign in and when we sign out to make sure that the navbar links get a hard refresh and then we get proper icons showing. Cool. And then I think we're not using the client session. We will use it later, but for now I think this is all we're using it for. So let's go ahead and close everything. Close everything. And this is the end of part 3. Okay, welcome to part 4. Let's go ahead and paste the checklist for this part. So it looks shorter than the last part, but we actually have a lot more stuff going on here. We are going to be setting up the Google OAuth, and we'll be setting up the GitHub OAuth, and then we'll be setting the Drizzle Adapter so that when we sign in with Google and sign in with GitHub, an account user is already automatically made for us in our database. Then we'll show you how to work with Auth.js callbacks, which involves extending the session information, extending the TypeScript types. We're going to update the Drizzle Adapter to use our schema. We're going to talk about this auth core package, and we're going to talk about Auth.js events. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Quick greedy thing I want to do real quick is I just want to, this is our home page. Let's just, style it a teeny bit. Nothing crazy. I just want something a little nicer to stare at. So real quick, I'm just gonna scaffold out main.mt4 div with a container class, h1 text3xl font full tracking type. But I'll be doing it on every page pretty much. It's welcome. And then I'll have a little spacer again. my2 height 1 bg muted. Self closing. And then I just want to do a h2 text 2xl font full tracking type created width, and then let's just list class name margin top 4 grid calls 1 gap 2. Let's not do that. Let's just do flex wrap flex wrap. Sure. And then li made with what? Next.js. Tailwind. shadcn UI. AuthJS. DrizzleORM. NeonDB. PostgreSQL. Valibot. TypeScript. Anything else of note? That's fine. Let's just see what it looks like real quick. Boot up the dev server. That looks terrible. Let's just do a grid. Flex wrap. Class name width 1/4. Key 2. Shadow. Gap 2. Is that good enough? Cover BG muted. Grid calls for. Alright, that's whatever. This is fine. Okay, of course. I spelled created wrong. Created. Okay, whatever. Sorry about that. I won't touch this homepage anymore. It looks nice. Google. We gotta sign up Google. Okay, so what we want to do, we'll go to google.com. And we are going to need to go type in Google, Google Cloud Console, and click on this link for Google Cloud Platform. And then let's go ahead and create a new project. Okay, and name whatever you want. I'm going to call this Auth and create. Give it a second to create. Okay, I'm going to select the project. So now this drop down should say Auth on it, or whatever you named it. Go to the navigation menu. Let me dismiss this. Navigation menu. Go to APIs and Services, and click on OAuth consent screen. Okay. We want this to be external facing. So let's go ahead and create this. We want an app name. So I'm going to call this Auth. We need a user support email, so this has to be your Gmail account. App logo is optional. Why not? Let's add one. Pictures, let's use just I'm gonna use this picture of a laptop. Cool. Do we need to enter anything else? App name, support, and then we don't need to do anything else here except for developer contact information. I think this is required, so just use the same email. Save and continue. Okay, then we're going to get to our scopes page, and we want to click add or remove scopes. And we want to click just the first two. The auth/userinfo.email and auth/userinfo.profile. Scroll down and hit update. And then scroll down and click save and continue. Test users, I think we might have to deal with this later, but for now it's okay. Click save and continue. Summary. We're good. So you can get back to dashboard. And now right above this, click on the credentials tab. And we want to click on create credentials. And it's going to be an OAuth client ID. Okay. Application type will be a web application. Name will be, I don't know what matters, I'm just going to call it Auth web app. Yeah, whatever. Then for authorized JavaScript origins, we want to put our origin, which is HTTP localhost 3000. When you go ahead and deploy this in production, you will add your URL or replace this one with your deployed URL, base URL. So if it's like blah blah.vercel.app, it would go here. Authorized redirect URIs, this is going to become http:// localhost 3000 /API/auth/callback/Google. So remember when we made the, go back to our code, collapse everything, source, app, API, auth, this is bracketed next, ..next-auth. This is kind of giving control over everything that's after API/auth. So like /API/auth, blah, blah/blah/blah. Everything after API/auth is we're giving control with this ... and this handlers. So when we're saying here API/auth/callback/Google, that's set up for us by the handlers. And you can guess when you do GitHub, it's going to be /API/auth/callback/GitHub. Okay, looks good to me here. Let's go ahead and click on create. Okay, you're going to need a client ID, client secret. Make sure you copy these. Do not close this. So I'm going to copy the client ID. Go to my .env. And I'm going to type in Google client ID. Paste that in. And we'll have Google client secret. Let's go back and copy that. Google client secret. Cool. Saved. Yeah. Close this. Yeah, we're pretty much done with the Google Cloud Console, I believe. I think we can exit out of it. Yeah. So we'll come back to this console a little later, but for now we don't need to touch this again. Unless we made a mistake, but we'll find that out later. I think we can close this Drizzle. I don't think we need Drizzle anymore. And this, we can keep this next-auth guide here. Back to the code. So we set up Google OAuth. Well, we didn't set it up yet. So let's go to AuthJS. And remember we imported credentials from next.auth providers credentials. Copy this, and let's import from next.auth providers Google. And we'll call this Google. And we're going to go to our auth.ts. We're going to scroll all the way down to providers. You can minimize credentials for now. And this is an array, right? So after the comma, put in Google. And we'll see that we have client ID and client secret. Or yeah. So see process.env. I forgot what I named it already. Let's see here. Google client ID. And our client secret is process.env.google client secret. And that's setting. We're done setting up Google. So let's create a nice interface to sign in with Google. So let's create. We're gonna install a package called Simple Icons. So we have already installed Lucid icons right here. Lucid icons. And Lucid icons are great. They give you pretty much any icon you'll need besides like company icons. So we don't have like Google or GitHub icons, and those are kind of nice to have. So I like this package called Simple Icons. So at icons pack /react simple icons. And that's what we're going to get our nice Google and GitHub icon there. This is not necessary, but again, we're making this app look nice too. So you can always use it as reference. So let's go ahead and create a component. In my components folder, I'm going to create a file called OAuth sign in buttons.tsx. This will be a client component. Why is mine? Okay. OAuth. I'm going to title it like this actually. OAuth sign in buttons. So capital A as well, just because I feel like that looks better. And this will take in a. We'll do that later actually. Let me see what I want here. We're gonna have two buttons in here. We can make both buttons right now. We have a div with a max width of 400 pixels. We're gonna have one button here. Button. Add / components. Variant will be secondary. Class name will be width full. And then we're going to have it on click. For now, we'll make an empty on click. Const on click. Okay. On click is equal to on click. No, click handler. Let's need the click handler. And it's not self-closing. This will be, we'll import SI Google from Simple Icons, but it's not going to import automatically. So import SI Google from at icons pack /react simple icons. And then we're going to do a color will be equal to SI Google hex, which comes in from same package. And then class name of MR2. And then we will have, I'm going to call this text with Google. You'll see what I do in a second. And then let's copy this entire button, paste it right below. Let's throw in a margin top 2 to separate it. And this one will be SI GitHub. Import the SI GitHub hex and text with GitHub. So what is text? We're gonna pass in a prop. Type OAuth sign up buttons props is equal to I just want to do pass in the word sign up, and this is a boolean. So sign up. And this will be optional. Sign up props. So if const text is equal to, if we're on the sign up, we pass in the sign up prop, we will have text be set up to sign up. If we don't, then we'll have sign in. Cool. Let's import this into our in our pages, into our sign in, sign up pages. Let's go there too. Sign in page, sign up page. So let's go to our sign in page first. In page. This is going to be in auth sign in page. And right here under OAuth links, we will import the OAuth sign in button. And I just want to double check if I have another spacer here. I do have a spacer, so let's copy, bring the spacer down, and let's copy one more time above this. Cool, let's look at our buttons, sign in page. Yep, so we have the sign in and sign up buttons. Or sign in buttons for Google and GitHub. It's kind of hard to see, but this is the secondary color shadcn comes with. I hope that's fine. I won't change the color. Sign in with Google, sign in with GitHub. And then on the sign up page, we're going to import the exact same component. Sign OAuth sign in buttons. We're going to pass in the sign up prop. So that'll nicely let us have a sign up with Google, sign up with GitHub. Because signing up it's the same process as signing in with Google and GitHub. So we can actually test out Google once we set up the function. So let's make this on click actually do something. So this will take in a provider, and this will be either Google or GitHub. So we'll make a single click handler to handle both, and then we'll await OAuth. What should we call it? OAuth sign in action, and pass in the provider. So this does not exist. Let's create this action. OAuth sign in action.ts. Let's do a side by side here. And then we'll do a use server. Export async function OAuth sign in action. Takes in a provider, which again is going to be Google or GitHub. Okay, and all we're doing is going to do, we're importing that same sign-in function that we imported from Auth. Except instead of credentials, we're going to type in, not Google, we're typing provider, because we are making sure we pass in Google or GitHub. Right, so we can put in Google, right? But we're using the same. We're trying to make this function dynamic, so let's go ahead and find a provider. And TypeScript will make sure that we pass in Google or GitHub. And then we'll do a redirect to /profile. So we don't have that syncing issue when we sign in with a OAuth provider, so we can use the actual redirect too. And then we'll do catch error, and because the redirect function in Next.js is throwing an error underneath the hood, we have to catch that redirect error. Is redirect error. If it is a redirect error, then we have to throw the error again. And for some reason, if it's any other error, let's just log it. So that's good. So wait sign in. And then if this is successful, it's going to throw a redirect error, which will end up in the catch block. And then if it is a redirect error, we'll throw that error again, and then we'll be properly redirected. So let's try it out. We need to import this. And then, so this you can't have on click because it expects a prop. So I'm going to do a .bind on this, and then let's pass in a null, and then Google for this one. Copy this, and we'll bind to this one in GitHub. I want to use bind because I want to be fancy, but This would be the same thing as doing onClick is equal to arrow function with handler Google. Okay? But maybe you've never seen this before. So maybe you like the syntax better. So I don't know what the performance benefits are, if there are any. And then we can do this on one line, why not? And then yeah, now we have it set up to test out our Google sign-in. Let's go ahead and try it out. GitHub's not set up yet, obviously. Right, if I click on sign in with GitHub, it should do nothing. Yeah, nothing happens. We might even get an error. Yeah, we get error. What kind of error do we get? Missing CSRF, so it looks like it's missing whatever that is. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Google should work. Let's try. Ready? Cross our fingers. Sign in with Google. Did not work. Let's see. Let me refresh the page. Hit sign in with Google. Okay. I have one Google account. Let's go ahead and log in with this. Sign in with Auth. And now we're signed in. We get a Google. This is coming from our session. Okay. This is coming from our session. I want to emphasize that. If I go into my database, here's my NeonDB console, and refresh. We do not have a user in the database with the email giraffereactor@gmail.com. Okay, we're gonna deal with that later. This is just coming from the session. We don't have. It's coming from the session, which comes from the auth. Let's go to our profile. Profile. It's auth function. Okay. And if we log this again real quick, console.log session user, we get name, email, and an image. So this image is my Google image, right? Let's open it up in the browser, and this is my Google image from my Google account. It's automatically linked. So again, by default, the session will only give us three things: the name, email, and image. Cool. Now let's sign out, and let's set up the GitHub. So we install simple icons, we create the OAuth buttons, we test the Google sign-in. So let's set up the GitHub OAuth. So to set up the GitHub OAuth, we have to go to github.com. Sign in. And then let's go to me and go down to settings, and then scroll all the way down to developer settings, and then click on OAuth apps, and then click on new OAuth app. Okay, application name, same process, call it whatever you want. I'm gonna call it Auth. Homepage URL, this will be your HTTP localhost 3000. When you deploy it, again, replace this with your deployed link. Callback URL will be localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/GitHub. Again, this is managed by AuthJS through the handlers we set up in our API routes. Register at. And that was a lot more simpler than Google. Sure, let's upload a logo too, why not? Same logo. Where's that logo? Computer. Cool. And then copy the client ID. Go to your .env. And then, what would I do? GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret. So where is this? Generate a new client secret. Copy this. Make sure you copy it because you won't see this again. We'll have to make a new one. That's my GitHub client secret. I don't know why I closed it. And you can kind of close out of GitHub. That's pretty much all we need. We need the ID and the secret. Sorry, it's a little unprofessional. Let's go ahead and go back to let's close a couple things. Go to your auth and similarly import import GitHub from provider/GitHub, and then similarly in the array after the comma, GitHub client ID will be, again, I forgot what I named it. GitHub client ID. Sorry. Process.env.GitHub client ID and client secret is process.env.GitHub client secret. Save. Okay, let me double check that I saved the env. Okay, and we already set up GitHub because we did that when we set up Google. So the button should work now. So let's go ahead and test it out and refresh the page real quick. Sign in with GitHub, and let me show you. If we're going to sign up, it's the same thing. We're going to sign up with GitHub. So before I click this, if I'm correct, GitHub works a little bit differently. Whereas Google, it kind of takes you to that consent screen. GitHub, I'm already logged into my GitHub account, right, at github.com in the same browser that I'm using, right? So it's gonna like automatically just log me in. It's not gonna go to any consent screen. So let's try it out. Okay, now I lied. I want to authorize it, and look, we get our little logo here. Sign up, and then boom, we're logged in. My Google account and my GitHub account happen to have the same email, which is going to be important later. But again, if I go to my console, refresh my users, we don't have any users in our database. Okay, we don't have any accounts in our database. Pull this back, and let me prove to you this is coming from GitHub and not our Google, even though it's the exact same email. Let's go to our profile, and again, I should have not removed that. Let's log the session.user. And we see here in our console we have a different image for our see, it's a .github user content. It's going to be the same giraffe actually, but it's a different link, so we know it's coming from GitHub. We're not going to do anything with images in this tutorial because it's unnecessary to showcase Auth.js. But everything we do with the strings in this tutorial, you can do with the image, so don't worry about it too much. If you want, I can show you how to like change the images and stuff like that. But that's like just uploading images in general. You can use like Cloudinary or S3 buckets or whatever you'd like to store images. What do I want to do? Oh, checklist. Let's go to our checklist. Test GitHub time. Okay, so now let's talk about the Drizzle Adapter. The Drizzle Adapter. So, like I showed you before, we don't have any users in our account when we sign in with GitHub. We would like to, right? Because eventually we're going to have a much bigger app that's not just signing in and signing out. So let's have proper users in our database that we can, I don't know, have blog posts connected to it, or Instagram followers or whatever our app is intending. So Drizzle Adapter helps us out with that. If we go to the documentation again, we go to Auth.js Drizzle Adapter. We see that Drizzle Adapter is one of many adapters for Auth.js. Let's see, we have Postgres, Prisma, SQLi, Supabase, DrizzleORM, Redis. I believe these are community made, but they are validated and put on the Auth.js website. And so this will allow us to connect Drizzle and our Postgres database to Auth.js so that when we sign in with Google or GitHub, it will automatically create an account with us. And remember earlier we took the schema from here, right? This is preparing us for the Auth.js. If I wasn't using Google or GitHub providers, I wouldn't care about this schema at all. I would just make my own. I would make my own users table. Okay, sorry. So I think we have to install auth/Drizzle Adapter. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna stop my dev server for a second. So we'll do npm add auth/Drizzle Adapter. And according to the documentation, we want to create an environment variable called auth.drizzleURL. But from what I realized, you don't need to do this because at the end of the day, we're going to be using our let's go to Drizzle index. We're going to be using our database instance, right? So as long as our database instance has access to the URL, which it does because that's our database URL, then we're fine. So you don't need to create another variable that has our connection string in it. Okay, and then I don't think I need anything from here. Right, so I'm going to close this for now and close GitHub for now too. And open up your auth.ts file and let's use this adapter. Let me see if I'm missing anything. No, okay. Let's go to AuthJS Adapter, and at the top, I want to use adapter, and let's import the Drizzle Adapter, which will not import for us. So let's import. Is it a default? No. From @auth/Drizzle Adapter, let's import the Drizzle Adapter, and we have to pass in our database. So let's import db from @drizzle, and we'll pass in the db. And that should get us started with creating our user. So let's sign in with Google or GitHub. Flip a coin. Let's do. Okay. Heads will sign in with Google. Tails will sign in with GitHub. Okay, it's Google. Sign in with Google, and then let's go to our Neon console real quick. Okay, again we have only 2 users. We're gonna sign in with Google now, and a user should be created. Now we connected the adapter, and we passed in our database. Let's go. Oh, let's put up the dev server again. So I have a alias that lets me type in pn into the pnpm in my Linux setup. So I'm gonna type in pn because I'm lazy. Pn dev. Refresh. And let's sign in with Google. Also, sometimes, never mind. Sign in with Google. And look, it signed in automatically. And let's see if it created an account for us. It did. Nice. Okay, pull into the console. Look, we have our user here. Name, email verify, null. That's the default. We're going to talk about this later. Look, it has our image in here. Password null, right? Because there's no password with the OAuth user. Role user, and then it actually makes an account with us for provider Google and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, so now we have our user in our database. And if I let me think. No, that's fine. Is that fine? Yeah, that's fine. So I'm gonna sign out and try to sign in with GitHub. So remember, my GitHub account has the same email as my Google account. So if I do this, I should get an error, I believe. Let's see it out. Yeah, we have an error here. OAuth account not linked. And we're gonna deal with that later, but for now, let's just not. If I sign in with Google, I cannot sign in with GitHub. Okay. And obviously, if I try to sign in with Google, through credentials, which has no password, right? First of all, it's not going to let me. Right, invalid credentials. It's going to hit this. It's going to hit this wall right here. Where's the auth? Let's open up the credentials. It's going to hit this wall right here. If user.password return no. It'll pass the user check, but then it'll say no password return no. Cool. And let me refresh and okay. So now we want to extend our session information. So let me log in with my credentials account. Okay, and let's see. We're on the server right now, so we can go here. And if we go to our Drizzle Adapter, is good. AuthJS callbacks. Yeah, we're going to talk about callbacks in a bit. So I don't know why I keep removing this. So we only get the name, email, and image. And that's the default. But I don't want just a name, email, image. I want some other stuff too. So let's get some other stuff. Let me see what I did here. Okay, so we have to attach more information to our session. Okay, so I'm gonna collapse everything again just to keep myself sane. Open up source, open up your auth.ts, and we are now going to talk about AuthJS's callbacks. Okay, and if I hit the control space, I'll see that we have 5 different kind of callbacks to work with here: authorize, GWP, redirect, session, sign in. And for now, we're only going to work with the, what do we want? We want the JWT and we want the session. So in here, you need a couple things: account, token, user, profile, trigger, session. I just want the token and I want the user, and it's going to be mad at me. So let's just return the token. And let's log the token. Console.log token. This token gets passed to our session. Session. So you can pull some stuff out of this too. I want the session and the token. So let's log the session. Let's make it a little more reverse. Console.log token in session token, and we can do this too actually. Token in JWT, and then we'll do console.log user and user. Okay, and we want to return the session. So right now we're not touching the token in session. We're just logging out what we get, and then we are going to take a look. So let's see. Let's open up this console. So for the user, we get undefined. For a token in JWT, we get the name, email, picture, sub, and a bunch of other stuff. In the session, we get, well, our session, right? The user null. And our token just should be exactly the same as our token in the JWT callback. So these two should be the same. This token and this token. And they are. Okay? And user will be undefined always, except when you first log in. So if I refresh the page, we'll see it's still undefined, the user. Let's log just the user. Okay, it's undefined. It'll always be undefined except when you first log in. So when you first log in, that's your only opportunity to attach stuff to your token. So let me relog and show you the very first login. We'll sign in with Google. Why not? Okay, and let's scroll. Right here. Our user is defined here. We have the user ID, UUID, the name, the email verified, and the image. Okay. We do not have the role, and we do not have the we don't care about the password. We don't have the role, right? Isn't that interesting? We don't have the role here. And we'll come back to that. But for now, let's just maybe I kind of want this ID. I want this ID in my session. So let's get this ID in our session. Here's what we have to do. We have to put an if statement, otherwise we're going to get a problem. So remember that we only have access to the user information when we first log in. So if the user.id, only in this case, then go ahead and set token.id equal to user.id. Okay? And remember I said before, this token is the same as this token. So once we attach the token ID here, we'll have access to it here. So now here, I can do session.user.id is equal to the token ID. And type unknown is not assignable to type string. So we need to adjust the TypeScript types for this. I'm going to clear my terminal. I'm going to pull it down a teeny bit. And so let's adjust the types. So in our source directory, create a new folder called types. I want to look at my tsconfig real quick. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to touch this. Types, and in types, create a new file called next.auth.d.ts, like this. And let's adjust the types. So let's import let's see here. I don't know what I need to actually fix here. So let's try this first. Let's import type user as default user from next.auth. And then we will do a declare module module next.auth interface user extends default user, and then actually we don't need this right now. Let's leave this alone. We want to import type JWT as default JWT from next.auth/JWT, and similarly declare module next.auth/JWT interface JWT extends default JWT. ID is, well, it's a string, but let's be a little more precise. Let's do import users from the schema. So ID is type of users dot infer select ID. Cool. So we extended our JWT to include the ID. So now if we go back to our auth.ts, our TypeScript error is gone, and now we know type token.id is a string. Okay. We could have just written string here, but let's say in a different world our ID was a number. Now we don't have to change anything because it's going to pull it directly from my database. Okay, and this should be enough to add the ID to our session. Let's go ahead and try it. So if we go to our profile page and press save, where's our profile? Refresh. We will still only have name, email, image because we didn't relog yet. And remember, we only have access to the user when we first log in. So let's go ahead and relog. Sign in with the Google account. And now we have access to our ID. Check it out. Let's go ahead and add this to our profile page. Into our table. So let's scroll down here. Let's add an ID right here. Here, and we have user dot ID. Cool. Now we have our ID here. All right. So we talked about the callbacks, extending the session information, and extending the TypeScript types. So now let's deal with the issue with when we first logged in, we didn't have access to the role. So let's talk about why that is. So this Drizzle Adapter, it is looking at the tables. AuthJS Drizzle Adapter. Remember the schema we copied right here? The AuthJS Drizzle Adapter is taking whatchamacallit. It's querying everything based on this schema. Any queries it does, which it does a couple of queries for us underneath the hood. You know, getting the user, getting the account, linking the user, linking the account, creating our user when we sign up Google and GitHub with this schema. And this schema doesn't have the password order role, right? So we need to let this adapter know to use our schema and not the schema it comes with by default. So we can do that by import star as schema from add drizzle schema. Okay, and then we'll pass in a second argument here, which will be our schema. So what are our tables? So our accounts table is schema.accounts. Our users table is schema.users. Our authenticators table is schema.authenticators. Our sessions table is session table? Let me see. Schema.sessions. And our verification token table is our schema.verification. So all these tables are the same pretty much, but our users table is not. And I believe, let me comment this out. Right? We have to pass in every single table. Even though just the users one is the one we care about the changes for, we have to pass in every single table. So that's currently the way the adapter is set up. So now I know it's about our database. So if I log the user here again, let's log the user one more time. Let's relog and log the user now. Let's clear this. Let's relog, sign out, sign in with Google, and scroll up. And here we go. Now we have our whole user, the password, the role, image, email verified, email, name, and ID. Okay. So now, of course, I want to also pass in the role to my token, right? I want to know if I'm a user or an admin user. So let's do this very similarly. If user dot role then token.role is equal to user.role. And it's mad at us because role does not exist on type user adapter user. So again, we have to extend our TypeScript types. So go back to our next-auth TypeScripts, and let's add to this interface user extends default user role type of users dot infer select role. Is that enough to fix it? Let's find out. If not, where's the error? Okay, so that fixes this part, but now our adapter is mad at us. Okay, and this took me a while to figure out, but the adapter gets its user types from a completely different package, not from the next-auth package. So we have to install that. Am I able to show you that real quick? Let's see here. It comes from the auth core package. Okay. So we have to install the auth core packages and then adjust those types as well. So pnpm add at auth core. Yeah. And then inside the types folder, create another new file. Call it I'll call it authcore.d.ts. And then we are going to do something very similar. Import type adapter user as default adapter user from at auth /core/adapters. And then we can import users from @/drizzle/schema. And then declare module at auth/core/adapters. Export interface adapter user extends default adapter user, and then role will be type of users dot infer select role. Save. And look, TypeScript's all happy with us now. Okay, and again, this token is the same as this token. So now we can go ahead and say session.user.role. So the token.role. And again, it has no idea what we are talking about here. So let's go to our next-auth types. And in the JWT, what is our role? It is type of users.infer select role. Okay, and there you go. It's all happy now. Again, these if statements are important because we only have access to the user the first time, so we don't want to touch the token.id and token.role except the very first time we log in. Because then if we touch it, if we just do it without the if statement, just do token ID equals user.id, it's going to overwrite it with undefined. So we never want to touch the ID and role unless we have the user, and we only have the user the very first time. So this will run the very first time we log in, and then we won't touch the ID and role again. Okay, and again I have to log out and log in again. So sign out, sign in. Okay, and then we have our role. We should have our role. Let's see. Yeah, role user. Beautiful. Let's adjust our page to add this last column here. Cool. User dot role, and then I'll just throw in an uppercase here. Class. And boom, user. Isn't this nice and nice little table we have here to display our user information? let's go back to our checklist. We updated the Drizzle Adapter. We did @core. And now let's talk about Auth.js events. So events is kind of like callbacks. They're just things we can do to refine our auth. These are callbacks. And again, you can look more into it on the Next.js documentation. We also have authorize, redirect, and sign in. We're going to use authorize later. We're not going to use redirect and sign in. But they have some examples here. I think we are going to use sign in later too, actually. We're not going to use redirect though. Sorry for so many ums, but I hope it's normal. We want to use an event. So I want to show something real quick. Just like callbacks, we have a key called events. And in the events, we have a couple things here: update user, sign out, sign in, session, link account, create user. And I went ahead and logged out these. So let's take a look through these real quick. There's just some logs I did. I hid all the information. So let's see. In the create user event, we get back our user. Okay. In the link account event, we have access to our user, we have access to the account, and we have access to the profile. Some of these events, you only get this information the first time you log in. I didn't note down which ones, but yeah, just go ahead and console log yourself if you want to play around with these events. And then, so like, the link account's pretty cool because you have access to what provider did you log in with, and you have access to the user side by side. Sign in lets us access to the user account and profile. So this is interesting. I don't know. Is new user true? Okay. Oh, this actually might be really helpful. I might check this out in a second. And then session, we get the session and the token. Nothing new here. And then sign out, we'll just get the token. Okay, I don't know if that was helpful, but I just wanted to go through that instead of logging it here. But I want to quickly take a look at the sign in event. Sign in. And we get what? The profile. No, I just want is new user. Is new user. Why did I not use this? Let me log this. Console.log is new user. So let me sign out and sign a Google account. So this one should say false, I believe. False. Okay, so I want to use the. Should I follow what I did or should I use the new thing? Let me think. Okay. I'm going to use what I originally put. But, so let me point out that there's an event called sign in, and you can destructure the is new user prop, which of course is false because we just create user. But if I go to my Neon console and I sign out, and let's go and delete this account, and Cascade is on, so it'll delete the account with it. And then if I sign in again with the Google account, it should say true. Okay, so I guess sign in will let you know if you created the account for the first time. And maybe I should have used this event, but I didn't. Oh, I know why. So because this is sign in, I assume this runs every single time you sign in. I think I thought that might have been too much, or that might have been not as efficient as what I'm going to do. So pay attention to what I'm about to do and let you know that you can use this isNewUser thing to do the same thing. Maybe you want to use this event instead. Okay, so blah blah blah. The event I want to use is linked account. Okay, and in here we can get a couple things. I want the user and the account, and I want to say if create an array if Google or GitHub dot includes the account dot provider. So if the account dot provider is Google or GitHub, then I want to verify the user email. Okay, so if we go to our Neon console, let me refresh the users. You see email verified is null. I trust Google and GitHub as providers, so I want to automatically verify the user's email when they link an account with Google or GitHub. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So let's create a function to do that. Let's go to actions and let's create a file called OAuth verify email action.ts. Use server. Export async function OAuth verify email action. We will pass in a email, which will be a string, and then we will do const existing user is equal to await db dot select id is users.id dot where and equal to users.email is equal to this email. So I want to make sure the existing user email matches the email. I also want to know that its password is null, right? Because we're verifying OAuth account, so the password should be null. So is null user.password. And then is null users.email verified. So if we're verifying it, that means it's unverified right now, so therefore it should be whatchamacallit? No. So I'm just checking these three things. Dot where? Oh, sorry, I forgot to stick a dot from users. Okay? So yeah. Sorry, and dot then res 0 or null. If existing user dot id, then let's go ahead and await db dot update users dot set email verified to a new date dot where users dot id is equal to existing user dot id. Okay. So find the user that exists, that's OAuth because it has no password, and that currently doesn't have an email verified. Find that specific user, and if it exists, update the email verified so that it has a new date, so now the email becomes verified. Okay, and then I want to do this whenever we link an account. This is an event. So linking an account here, in our demonstration, is just creating a new account with Google or GitHub. So I'm going to do await OAuth. Oh, I don't know why it's all capitals. I don't like that at all. Is it OAuth sign in? Yeah. OAuth verify email action. I'll pass in the user dot email. So we have two options here. We can edit the TypeScript types like we did before, or I can just say if user.email, then await verification. Cool. So this will run when we link an account. So it's not going to run now, right? If I refresh the page, right? Refresh the page, it's not going to do anything for us. If I relog, it's not going to do anything for us, right? So let's go ahead and create the account again. So let's delete this user. Let's delete Naruto too, because I forgot his information. Sign in with Google. So now we're creating the user again. And let's refresh the page. Boom, email verified at this timestamp. Okay? Beautiful. So this is an event. I'm using an event to automatically verify my Google and GitHub users, their email. I'm doing it myself, because by default it's set next.auth / AuthJS is set up so that it's null by default. That's a decision they made. It might be an OAuth specification or an AuthJS decision, but this is my application. I want to verify the emails for Google and GitHub, and I'm showcasing how to use the events. And like I showed you before, there's other events: create user, session, sign in, sign out, update. Feel free to look at them, log them out, and fine-grain your app the way you want. I'm logging the session here, I believe, right? That's okay. I won't delete it this time. I'll just comment it out. And that concludes part 4 of this tutorial. Hi, welcome to part 5 of the tutorial. Let's go ahead and paste the checklist as usual. Let's go ahead and actually collapse our Explorer. Let's close tabs. Let's paste in the checklist. Again, it's going to be short, but doesn't mean it's not going to be a long tutorial. So, the first thing we're going to do is work with the user from the database setup session. This is something I'm going to show, but I'm not going to use going forward in the tutorial. But I think it's a good thing to know. Then we'll talk about updating the session, right? Updating the session live. Then we'll talk about the JWT callback, which will have a trigger, which is kind of connected to updating the session. It's kind of one thing. Then we'll talk about the sign in callback. Then we'll talk about creating custom errors. And then we'll talk about account linking. Then I'll show you 2 ways to protect pages, with Auth and then with Middleware. And then talk about the authorized callback, which is related to Middleware. And we'll talk about the crypto module, which is related to Middleware as well, and the auth.config.ts file, which I'll explain what that is. But it's all related to Middleware. Okay, so let's get started. So let's go to our profile page. In app profile page. And let me just refresh. Server should still be going. Okay. And if you notice something here, we're getting information from our user through the session. And we have a lot of things in here. But maybe we don't want to, one, get the information from our session, and maybe 2, we don't want to store all this information in the session. So here's what I propose. Let's get our user from the database instead of the session. And this is something you can do. So, yes, this information is coming from the database, but let's work with the data coming out of the session, the database specifically. So let me explain. So, you see we attached the role and ID, and then in the credentials authorize function, we're returning the user without password. So this will have all that other stuff. That's where the name, email, and image and all that's coming from. See? this stuff. What did I want to say? Sorry. But let's say we want to make the session user as minimalistic as possible. So we're not going to do this, but let's pretend that let's only pass the ID. So this session.user would just have the ID and nothing else. So let's pretend session.user is equal to session.user only has ID, right? So let's get that as session user ID is equal to session.user.id. Okay, ID string or undefined, and let's string or undefined. How do I want to approach this? I guess it'll make more sense to do it in the signed in function right here. So const session user ID is equal to user.id. Okay. We can log that if you want. We know what this is already. So we're pretending that our session user only has an ID. Let's comment this out. So, but we still want all this other stuff, right? The ID, name, email, role. So now let's create a function to get this by the ID. So in my resources, user queries, let's create a function called export const find user by ID is equal to async ID, which is a string, promise of type of users dot infer select or null. Const user is equal to await db dot select dot from users dot where id users dot where equal users dot id is id. Dot then res is res 0 or null. And actually, let's do here, now return null. If no user, throw new error. Throw new error, throw error. Throw new error, user not found. And then return user. Let me look something up real quick. Throw error versus throw new error. Yeah, so throw new error. So that's the recommended way. So this shouldn't happen, I believe. Yeah. So we should get the user. And actually, I don't want the password. So we can do this. We don't want the password. So we can do we can import get table columns from DrizzleORM and pass in users. And we can get password and then ..rest. And then we can select rest this is type of users dot infer select. Can I let's do an omit password. Will that work? Omit type of I'm confusing my TypeScript here, so let me write it here. Type user without password is equal to type of users dot infer select, and then we want to do omit this password. And let's do promise of a user without password. Okay. Yeah, cool. And now here we can do async const user is equal to await find user by ID and pass in the session user ID. And then we can do console.log user. We can't call it user. Let's call it database user. Database user. Oh, it's just going to be string that are undefined. Okay, so let's not even do this here then. Let's do this back in the main function. Okay, back up. Okay, so here, let's just say if session dot user dot ID const session user ID is equal to session dot user dot ID. If session user ID, then const database user is equal to await find user by ID session user ID. Okay, and we can log this database user. Cool, and now we have our full user from our database. So if we were to, I don't know, pass the database user into here, we should get the same deal. Let's go ahead and say, well, it's in the if statement. So let's bring the let database user and then database users. And I'll put this right here. So we'll have a TypeScript error, but we'll ignore that for now. But this information is going to stay the same. See? It's coming from our database. The fields are still the same. It's still user.id, user.etc. Okay. Let's go back to session.user.id. Session.user. And let's comment this out. And yeah, so this is a way, again, you can go to Auth.js and adjust this so that you're only passing the ID. You're only passing the ID. Even in the credentials, right here, just return the ID. And then you can get the ID from the session and then access all your information from the ID by querying your database. Okay? So let's actually comment this out too. So we'll say here, comment, access user information from database. We're not going to touch this for the rest of the tutorial. And even a more, maybe a more better, depending on your needs. So we can do this too, right? But let me show you another one. I'll show you another one. Let's call this export const find user by auth. By auth, sure, let's call it that. Async. We don't pass anything into this function. We'll do const session is equal to await auth. Okay, we'll import auth in here. Then we'll get const ID, or I guess session user ID equal to await, not wait, session dot user dot ID. For example, if no session user ID, let's just throw an error. Throw new error. To say unauthorized. Okay, so then here, I guess we repeat this logic. So ID, we have session user ID. Cool. And then this function will let us get the user without sending in the ID. We'll just access it anywhere. So you can just use this function anytime you want to access the user from your database, because we'll just have the auth happen inside the function. So it's your choice. We can work with the user from the session and control what we put in the session. We can pass in the session, we can pass in the ID or any other unique identifier like the email to a function and then get back the user from our database and work with that user. Or we can create this function which combines the best of both worlds, where we will get the user by the auth. So as long as we have a session which should have an ID attached to it, we'll return the user. So we can just do simply, let's comment, let's import the other question, find user by auth, and we can just say here, access user information from the database via auth via session user ID. So we can do const let database const database user. So we don't need to do a let here. Await find user by auth, and it'd be console.log database user. We get the exact same thing, right? So I think those are really two cool ways to work with your user. For this tutorial, we're going to work strictly with the session, but I'll leave these comments in here. So I showed you how to work with the user from the database to the session. Now let's talk about working with updating the session. Okay. So as far as I'm aware, the only way you can really update your session is through a client component. If we go to the auth function, let's go all the way to the bottom. We can destructure something called unstable update, and I didn't really know how to work with this, and I guess it's called unstable for a reason. But I assume this is how you would change the session information on the server, but couldn't get that to work. So as far as I know, you can only update the session on the client side. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do that in a very nice way. So we're gonna set ourselves up so that we can change our name, right? And what I do for the name, you can do the same thing for your image, your password, or whatever other field. But we're just gonna do the name, and then you can go ahead on your own and try to do it for other fields. But make sure you fields that are like, that won't break your app, right? You don't want to change the email field, or you don't want to change the password if it's not a credentials provider, for example. So the two safe things would be like, the name and the image. If you can change your image and your name, those are okay. I don't want to do an image right now, so we're just going to do a name. The logic will be relatively the same. So we are going to, again, make it look pretty. So we're going to install another shadcn thing. Let me see. So we're going to do pnpm dlx shadcn UI at latest add dialog. So we're going to add the dialog component, which is like a pop-up. Okay. That's done. Okay, and then we're going to do a schema, a very unnecessary schema, but it's going to be a very... So go to our, remember our validators? Go to our validators, and let's create a new file called update user info validator.ts. Import star as v from Valibot. Export const star import star at v. Oh, it should be const update user info schema is equal to v.object. ID is v.type v.string. Your ID must be a string. So we want to make sure we want to send the user's ID when we go ahead and update the session. And we have v.uuid. Your ID must be a valid UUID. And then of course our name. So we're not going to do the union thing this time, because if it's empty, if it's already a name created, they can go ahead and change it. If they have no name, they can only change it to a real name, and a real name needs to fill the requirements. We're not gonna let them remove their name. Your name must be a string. V dot non-empty. Please enter your name, and then v dot min length 6. Your name must have 6 characters or more. Okay, and then we also want to export the type for this. Export type update user info input is v.infer input type of update user info schema. Okay. And now let's create the actual form. So how do I want to do this? Let me think. Ooh, this is a really, really big component. Okay, so in our profile, I don't know why I keep expanding this. Create a new folder called _components. Okay, and then create a new file called update user info form.tsx. This will be a use client. Okay, let's import a couple things from shadcn. Let's import the button. Let's import the dialog, which we just installed. Make sure it's from add components UI dialog. Dialog content, dialog description, dialog header, dialog title, and dialog trigger. Let's import the form control, form control, the form field, the form item, the form label, the form message. Import the input, Okay, let's import, not import components. Let's import the update user info and the update user info schema. So this is a type. And then let's import the Valibot resolver. Let's import use form. React form. We can start with this, I guess. It's a lot. We have a lot more to import, actually. It's probably our biggest component. Did I make this a use client? Right, it should be a use client. Yeah. So this is the update user info form. Okay. And what are we going to pass into this? We're going to pass update user info form props is going to be equal to user of type user, which comes from next-auth. A type, so let's go ahead and make this a type. And then we're going to pull out the user from our props. Okay. Const form is equal to use form. We'll pass in the generic of the update user info schema, no, input. We'll do a resolver with the Valibot resolver. We'll pass in our schema. We will have default values of name is default name, and or an empty string, and ID as the ID. These are coming from our user. Const name as const ID and name as default name. Let's put ID first. These are coming from the user. Okay. We want to destructure a couple of things from form. We'll do it as we need it. Const form. And then we just build the form. Okay. So dialog, and then dialog trigger. Dialog trigger is going to be what will show to open up the dialog. I want it to be a button. Size will be icon. The class name will be bg_yellow600. Transition colors and hover bg_yellow600 with 80 opacity. Okay, and let's import the pencil icon from Lucid React. It's kind of like an edit button. Scroll down here. Then we have the dialog content. And in here we'll have a dialog header. And in here we'll have a dialog title. Edit user information. We have a dialog description. Update your user information below. Okay, and then we'll put a little spacer. That we've always been doing. So closing. Probably could have made that its own component, but it's okay. Okay, then inside the header. Let me take a look at the shadcn dialog real quick, because I feel like I did not do mine too good. Shadcn dialog. Header content. Oh well. Keep it the way it is. So right here, dialog header, we're going to do that form from the shadcn. We're going to spread it in our form. And we'll have the actual HTML form. Okay, and then this will take in a onSubmit, which will take in the handle submit function, which will destructure from form. And we're going to have to pass in our own submit function, so I'll create one right now. Const submit equals, will this be async? This will be async. Values of update user info input. And then we can just do console.log values. Grab this, scroll down, handle submit, I'll pass in submit, and a class name of space y4. Okay, form field. Control will be control, which we need a structure from form. Name will be name. Render will be a function where we can destructure out field and then pass in a form item with a form label of name, label, form control, input type text, spread in the field, and then form message. And then we can have a another form field. This one will be a little bit different. It's just going to have a name of ID, and the render function will just render out the form message. We really don't want to play with the ID. It should automatically be added to the form. And then, of course, a button. Type submit. Disabled will be form state.submitting. We can get the form state from form. Form state dot is submitting. And class name with full update. Let's import this into our page first and see what we're working with. So let's go to our profile page. Let's close a bunch of stuff here. And let me go to my user queries real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna comment this function out. So, because we're not using this, or this type. And let's go to our profile page, which is right here. And where do I want this? In the signed in state right here. Let's surround this h2 with a div. Give this div a class name of flex, item center, justified between. And right underneath the h2, we will put the user info, update user info form, user. Okay, the prop drilling going on. Let's refresh the page. Okay, now we have this button here. Let's click it, and we have our dialog, our edit user information, and our name is automatically placed, the default value. So right now this won't do anything, but we can log the values. So let's type in, I don't know, potato salad, update, and then in our form we should be logging our ID and the name potato salad. I kind of want to see if I force the form control. Okay, yeah, so let's not do that. Okay, I just want to test if the ID validation would work. But we're never gonna manually change the ID, so it should be okay. We're just passing it into our default values. So our values log, that's cool. Now let's do something with it. This function I made is huge. I wonder why. Okay, so we're gonna create an action, and we're gonna call it, what did I call it? Update user info. Okay, update user info action.ts. Use server. I see why we have a lot of stuff here. Okay, cool. Let's see what we got here. Export async function up. Oh my gosh. Export async function update user info action. So we'll take in values of type unknown. Const parsed values is equal to import star as b from Valibot. Import update user info schema. b.saveParse update user info schema values. Okay, so if parse.values.success const flat errors. It's been a while. Let me see what I called in the signup function. Flat errors? It's flat errors. It's b.flatten parsed values.success, not success, issues. Parsed values.issues, and then return success false. Error is flattened flat errors, and status code 400. Okay, so if the parsing works, let's pull out the name and ID from parsed values.output. This update is not going to be that simple because we want to make sure that the actual person who's authenticated is updating themselves. Okay, I need to put the ID first. I'll go crazy. Okay, so now we're going to get our session. Because this is where our so now for some reason, if we have no session.user.id, then we're going to return success false error unauthorized, and then status code 400. This should never happen on our front end client, but it might happen if we hit this endpoint through like Postman or a curl request. Okay, what else do we need to check? If session.user.id does not equal to our ID, then return success false error unauthorized. You know what? Let's go ahead and put these together. Make our lives a little simpler. So we don't need this. So if there's no ID and does not equal ID, then return unauthorized. If session.user.named is equal to name, then let's return success true data ID name. So this is the case if the user submits the exact same name, then we don't do anything. We'll just say the update was successful. But if they're not changing the name, why should we do it in our database? Okay. Before I continue, let me set up the try catch. And it's the classic catch we always do. Let's copy it from the signout function right here. Console.error, success false, error internal server, error status 500. So before I continue, I want to go ahead and just type out my response. So type res. Okay, so it can be success true, and data can be, how did I do this? We can do ID, which could be type of users dot infer select ID, comma name type of users dot infer select name. So if you notice, I'm doing this type of users dot infer select a lot now. So you probably want to abstract this to its own type and then use that, but that's a refactoring thing we can do. You can do in the future. I'm not going to do that. It's okay. The main point is this is a string because that's what is in the database. It's a string because that's what is in the database, or no. You know what? Let's make this simpler. Why make this? It's already a pretty big component. This is a string and string. String and string. Okay, so it can be this. It can be this, or it can be success false. Error is v dot flat errors. Errors undefined. Status code 400. Or success false. Error is a string. Status code can be 401 or 500. And so return a promise of res. Error, flat errors. Why are you not happy? Success false. Error, v dot flat errors. V dot flat. Why is it not happy? I copied it from Signup, didn't I? Let's copy this. Okay, I don't know what the difference is, but it's fine now. Yeah, it's not happy because we still need to take care of the actually good case. So here, const updated user is equal to await import db dot update users dot set the name dot where equals users dot id is equal to id dot returning. What columns do we want to return back from this query? Let's get the user's ID and let's get the user's or the name users dot name. And then let's do a dot then res 0. Return success true data updated user. Name could be null. I guess technically it could be null. All right, I'm sorry, I'm backtracking. I'm so sorry. Type of users.inferSelect ID. I don't want to think too hard. Okay, sorry. So we have multiple error codes based on status codes, or on success, false, or true. And now let's go ahead and let's do this right. Let's do this right, and let's handle all these errors. Okay, so const res is equal to await update user info action. We'll pass in the values. Okay, let's freeze for a second. If res.success, let's just log res.data for now. Eventually here we're going to do what? Update the session. Update the session. To do. Okay, if it's not successful, then we have a bunch of error codes, right? That's a system we keep setting up. So res.status code. So what are our cases? Okay, we have 400, 401, 500. So let's stick with 400 first. Const nested errors. I just want to see if I did anything differently in the sign up form. That's kind of my example. And we just copy this, I guess, from the sign up form. Not sign up input, it can be update user info input. Oh, we gotta pull out set error from form. Cool. And then what are the other cases? Case 401 or case 500 or the default case. These will all be the same thing. We'll const. Just copy the where's my sign in form again? My model student. We'll copy this. No confirm password field, so let's just do it on the name. So I took care of this a little bit differently. I think it should be okay. Yeah, we'll leave it alone. This should be fine. Let's test it out real quick. Let's just go ahead and at @tsignore, and then we'll do values.name is equal to something short, conf, which will fail the parsing. So where's our app? Refresh the page. Edit. Potato salad. This should be good, but your name is 6 characters or more. So that works fine. Cool. No biggie. Okay. So everything should be good now. Let's go ahead and look at our database. Let me refresh. Our username is Giraffe Reactor. I want to change it now. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's change it to, I don't know, Pepsi Hero. Pepsi Hero. Okay, let's update. And did it work? Let's find out. Let's go back to our database. Refresh. And we are now Pepsi Hero. But, let me refresh the page. We're still Giraffe Reactor in our profile. this kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier when you get your session from the session, get your user information from the session versus getting your user information from the database. We are this user information was added to a session on your login. So in order for it to know that your username updated, you have to tell AuthJS to update the session. If you grab this information from the database itself, then you probably wouldn't have to do that. So that might be another advantage of getting your username from the data, getting your user information from the database instead of the session. But of course, the username did change. I just showed that to you in your database, right? Pepsi Hero. And then we can easily just log out and log in again to confirm that. Okay, Pepsi Hero. Okay. So now let's show you how to update it in the session. Okay, so what do we need? We need, oh, we're also logging it here, so that's cool. We're gonna need to get some stuff from the use session hook. We never used this in the client component. Use session. What do we need? We need data, which is the session, and then we need the update function. Okay. Okay. So if res.success, now we're going to update session. We'll do const updated user is equal to res.data. Okay. If this is for TypeScript, I think, if session.user, and we'll await update. We'll pass in the current session, and we'll override the user with this current session user, and it will update the values in the user with name is updated user.name. So basically, we're updating the entire session by spreading in the current session, and then replacing the spreading in the current session, spreading in the current user, and then just overriding the name with our updated user. Okay, that's what we're doing in our update. And then we're going to also need to import another hook from Next.js called the use router from Next navigation, not from Next router. And after we await this, we'll do a router.refresh, and we'll do a set success user information updated successfully, which we did not set up actually. So let's do that. This is good old classic React 101 use state. Const success set success is equal to use state empty string, and right below the first form item, I guess, right here, we can have a success, and we'll put in a little message, paragraph, font medium, text green 600, success. Honestly, this probably could have been a Boolean. Whatever, that's fine. Cool. And that might be just about it. Let me just triple check. Session. Alright, so this will update the session, but there's two parts to this. You can't just do it here with this update function. Okay, that's not going to do anything by itself. We also have to go to our auth file, source auth.ts, and inside the, I believe it's the JWT callback. Let me confirm that. Correct. In the JWT callback, right here, that we did before, We can get some other stuff in here too. We want to get the trigger and we want to get the session. Okay, so if trigger triple equals update, then return spread the token and spread the session dot user. And this will take care of updating the session. This trigger update in the JWT callback, in addition to this update function, which we're extracting from the use session hook on the client side, will allow us to update the session. Now let's do it all. Let's check it out. Let's try it out. We already know it's going to update the database. We tried it, so we can do anything we want. I'm going to type it, I don't know, Mega Man 25, update. Done. User information updated successfully. Let's close this. And we have Mega Man 25. I'll refresh the page to prove it. Still Mega Man 25. I'll bring in the Neon database. Let's refresh the page. Mega Man 25. Cool. And that's how you update the session. You can change this form, have an image field with an image upload, and then you can go ahead and do the same thing here. You know, add the image field here, upload your image, right? It's the exact same process. Cool. What's next? Where's our lovely checklist? Update the session, JWT callback. Verify with sign-in. Okay, so we only did these three things. Wow, part 5 is pretty long. Verify with sign-in callback. Okay, so now we're going to talk about another callback. Let's go to our auth.ts. Auth.ts. We did the JWT callback, session callback, but we have more callbacks. We're going to talk about the sign-in callback. Okay. And what do we want from the sign-in callback? We want the user, the account, and the profile. And we're going to use this sign-in callback to, to return a true or false if you want the user to be allowed to sign in. Okay. So we're going to take care of all three cases: the Google login, the GitHub login, and the credentials login. So we can do if account.provider triple equals to Google, then there's actually a field in the profile called email verified, and this is from your Google account. This is not from our database. It's email verified field. Okay, so if you have a Google account, we're going to return true or false based on your email verified. So for some reason, if your Google account is not verified, you won't be able to sign into our account. Okay, now if your account.provider, you can go ahead and log all this stuff too. See what's actually in here is equal to GitHub. Then we're just going to return true. I couldn't figure out a way to see if your GitHub account was authenticated. Like there wasn't like a profile.email verified field like it was for Google. So we're just going to return true. If you're logged in Google, you're good to go, I guess. And then if your account.provider is equal to credentials, if user.email verified, then we're going to return true. Of course, the way we have it right now, credential users have null for email verified, because we're going to use that for when we send emails later. So this is a future thing we're going to do. In the future, we're going to return true only if your email is verified. Sorry, we're going to return false. Return true, actually, sorry. For now, we're just going to return true, no matter what. We'll fix this TypeScript problem in a second. And then, for any other case, return false. It really shouldn't hit this part right here. So this is some debugging we can do. So if you're logging with Google, return it based on this. If you're logging with GitHub, just return true, and returning credentials, return true. Okay. let's deal with this email verified. So this is going to involving going to our types folder and our next-auth.d.ts. And then right here in default user, we want to get the email verified field. Type of users.infer select email verified. Okay, so we'll have that email verified field. And now it's happy. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it alone for now. So cool. I can't really test anything here, right? Because I think we can test. We can test this real quick. The account credentials. Let's try to sign in. We'll do Sasuke, and then we're returning true, so everything's good, no problem. Let's sign out, and let's go ahead and return false. Return false. Sign in again. Oops, something went wrong. So what is oops, something went wrong? Oops, something went wrong. If we go to our sign in action, is going to be a auth error that was not a credential sign in or callback error. So this was a different case we have to handle later. I don't think we're going to do that right now. I'll double check. This is the access denied error. So let me just double check if we're handling that now or later. Access denied. Access denied. Let me double check something real quick. Alright, I double checked. We are taking care of that later. So, not right now. Okay, so let's remove this. And that's pretty much all I want to show you with the sign-in callback. We can control, again, more finely if you want to allow the user to sign in. Maybe based on some properties of the provider. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about custom errors. Let's talk about custom errors, I guess. So let's talk about account linking first. Okay. So what is account linking? Let's think about some flows. Okay. A lot of this is kind of like just things I had to figure out. So, if, let's just say, I don't know, case 1, or case 1. If I made an account with an OAuth provider, so in this case it's just Google or GitHub, Google or GitHub, and I am logged out, I cannot well, I guess no cases right now. I cannot log in with the other OAuth provider that has the same email. Okay? So, e.g. create account with GitHub at for email draft reactor at gmail.com. Then I cannot log in with Google for email giraffereactor@gmail.com. And this is because of something called allow dangerous email account linking, which is by default in Next.js set to false. Okay? I hope this made sense. Okay. Let's bring discussion here. Okay. So I can show you that obviously. So I made Giraffe Reactor with Google. I can send it with Google. Okay. And my GitHub account is the same email. But if I try to sign it with the GitHub, we get this error. OAuth account not linked. Okay. So let's show this error to the user. So the way we can do this is I can also showcase creating a custom error. Give me a second, I'm kind of lost in my own files here. Where is the, I think I want this, right? Okay, so here's how we're gonna do this. It gives us the error here in the query params. So if we go to our OAuth sign-in buttons, we can turn this to a try catch. Try catch. Let's go ahead and do console.log error. Now let's try one more time. Log in GitHub. And that not work. Let's refresh. Try catch. Okay, so this is not logging. I guess it doesn't throw an error. No big deal here. Okay, so let's display a message. We'll do const error message, set error message, use state empty string. And then we'll also use the search params hook from next navigation. Use search params, and then we'll get the const error is equal to search params.get error. Let's move this down here. Okay, and then we'll use the use effect hook to keep an eye on the error. So if there's no error, let's just go ahead and return. So if error is equal to OAuth account not linked, right? I'm just getting this in the query params right here. Then we will set error message. This account is already in use. Please sign in. Else set error message. For some reason, some other error, an error occurred. Please try again. Please try again. Okay, and then we can display this error all the way at the bottom here. Error message and margin top 2, text small, font medium, text destructive. This color comes from shadcn. And an error message. So account is already used, please sign in. I try again. Okay? So that's how they can handle the error. We did not create a custom error yet, actually. This is just a built-in error. Custom error. So now let's talk about another situation. Let's actually call this case 1. Case 2. If I made an account with credentials provider and I am logged out, the logged out part's important, and I'll get to that later. I cannot log in with the if I made an account with an OAuth provider, I cannot log in with the credentials provider that has the same email. Okay? E.g., if I create account with GitHub for email giraffe reactor at gmail.com, then I cannot log in with credentials for email giraffe reactor at gmail.com because in auth.js my authorize function returns null, will return null if no user.password. Or because has the statement if no user.password, return null. And accounts created with OAuth providers have no password. Okay? This is true. Let's show you what happens. I'm going to have to go in. No, it's fine. So we know giraffereactor at gmail.com is a user in my database because I created with Google. But I cannot assign him credentials, obviously. We can remove this. We can invalid credentials. So let's go to our auth.ts and let's prove that where is it breaking. Credentials right here. So console.log AAA console.log DBB and then console.log let's see where it stops. Sign in. We log A and we log B. We never get to the C. So this is where it breaks. The user does exist, but there's no password. But can we tell the user something more specific here in this case, instead of just saying invalid credentials? We can. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to create a custom next-auth error, which is very helpful. You can throw these all around the place and have custom errors everywhere. So let's do that. Okay. I'm gonna create a new file in lib called custom errors. Okay, and I'm gonna import auth error from next.auth, and I'm gonna export class. This is what I'm gonna call my custom error. OAuth account already linked error. extends auth error. Static type is equal to, just copy this part here, OAuth account already linked. Okay? And now, in our auth function, in our auth.ts, we are going to now return null. Here we're going to throw a new OAuth account already linked error. Okay? And let's go ahead and catch this error inside of our sign in action. So we got things going on here. Let's take care of our custom error. So case OAuth account already linked. So this error doesn't exist in the auth error, right? Because we customized it. So let's just type it as auth error type. Okay, let's make TypeScript happy. There might be a way to go into the TypeScript files and edit this, but I think it's unnecessary right now. So return success false error. Log in with your Google or GitHub account, and the status code can still be 401. Okay. So now let's try this out. Sign in. Log in with your GitHub, Google or GitHub account. Right? Perfect. And you can create as many errors as you want and have cases for different things. Okay? And throw them in your sys.res file. So maybe you want to throw, I don't know, a passwords don't match error or something. Okay? So that's how you can create a custom error. I just called it this because I don't know. Seems okay to me. Alright, so that takes care of custom errors. And so now let's talk about allow dangerous email linking. Remember what I talked about this before, right? If we make an account with Google or GitHub, we cannot log in with Google for the same email. That is a choice, and by default, that choice is the case. You cannot log in with Google, same email with GitHub, okay? And this is because by default, allow dangerous email account linking is set to false. We are going to set it to true, okay? So we will set allow dangerous email account linking to true. True. And this will do a couple things for us. So I don't know, case one. They're not cases, but I don't know. Case one. If we make an account with credentials, we can now link Google and or GitHub to that same email. If we make an account with Google, we can link. Okay, let's do this. Now, if we are logged out, we made an account with credentials, we can link with Google and or GitHub to the same email. If we account with Google, we can link GitHub to that same email. We can't do credentials because what I just showed you, right here, there won't be a password, so we're not going to be allowed to do this. And if we make an account with GitHub, we can link to Google and any other provider you feel like adding. Okay? And then I want to do a little talk about log in and account linking. I'll call it a discussion, right? discussion. So let's turn allow dangerous email account linking on. So in our auth function, all we have to do is go to our Google and GitHub providers and put that flag, allow dangerous email account linking to true. And same thing here, allow dangerous email account linking to true. So now, let me refresh the page. Two things. One, let's go back to our OAuth buttons. Now, all this work we did here, it kind of doesn't matter. I'm not going to delete it, but this will never run because we're not going to get this error. We might get an error, but we won't get this error. At least with Google and GitHub. But it's okay, let's leave it there. It's harmless. So now if I try to sign, so remember I made an account with Google. Again, this is a Google account. And if I go to my account, I have a single account here with provider Google. So let's log in now with GitHub. And my Google account and my GitHub account have the same email. And now we're signed in. It's still MegaMan25. It's still giraffereactor@gmail.com. If I go to my database, I still only have one user with giraffereactor@gmail.com. But now I have 2 accounts associated with that user. Okay? And then I'll show you this in action one more time. Let's go ahead and delete everything, all the users. Sign out. Let's set up a brand new user. Okay. Potato salad. Let's do a credential sign up with my giraffereactor@gmail.com. Sign up. Users is created. Sign in. Okay. Go to users. Here's my giraffe reactor with my credential sign in. Email is not verified. Image. Yada yada. But my account, I have no accounts, right? Because I did a credential sign in. But now if I go ahead and log in with Google, I still got my potato salad guy. Still only one user, but now we have an account associated to it. Let's go back, sign out, let's sign in with GitHub. Same potato salad user. Go back to our console. Still one user, 2 accounts associated to it now. Okay? Cool. So that's account linking, and that's the decision, and I decided to turn it on. I think it's okay. You need to be wary that it's called allow dangerous account linking for a reason. Make sure you're using it on the providers you trust. Google and GitHub are very reputable and trustworthy providers, so I'm okay and I feel safe turning it on for those providers. Cool. Now I kind of want to talk about logged in, right? Because things are a little different with logged in. It kind of blows my mind. I don't understand it completely, but apparently somebody told me this is like an OAuth specification. It's something that's built into OAuth itself. So how can I showcase this? Okay, so right now, this is so weird to me. So I'm gonna go to user. I'm going to delete this user. And I'm just going to create an account with a temporary email. Let's go use, as you know, we can do any email we want. Let's just type in anything random. I don't know. Here, naruto@uzumaki.com. Sign up. naruto@uzumaki.com. And let me log in. Sign up, I mean. Okay, so clearly, if I sign in with Google, let me just show you. So user, we have a Naruto, I think. Yeah, and no account. Clearly, if I sign in with Google now, I'll do GitHub. Clearly, if I sign in with GitHub, my GitHub email is giraffereactor@gmail.com. So clearly, if I sign in with that, it's not going to take Naruto, right? It's going to create a brand new account, right? So now I have 2 users in here, where the second user is associated to my OAuth account, right? So clearly, like, they wouldn't link. That makes no sense. They have different emails. Again, I was logged out, right? But if I'm logged in, log in as Naruto. What was it again? If I'm logged in, and I go to the sign in page, which I don't have a button for, but I can just go here. We did not protect it yet, or not protect it, but redirect. If I go to auth sign in, right? I'm still signed in, right? Because I have the profile sign out buttons. I'm just on the sign in page. If I go ahead and click and sign in with GitHub now, I am signed in right now. It's going to go ahead and link that account to my Naruto account. So if I go back to my users, I have Naruto linked with my GitHub account. And I don't understand it at all, but apparently what it boils down to is if you're signed in, you can link as many accounts with different emails to it. And again, apparently this is like an OAuth specification. I couldn't really find information about it. I didn't try too hard, to be honest, but yes, it's like one of these OAuth 2 specifications that's just the case. If you're logged in, you can link as many accounts as you want. Again, I don't understand it. I don't understand it too much, but I think that when it happened to me, I was very confused. But I just wanted to point that out. We're not going to touch that at all in this tutorial. I'm going to keep emails. I'm going to just assume that all the emails are going to associate to each other. So let's go back to our Neon console. I'm going to delete all the users again. And that's okay. So that's the little talk on account linking. So yeah. In the future, we're not going to let you go to the sign-in page when you're logged in. So that's kind of a way to avoid it. But I don't know if it's a specification, it shouldn't necessarily be an issue. But I don't know. If anyone knows more about that, please let me know. I would love to know more. Okay. So now let's talk about protecting pages. So remember we went to our profile page and we protected it, right? Protected it. Not quotes. I don't know why I did quotes. We got the session. We got the session, and then we're displaying a component based on if we're signed in or signed out. Okay. So now let's go to our profile, or let's go to our let's go to profile. We're not signed in right now. Let's just go to profile. So we can do this. We can type in the URL. What's stopping us? Right? User not. I just have a message. User not signed in. Okay. So this is an approach. Maybe it's not the approach you want. Maybe what you want is to not even let the user come to this page if they're not signed in. So let me show you how you'll do this, or one way you can do this. So while the page is rendering, before you even get to any return statement, you'll just do if no session. You can use the Next.js redirect and just redirect them to auth/sign-in. Okay? Save. And then it redirects sign in. So if I try going to profile again, sign in. Okay? I can't get to the profile page anymore because now this page is protected by a redirect. Okay? So you can do this component swap out. You can do a redirect on the page. Okay, so if I sign in, let me sign in with GitHub, sure. I deleted my username, so I have to reauthorize. Okay. And now, how about the other side, other side of the foot? What if I go to auth sign in, but I don't want to be able to get to this page. So I can do it. I can go to my auth sign in page right here. At the top, I can grab the session again and say if we have a session, go to the profile page. I can do the same thing in the sign up page, but I don't want to repeat the logic. So inside this auth folder, where the sign in sign up folders live, I'll create a file called layout.tsx, and this will be the auth layout. And this will the layout.tsx is a special Next.js file, which will just wrap any routes nested inside. So I will just create a wrapper. It'll be async. All it's going to do is just pass through the children. And then we'll do, const session equals to await auth. And then if session, let me see, is that what I did here? Session can be, if session, then redirect to slash, want to go to profile, want to go to home. Let's go to profile, why not? Okay, so now if I try to go to auth sign in or sign up, we're going to go to the profile page. Okay. So this is another approach. You can do some redirects throughout your application based on whether you have a session or not. Your protect pages, you'll let people stay away from pages. Okay, I'm gonna turn the light on. Give me 1 second. It's getting really dark. Alright, so it looks like for some reason we need to wrap the sign up page in suspense. It looks like we're having some issues with the OAuth param. So let's go to our OAuth buttons. No, let's go to our sign up page. And let's wrap our sign up buttons with suspense in the sign in page. Suspense from React. Let's create a fallback. This will be for OAuth sign in buttons skeleton. Sign in button skeleton. Is that what I called it? OAuth sign in? Components. Oh, I guess so. Okay. Let's create this real quick. So in the OAuth sign in buttons, let's just copy this. This is super extra, by the way. Just want to point that out. Const OAuth sign in buttons skeleton return. Okay, we don't care about the on-click handler. We know it's going to be a sign in page, so this will be sign in. Don't care about this. Don't care about the error message. Export. And then let's just do this. Cool. Let's try building again. Now what? I need suspense here too. Okay, I need suspense for the sign up buttons too, it looks like. Okay. Which means I have to make it dynamic again, unfortunately. Let me see here real quick. Let's just copy this. Type OAuth skeleton buttons skeleton props is equal to OAuth props. Sign up is OAuth skeleton props, and then we'll copy this text deal here. And then replace sign in and sign in with text. Okay. And then back to sign up page. Sign up Sorry, this is very frustrating. I did not account for this. Suspense. Fallback. OAuth. Sign in button skeleton. Sign up. Okay. Now it should build fine. Let's let it build, and then let's get to the middleware, which I hope we're all excited for. It's pretty good stuff. Okay, so right now we turned off the redirect, right? So I can go to profile, or we're building right now. Let's see. Building. Okay, good. Back to where we started. Refresh the dev server. So right now we got rid of those redirects. We commented them out. So we can go to profile, no problem. We can go to auth/signup, no problem. We're not being redirected away. It needs time to render the first time. Okay, and if I sign out, I can go to profile still, right? Because we're doing that conditional stuff that we had going on. Okay, yeah, so I get rid of the redirect. I just want to show you that's one way you can handle the auth and protecting pages. And so, checklist. We're going to talk about, we did this protect pages with auth. Now protect pages with middleware. But let's switch the order of these two. So let's go to our auth.js, perfect, and let's do another callback. What do we have left? We have authorized and redirect. We're going to use the authorized callback, okay? This one is going to let us control what we do for authorized and not authorized, okay? And here we can get two things. We can get the auth and the request. And so I'll pull out next URL from request. And let's do a couple of things here. So is logged in. This would be if bang bang auth.user. So this would be true or false. So are you logged in? Is on dashboard if next URL dot pat name dot starts with / profile. So this call is on profile actually. Is on profile. This will be a true or false. Const is on auth is if next URL dot pat name dot starts with auth. This will cover both the sign in and sign up pages because they both have /auth in front, which was a choice I made to make it easier. So now we can just do a bunch of if else's, but we'll try to make it as neat as possible, right? So if you're on the profile page, okay, and if you are logged in, I want to return true. Return true. You are good to go. Good to go. Otherwise, if you're on the profile page and you're not logged in, I want to do a response.redirect new URL /auth/sign in and pass the next URL. This is the way you have to do it on the. You can't put in a hard-coded URL. You can't do a relative URL here. Okay. If you're on the auth page, and if you are not logged in, you're good to go. Stay on the auth pages if you're not logged in. But if you are logged in, I want to redirect you to the profile page. Next URL. And if you're on any other page, you're okay to stay. So right now that kind of only includes the home page. Everybody can go to the home page. Okay, I hope the logic made sense. Sure, we have some nested if statements, but I think it looks neat and tidy. Okay. So now, just not going to do anything right now. Let me see if I refresh the page. Yeah, we're still able to go to the profile page. So now we have to create a file in our source. Let's collapse everything. Let's create a new file in source called middleware dot ts. Okay, we're going to throw an error because we need to export something from here. So we'll import next-auth from next-auth. We will, okay, and then we will import auth. So we'll import auth from auth, and it will export default auth. Is that what I want to do? Yeah. We'll default the auth, and then we'll need a config. We can grab that from the next-auth documentation. So let's do middleware maybe. Middleware. Yeah, we can grab this config here, right here. This just says, you know, run it on every path except for like these static files and the favicon. Let's save this, and let's refresh the page, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so this is an issue that I knew was going to happen, but I have to show you guys. So here's the big problem. We are importing auth from, well, this file, and there's something in this file that's not going to let us run it on the middleware. Well, there's one thing in this file that won't let us run anything from here in the middleware, and that is right over, go down to the credentials login, right here, Argon 2. This uses the crypto node crypto package, and we cannot use the node crypto package on the middleware. Okay, so there is a solution that people have came up with to deal with this. Okay, and here's what we're gonna do. We're basically gonna take the auth.ts file and we're gonna break it into two files. Okay, so we're gonna create a new file right next door. If I can figure out how to, here, new file, and we're gonna call this auth.config.ts. Okay, so what do we want in the auth.config? So in the auth.config, we're just going to take away, in the auth.config, we're going to put everything that doesn't rely on the crypto package. So everything except for that credentials provider. So we're going to call it export const auth.config is equal to this. And it satisfies next-auth.config, which is a type from next-auth. Okay. So what can we bring over? Let's cut this in half, I guess. That should be okay, right? Yeah, let's do that. Let's just look on the right side and see what we can pull out. So anything that doesn't use the crypto file, let's bring it over. So the Drizzle adapter is okay. But of course we have to bring in the adapters. Cool. And then let's go ahead and remove it from here. Let's just do it incrementally. Move over the adapter. Let's remove the session, the secret, and the pages. Bring it over here. Okay. Let's remove all the callbacks. Okay. Cut it out. Put it here. Do we have anything we need to import? Let's see here. No. Okay. Let's cut out the events. We'll have to import this OAuth verify email action. I want to do an at actions. And we can cut it out from here. Okay. And now we have our providers. Let's do providers. Remember, we want to take anything that does not use the crypto package. So anything that does not have the Argon 2. So this whole credentials provider is going to stay here. We're not going to touch that. But the Google and GitHub providers, we can go ahead and we can grab those out. let's put them in there. And we need to get the Google and GitHub providers too. Okay. So now let's just take a look what we have. Let's bring everything back. So in our auth.ts, all we have is this provider's key with the credentials provider and our authorize function. Okay, and then we're exporting these functions. And in the auth.config, we have everything else. Now we still want this next-auth that exports these functions to know about all this. Okay, so we're gonna put it right back in. Okay, so we're gonna import auth.config from @auth.config right next door, and we're gonna destructure this auth.config. So we'll destructure this and pull out the providers, and we'll call it auth.config providers, and then we'll get the rest as auth.config rest. Auth.config rest. Okay. So at the top here, we'll spread in auth.config rest, and at the top here, we'll spread in auth.config providers. Okay. So now we basically, this auth.ts is exactly the same as it was before. We just extracted everything out to a different file. Okay. So now this file has everything except for the credentials provider. So now in our middleware, we don't want to do this. Okay. We're going to import next-auth from next-auth, and then we're going to import the auth.config, and then we will export default next-auth, passing the auth.config, which is basically, let's go to AuthJS for a little bit. So, right, this is next-auth right here, and we're passing in this configuration object, which has everything from auth.config and then the credentials. But instead we're passing in a different configuration object, right, that has everything except for the credentials provider. Okay, and then we want to get access to the auth function. Okay, so now we can run this on the middleware, because now this next-auth is relying on this auth.config, and this auth.config has pretty much everything we have except for the credentials provider. Okay, so I hope it made sense why we separated these files, so we can still have the entire auth.ts in one file, but we can isolate this problem credentials provider, which relies on the crypto module. So that way we can use the rest of the config on the middleware. Okay, so now if I do pnpm dev, we can go to profile. Hey, let's go home. Let's go home. Sometimes the next dev server can be slow. Cool. So one more refresh. Cool. We are not signed in, so we can go ahead and go to the sign in page, no problem. Sign up page, no problem. And then if we go to profile, we can't go to profile because the middleware is exporting the default auth, and in our auth.config we have a callback called authorize, and it's going to say, hey, you're on the profile page, but you're not logged in, so I'm going to do a response.redirect to auth sign in. And vice versa, we can go in and sign in. Go to auth/sign in, but we won't. You redirect the profile because here we're on auth, but we are logged in, so we're gonna redirect to profile. And if we build this, npm build. We still have the static files as needed because it's running through the middleware and not our, which reaches before our pages. So middleware seems to be a pretty ideal way to deal with it. Deal with authentication, protecting pages, and we're going to leave it like this for authentication. Now, what we did was we put all the logic in auth.config in the authorized callback, but maybe you don't like the fact that this auth.ts is exploded. I think it's okay because, you know, maybe you don't like that. So I'll just show you a way you can do it on this page. So you can do like you know, alternatively you can do authorized logic in the middleware.ts file. So what you would do is you would just do const auth is equal to next-auth config. Okay. Auth config. So you grab the auth config, sorry, .auth, like that, and then you can just do an export default. Can't spell default. Default auth. And then you'll get a request from, we can call this next-auth request. Okay, you're passing in a function here. So we can type that out. Let's ignore this for now. Let's ignore this. Cool. Okay, so type next-auth request is equal to, what is it equal to? 1 second. Yeah, so we got to make this type. So next-auth request is equal to next request. Next request. The type? It's not type. Next request and auth, which is session from next-auth, or in green null. Let me see here. Session or null. Okay. Cool. So we can do this, and then everything inside the arrow function will be almost the same as what we have here already. So let's just go ahead and copy this. So const rec. Let's call it request to keep it consistent. Let's get the auth from here, and then we can do. Yeah, I think everything else will be the same. Why is it mad? Oh, we can't do return, should just return. So cool. Yeah. So this, if you want to move the logic here, you can do it like this. You can extend the next request type to include the auth key with session null. Then you can just get the auth function from next-auth config auth, and then export it and pass in your function. Pass in a function which takes in the next-auth request, and then you get access to the auth in the request along with next URL. And its logic's all the same. So you just return if it's okay to go to that page. If it's not, you can do a response.redirect. Okay. I'll just keep everything in the next.auth config file. So can I just comment this part out? No. So I'll do it like this to be extra. We're just comment out that, comma, and then like this for reference sake. I'll try to upload this repository as soon as I can. Okay. Is that everything for part 5? Callback, authorize, problem with the crypto model, and auth config. All right, we are done with part 5, the longest part so far, I believe. But now we've been building to middleware for a while now, I feel, but I hope you understand how this middleware works, why we break up the auth and auth config into 2 files, how auth config is different from importing auth, and then how this auth at the end of the day is the same thing as it was before we touched the middleware section. Okay? To end the part 5, we got one more part to go, so stay tuned. I was just talking for the last 30 minutes, but I realized I wasn't recording. Anyways, let's continue from part 6, okay? The final part, but it's going to be a big one, so I broke it down to 2 smaller parts. So let's paste in the checklist I have here. So I guess the first part of part 6, we created user roles in our database, but we didn't really do anything with them, right? We didn't create any admins. We didn't show how to make an admin and how to give admins power. So we're going to talk about all that stuff now. And then after that, we're going to end the tutorial talking about emails. And so that will involve email verification and password reset. And that'll conclude this tutorial. So let's boot up the dev server. Let's refresh. And let me get the sign in, sign up page going. Yeah, let's sign out, sign in. Sign up. Okay, and so user roles, if we go to our Drizzle schema, let's give me in source, Drizzle schema, let's minimize this a little bit, we will see that by default, every user will be created as a role with user. And this is because that's our default. So unless we explicitly pass in a value for role being admin, they're going to become a user. So there's multiple ways that I thought of to make admin users. I don't know what the best practice is, but these are just ways I thought of. And having 5 different options I just think is nice to have in your tool belt. So we'll talk about all of them in just a second. Okay, so let's start with the first way, and that's the process.env method. Okay, this is just something I made up. So in our env file, let's create a variable called admin email address. And we'll set it something that we want to make an admin. So we don't have email verification in place right now, so let's go ahead and just use any email. So I'm just going to do like, I don't know, megaman25@warrior.com. Let's save this. And now we have to make sure that both the credentials and the OAuths know about this variable and know how to react and create an admin email. So for the credentials, we'll have to go to our signed up action. And then right here, under the hash password, we can do const is admin is equal to process.env.admin email address dot to lowercase is triple equal to email dot to lowercase. Okay. So we're just normalizing it by making them both lowercase. And then so the role can be is admin, then admin, otherwise user. So I actually want to create an enum for this. let's go ahead and do that. So in lib files, let's do constants.ts, and then we can do export enum user roles is equal to let's see here. I haven't written enum in a while, so let me just look at an example real quick. So we can do user is equal to user, and then admin is equal to admin. I think that should be okay. So if we import user roles dot user dot admin, and then user roles dot user. Can we make this more precise though? That's my question. If I import, what is it called? User enum or role enum. As type of role enum dot pause here for 1 second. Okay, so just a heads up, using an enum is a TypeScript thing, so you wouldn't be able to do this in JavaScript, I believe. But you could just do something like export const user roles 2 is equal to user admin. This should also work. And you can do something like, user roles 2 dot admin dot user. That should be fine too. But you might want to throw an as const there. But then you're working in TypeScript again anyways, so yeah. But maybe you want to do as let's not overcomplicate it. Let's stick with this enum right here. Can we do an as const here? Does that do anything? As const? No. Okay, so enum. TypeScript, okay? So I'm going to user.role, user.email. So I'm just gonna, I think let me see if it throws an error by just things that we don't have. Same mod is mod. So user roles dot mod. Good. It gives me type error, so. Okay. So this will work. Let's just test it out real quick. So what email do I say was megaman25@warrior.com? So we type in, I don't know, potato salad, megaman25@warrior.com, password, sign up. Okay, we're signed up. I'm not, and we can log in. Megaman, and we should be an admin, I believe. Yep, we are an admin, see? And if we go to our Neon console and refresh the users, we'll see that we have a admin user right here. So that took care of the credential side of things. But what about GitHub and Google? Slightly more work to put in. So we have to do two things. Go to your auth config, because remember that our auth config is now where kind of everything is. And we have to do two things here. We have to go to our JWT callback right here. And then we have to give an if user.email. So we're doing the if user.email check again because in the JWT callback, we only have access to the user the very first time we log in. So we only want to do this if we have the user, okay? If we don't have the user, do nothing. Because if we continue, we might override something with undefined, and that's not what we want. So if user.email, and let's go to our sign up user and copy this whole line right here. Right here. Instead of the user.email. So if user.email and process.env.email add an email equal this, then root token dot role is equal to bring that enum in here dot admin. And let me make an at here. Okay. Let me see here. Yeah. Cool. And so I want to explain that the only reason we're doing this in the JWT callback is an issue that happens when you create the account for the first time. And I'll show that by commenting this out, and we'll come back to this in just a second. And then we also want to do one more thing. Scroll down to your events, and we're going to add another event. Okay. The event we're going to add is called create user. And in here we have access to the user. And then we'll just do if user.email and that same logic right here, process.env.blah blah blah equals to our user.email. Okay, then we're gonna do a function. We'll call it await change user role action. We'll pass in user.email and then user role.admin. Okay, we have to create this action. So let's do that. New file in our actions folder called change user role action.ts. Okay, use server. Let's take a look at this action if I can find it. My reference. Okay, import db from Drizzle. Export async function. Change user role action. This will take in an email, which is a string, and then a new role, which will be type of users.infer select role. Okay, and then we'll do const existing user is equal to await find user by email. We'll pass in the email. So this is a query we made early on in resources. Where are we? Resources, user queries. The right here, find user by email. And let me comment out some stuff that we're not using anymore at the moment. Okay. Yeah, so we'll just return the user, or no. So if existing user, so .id, then await db update users set role to new role where equals users.id is equal to existing user.id. Okay. So this function will take in a new role and will update the user. And let's also do if and existing user dot role does not equal to new role. Okay. So why did a database trip if we're not changing the actual role? Okay, cool. So this is a reusable function that can take in any role. So we'll do that. We'll use this later too. And let's import this in. Okay. And that will take care of the creating a GitHub admin. And then so in our env, let's go ahead and change this to draftreactor@gmail.com. Let's go ahead and sign in. I'm going to have to delete my account from the database. So let's go here, delete, come back, refresh, sign in with GitHub. So it says we're a user here, okay? But we are not in our database, or we shouldn't be. Let's see. Let's refresh the page. See, we are an admin, okay? So if I were to log out and log in again, I think that should be okay. Yeah, so now we're admin. So the very first time you create an account, at least the way we're doing it, we don't get the admin role attached. So we can, you know, depending on the application, you can say like, okay, just relog, no issue. Or you can grab the user from the database directly. That's also a good way to do it. But the solution I thought of was to just go up to your JWT token and then just attach it based on the same logic. Right? So if I save this, if I sign out, if I delete my user, if I sign in again, let's just Google, why not this time? And we are an admin on the first user creation. Okay? And this is probably not the most ideal way to do it, but if you really know how many admins you have, just one or two, I think it's okay. This has some drawbacks, which I talked about earlier, and that being that, you know, if you go into your database, you change this from admin to user, this logic will still run. So if you don't change your env variable also, then you might still have an admin who shouldn't be an admin anymore. And another thing you can do, which I'm not going to showcase in this tutorial, is that the Drizzle Adapter has a bunch of functions inside of it. If I can find it real quick. Auth.js create an adapter. So to have an adapter, you need to have these methods. Okay, so Drizzle, someone behind the Drizzle team has set up these methods for the Drizzle Adapter. Okay, but you can override any of these. Okay, so you can create your own adapter from scratch if you want. But you can go ahead and just override any of these methods. And the way you do that is this. I'm not gonna do it, but I'm gonna show you how you would do it. So you can let's see here. We'll sub the adapter, and then we'll do an object, and we'll spread the Drizzle Adapter as a DB, and you'll pass your schema. Okay, it's the same thing here, and then you can put space here, and you see now you have access to all these functions that Drizzle implemented for us. You know, get user by account, get user by email. And you can go into the source code and see what they're doing for these methods, and you can override them to suit your needs. So maybe in, for example, the create user, you can override the create user method to deal with the admin logic there, instead of doing it in our events and our callbacks. So that's just a heads up. These adapters are yours to customize. Auth.js is a very customizable thing, but has a lot of setup, hence this very long tutorial. And plus, we're only like touching the core surface of things you can do with authentication. Okay, I just wanted to send a link to everybody because I have a resource. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Do a story about this. I kind of, yeah, right here. So I found the GitHub. I'll put it in the checklist right here. I'll put it, where do we install, here, the Drizzle Adapter, let's put it right here. Drizzle Adapter, adapter source code. It's right here, this website right here. Let's go ahead and go to it. So here we have the Drizzle Adapter in a next.auth packages adapter drizzle source lib pg.ts. And we can see that it's using these default tables that we overrid them already, right? Like remember user table, it doesn't have the password or user role. But we already overridden all the tables. But we have all these functions. So if we look at their create user, where's create user? Here, create user. We could probably override this logic here to say, like, you know, hey, if const is admin, then we can do values. We can spread in the is admin row here. And now that I'm here, I kind of want to do it. Okay, let's do it. So I'm gonna copy this exact same thing. And we could do this in a separate file, but I'm not going to. So I'm going to comment out the original piece that we have here. Adapter, spread this all in. Okay, we need a comment here. And then we need the copy as create. I'm copying from here the source code, this create user function. And so, let me see if I find it directly in here. I don't want to. Adapter. At auth, Drizzle Adapter, source, lib, pg. Let's pull it directly from here. Where is it? Create user. Let's copy it right from here. Copy. Close. There. And then this might yell at me. Let's just import the adapter user. Where does it come from? So I remember seeing this before. We did this in the Drizzle in the schema. So adapter user. No, where's adapter user coming from? Let's see. This comes from auth core and adapters. So we already installed that, so that's fine. Import type adapter user from auth core adapters. We can get table columns, comes from DrizzleORM. We want the users table, our schema dot users, and then client is going to be db. This is going to be schema dot users, and then right here we'll do const. We can copy this logic right here, I'm pretty sure. So we insert data dot email dot to lowercase. Cool. And then values is default insert. How do I want to do this? We'll just do if is admin, then insert data dot role is equal to user role dot admin. Okay, that should be okay. So we're using the same Drizzle adapter, but we're overriding this one function, create user. And then so if this all works out, it's the first time I'm doing this. If this all works out, then we can go ahead and just remove this. We don't need this. We can even remove the event. Just comment out the whole event. Okay. Let's save. Okay. And now let's go to our dev server. Let's log out. Let's go to our Neon console. Kind of excited. Let's delete the user. No accounts, right? Let's go ahead and refresh the page. Sign in. GitHub. Cross our fingers. Why not? Does it need a relog? Let's try a relog here. No. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Maybe we can log. If this does not work, then I'll do a pause and do a little debugging and try to figure it out. Let's log this, see if this logs out. So sign out. We have to delete our user again. User. Sign in. True. It is true. So why? Is there another thing that could be preventing this? Create user, get user by email, create session, get session and user, update user, update session, link account, get account. There might be another thing that's running before this, but I wonder why. Let me think for a second. Enter data. So let me log the insert data. And then let's delete the user again. And let's sign out, sign in. Email verified. Insert data. Interesting. Why is it only getting me these values? I'm clearly putting this here. Very interesting. It just like doesn't come here. So let's maybe do like a const altered insert data is equal to insert data comma role is admin and user dot role dot admin, otherwise user role dot user, and let's log this altered insert data, and then this needs to be a, let's log this out one more time. See, I'm very curious why that won't show. Sign in again, sign out. I deleted it in the database on the side. Okay, and what is this altered insert data? So now we have the admin. Okay, so let's try using the altered insert data. And then, okay, let's try this. This should work, I would assume. Sign out, delete the data one more time. Sign in, sign it. Boom, in, perfect. Okay, this is very strange. I don't know why I don't know why this did not change the insert data. That's so weird. Insert data. I spelled something wrong. Okay, I need to try one more thing, otherwise I'll go crazy. So if insert data, let insert data equal to insert data, and then we'll copy this logic here. Data. Let me log this out one more time. I messed up something here. Sign out. Refresh. Delete the user. And now it's working. Okay, yeah. Let's just keep it. Very strange. Very strange. Okay, so now we should be able to insert data here, like that. And just so I don't crazy, I have to test it one more time. Sign out. Delete. Sign in. Perfect. Cool. So yeah, this is how we can adjust the adapter to fit our needs. So we can do any more logic we want. Okay. So I'm going to leave this commented out. Original adapter. Actually, let's remove it. We know what we did if you're following the video. Change role user action. So we're not using change role user action. So I'm just going to comment it out, but we're going to use it later. And then, you know, so I explained why we did this, and I explained why we did this. I want to keep this here because it's useful, and maybe I'll leave a note here saying what's the word I want to use here? Taking care of the case where an OAuth user creates an account for the first time, and they should be admin. Fixed by overriding the get create user function and the Drizzle Adapter. Fixed by overriding. And cool. So yeah, this repo is good, all for everyone's reference. So, all right. So we spent so much time on just showing the first way here, right? User roles, how to create admin user. Process.env method. So now we're talking about the process.env method extended. I'm making these up, the names. So, you know, like we have to change the email here to have a different guy. But what's the better way to do this, right? Do we want to do something like this? Email address 2 is equal to blah blah blah, and then check for every single one. That's one way to do it. Another way I thought of was we can just do, again, this can mess up easily, so I don't know if it's the best way to do it. Let's call this admin email addresses and just do commas to delimit these. So this will be what? Let's do another one. Let's do a tigerman15 at email.com. And I don't know. Potato salad 55 at email.com. Okay, so now these are comma delimited. I'm not putting a space between them. You can adjust for that, but I'm gonna assume I did this right. So now we have 3 emails here. So now we kind of broke this and we broke this, but we're gonna fix them. So now we're accounting for multiple emails, and we want to do the following. Let me just find the thing. So we can do this. Const admin emails is equal to process.env.admin email addresses .to lowercase dot split on the comma. String undefined. So let's wrap this in a thing, and we'll do a for empty string. Cool. So admin emails, and then when is admin, if admin emails dot includes email dot to lowercase. I don't know what locale lowercase is or the difference is. Cool. So this should still work, and we can apply the same logic in the adapter here. Right here. Close this, and then we don't need email. We need insert data dot email. Yeah, this part should all work the same. And let's test it out. Let's sign up with a user who shouldn't be an email, or shouldn't be an admin. So what? Greenman. It's a Greenman. Greenman 5 at email.com. This guy should not be an admin. And then we'll sign up with someone who should be an admin. So let's TigerMan15. These are silly names. TigerMan15 at email.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. And then if we go to our Neon, I'm not going to log in. I'm just showing the Neon database. Let's refresh. So we have right here, see? Greenman right here is a user, and TigerMan15 is an admin. So we can now utilize the comma separated strings in combination with the split method to have an array of admin emails, and then use the includes method to see if it's there. So now you can work with multiple emails through the process.env method, which I'm naming. And maybe we want to copy this logic here and do it down here too. So let me see. Let's uncomment this. Let's paste this here. User.email. If user.email. Okay, let's move this logic into here. So let me see how I actually did it instead of trying to guess here. Yes, this logic was outside. If user.email and yeah, so comment this out. So it's taking care. We don't need this anymore because we did the Drizzle Adapter. And then similarly here, we can do the admin emails. Let's do this. If user, no user.email return. And then if admin emails dot includes change. Oh, we commented this out, so it's fine. Okay, so that's the second way. I showed you how to use it with multiple emails. Okay, we can also manually edit in the SQL console. That's pretty simple. So, you know, if I go to here, and I say I want the, I no longer want MegaMan25 to be a admin. So I go ahead and just change it to user and hit save. So now he's not an admin, right, he's a user. And if I go and log in with him, we'll see the user. Okay. Cool. So yeah, you can edit directly in the SQL console. Maybe that's a good use case, depending if your app is small and you only have like 2 admins anyways, right? You don't really need to have a whole app logic in place. Okay, so that's good there. We can create an admin email table. So I'm not gonna do this one actually. I'm just gonna explain it. So you can basically just go to your Drizzle schema. I can't help it. I'm gonna do it. Create a new table. *const admin user email addresses. Then new PG table. Call it admin user email addresses. Let me scroll down for a second here. No, we'll camel case it. Keep it consistent. Admin user email addresses. Oh, an ID of text ID dot primary key dot default crypto dot random UUID, and then we'll have email text email not null, and then we will have, I guess we can copy this indexing here, seems harmless. That's it, it's ID and email. Okay. And so we'll have to run another migration. So let's go ahead and do that. Clear. So I'll do npm db generate. I'm going to duplicate index across public schema. Okay. Please rename your index in either the user table or okay. So yeah, we can't call it the same index here. Email unique index. We'll call it admin email unique index. It is unique. Unique. That's fine. I don't want to mess with it. Okay, and then we'll do npm db migrate. Perfect. Let's go to our Neon console. Refresh. So can we refresh the tables? Refresh the page, I guess. And we have this table. Let's go ahead and add a couple emails in here. Naming is hard. What's around me? Air conditioner. Air at conditioner.com. Okay. Save. ID. Non-null constraints. Can we not have a random UUID? Okay, this might be where maybe the Drizzle Studio will help us out here. Let's open up the Drizzle Studio. That might make it easier for us. If it's like the Prisma Studio, it should do it for us automatically. But let's see. So add email, air at conditioner.com, conditioner.com. Save. Perfect. So yeah. Drizzle Studio will automatically fill in the default values for you. Maybe that's feedback you can give to the Neon team. And we'll do one more. Let's do Google at, that's bad, sorry. Pixel at phone.com. Save. Okay, so now we have this admin user email table. Okay, so when we go ahead and I'm only going to showcase this in the credentials provider, so we can keep it simple. And now I think about it, I want to keep it consistent, right? So I'm just going to copy the 3 emails we have here, actually. So let's just change this to giraffereactor@gmail.com. Save. Let's save this to tigerman15@gmail.com. And we'll add potato salad 55. Silly names. Okay, so now we have this admin user table. So let's create a query. Let's go to our resources and let's create a new file called admin user email address queries.ts, import server only. Find user by email. Export const find admin user email addresses. Okay. Const admin user email addresses is equal to await db dot select dot from admin email user addresses dot. That might be it, actually. Let me see. What's the return value of this? We only care about the emails, so email admin user email dot email. Okay, this returns an array of objects, I believe. Let me log this. Console.log admin. Wait, async. Let's log this out real quick. Let's do it in the sign up action. So let's do it where are we running things always. Just do it on the profile page. Where's the profile page? App profile page. Yeah, let's do it here. Just quickly await find email addresses. No, find admin. And our server is not running, so let's run the server. Okay, so we get an array of objects. I don't like it like this, so I just want to maybe map it. So return admin user emails dot map each item to item dot email. So it should return and promise. And can we just then res console.log res. Perfect. So we get this array of emails. And select. And we should probably do this actually. Let's go to where I lost it. Where's our queries? This should be. We should probably have our lower function. So are we using it anywhere here? Lower. I think we can do that here. Let's try. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so this is, and then we go to our sign up user action. Where's our page? We don't want this here anymore. So instead of doing this, we can do const admin emails is equal to await find admin user email addresses, and we can do const is admin if admin emails dot includes, same idea here. Okay. And let's test this out. Okay, so let's go to our Neon database. Go to our users. Refresh. Let's delete everybody. Let's sign out. Let's create 2 users real quick using the credentials provider. Bobby@email.com. Done. Create another character. So let's create an actual admin. So sign up. Who's an admin? Oh, let's go to our Neon console and let's look at our table. Tigerman 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At, oh, did I forget to put an @ sign? No way. I forgot to put @ sign. Okay, I'll edit right here. At email.com. That's it. Okay, let's check our Neon database. Go to users, refresh, and we have an admin. Cool. Okay, so this is another way to do it. You can create a separate table in your database that just has the admin emails. Okay, so that way you don't need to deal with process.env at all, which just seems kind of gimmicky in my mind, but yeah. So we wouldn't. So right here, where we create our user, we would replace this logic with the logic we just saw. I'm debating if I want to do that. Let's keep it consistent, I guess. We'll comment it out. We'll do this. Everything will be okay. Everything will be okay. Wait, I think I got rid of too much stuff. Rewind. Let's paste it right here. Insert data. I'm going to import this. Okay. Yeah, this will be another way to do it. And I want to keep history of these older ways we did this. Well, that's fine, like this. So let's also replace our code here. So admin emails will be, well, now this will have to be async, the GWT callback, which it can be. It can be async. It can be an async callback. So this will replace this part. And then we can copy this. I don't know. Everything else is the same, actually. There you go. Very good. Check. I have an email. And then finally the dashboard. Okay, that's probably what we really want to see, right? We want to see the dashboard. So let's create a dashboard, shall we? Okay. So let me log in with an admin account. Who's an admin right now? Refresh. So now we're going to get to the dashboard. All right, let's continue. It's been a little bit, but we want to wrap up this tutorial. So let me boot up my dev server and let's just see where we are left off. Okay, we have a home page, and let me see what our users that we have in our database. Let's go here. Okay, we have a user table, tigerman15email.com. I think the password is just 123456. Hopefully, let's see here. Okay, looks good. So we have our dashboard, and this is an admin because we decided to. How do we decide to approach this? Okay, let's see what we did. So this was a credentials user, and in our sign up user action, we used the table, the find admin users table, and then we just checked if it was an admin and make it an admin. So that was the last method I showed here, where we created an admin table. Okay, and that's a pretty solid solution. If we recall, we made a brand new table in our database called admin user email addresses, and we put 3 emails in here, and then these are going to be the admin emails. So when an account's created, it'll look up to see if any of these emails are in this table, and if they are, that means, hey, this user should be created as an admin, and so we'll create you with the role of admin. And again, back to that sign up action, we have here that we're doing exactly that, doing the check, and we're normalizing everything. That's why we're using the 2 lowercase here. And let me double check this function real quick. Select email lower from, perfect. And this returns just a email unknown. Well, it should be a string, but it's fine. It should be an array of strings. So let's just actually maybe write that as a promise of array string. Type unknown array is not assignable to type string array because this needs to be lower email unknown. This needs to be typed as an array of strings. Type email unknown is not typeable to type string unknown. I can't seem to get the type. So email. Let's see. Can we make this simpler? Anyway, can we just say string? Okay, yeah, let's do that. Cool. And then that's taking care of the credentials. And then back to our AuthJS auth config, we are going to be overriding the create user function of the Drizzle Adapter to compensate for that admin is admin action. And at this point, I want to remove this. At least in one spot. So we'll keep this in the credentials provider right here, the one we used admin emails via the process.env method, as I'm coining it, and we'll go ahead and remove it from the auth.config.ts just to make it look more clean. This file is already big enough. Change user role action, and this was you showcasing the. Yes, we no longer need this, which is great actually. that was actually something we didn't want to do. And we're going to get to this at the end. And this was another event that we ended up not needing either. So I'm just cleaning out this file, because this is the core file of this tutorial. You can always rewind to see what was there before, because we talked about it. So now we're going to go ahead and create the dashboard. I've been talking about it too long. This is a dashboard, or a profile, sorry. So now we're going to create the admin dashboard. So let's just say, let's put it like that, admin dashboard. So first, let's create a little button to go to the admin dashboard. So let's go to our profile page. Let's minimize this, profile page. Source, app, profile, page. Okay? And what can we do here? Do we need to do anything here? Let's clean up this file as well. This was all showcased, so I think it's okay to remove everything. Please revisit any previous parts of the video if you're curious about what I deleted. But at this point, you should know what that is, because I talked about everything that I deleted. Okay, so I want to go to my dashboard page, and I want to do the following. Const is admin equals session, and let me turn off GitHub Copilot. Session dot user dot role triple equals user role dot admin. Okay, this was the const that we made earlier. If we can go to it, it's enum user admin. So it is admin. So if it's an admin, let's showcase an admin button. Let's create one at the bottom here. So let me clap sign in, sign out. Const admin panel button. Okay. And this will take in the following. It'll be a button. Size will be large as child. We have a link which will point to href of /profile/admin panel, and we'll say, of course, we'll have a little icon here called lock icon from Lucid React, class name of margin right 2, and admin panel. Okay, admin panel button, and we can place it right. Let's put it right here. Where's this profile? Let's wrap this in a div. Flex item center, justify between. Okay, and right underneath the H1, we'll put the admin panel. Admin panel button. Oh, sorry. We'll do is admin and. I guess we forgot a return down here. Yep, we forgot a return. Return. Okay, cool. So now we have this admin panel button right here. Okay, if you click it, it'll go to profile admin panel, which doesn't exist right now. And this will only show if you're an admin. Of course, I can just still go to /profile/admin panel, but we're going to take care of that in a second. I just want a nice button here to make the user interface better if you're an admin. Right. So I just want to continue from here. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, so let me go to my database one more time. Now let's double check my users. Giraffe, Potato Salad, and Tigerman 15. So Bobby at email.com. This one is not an admin. So let's just quickly showcase that if we log in with Bobby, then we're not going to have a admin button. Okay, see, no admin button. But of course, like I said before, we can still go to /admin panel, which doesn't exist. But that's a different story. We can still go to the page. And let me make that page real quick. So folder admin panel. panel. File, page.tsx, rfc. Yeah, so we can still go to the admin panel page. Nothing's stopping us, even though we're not, an admin. Okay, but we can deal with that actually right now. So we can do an async function here. The current user should not be able to get to this page or see the button. But the button's for user friendliness, and the page is for the actual auth. So we'll await the auth, and if session.user.role does not equal to user roles dot admin user role. If this is the case, then we're going to redirect them right back to the profile. Okay, so this will protect the page. You can also do this in middleware, but we're going to protect it directly in the page. And actually in the middleware, if we go here, we'll see that we have the middleware logic was moved to auth config, I believe. Correct? If we are on the profile, so if we pass us a profile, we're going to get rejected if we're not logged in. So the profile and everything underneath it will be covered if we're not authenticated at all. And then if we're not an admin, we're going to specifically target the admin panel page. Okay? And then we're going to go ahead and just scaffold out a quick little thing that we've been doing. Container dot flex dot item center dot justify between. So we're gonna copy some stuff. Basically, this whole thing right here, and we don't need is admin. We just need the let's do return to profile button. Const return to profile button. Return, and this will just be a button of size large. We can copy the admin panel button. Okay. And the link back to profile. And we don't want a lock icon. Let's do an arrow left square icon, and then we can say profile or profile button. Sure. And this is the admin panel. Okay, so if I try going to admin panel now, I'm not going to be able to because I'm protecting my page using the redirect function. So I can sign out, and let me go to my actual admin account. Okay, admin panel. Now we're here, and it looks like we're missing a container. Oh, container. Cool. So that's my admin panel. Back to profile, admin panel. Perfect. Let's put in our lovely little spacer, which really should have been a reusable component, but it's okay. Go right here. Okay. And now what do we want show on the admin page? Let's show all the users in a table. Okay, so dot h2 dot text to xl dot font full dot tracking tight all users. Okay, we can minimize this a little bit, give us some real estate here. Minimize this. Cool. And so here we'll have another spacer, and we will put a table, margin top 4, with full table auto divide y, table head, table row divide x, table head bg primary foreground px6 py3 text start. This will be the ID column. Then we'll copy this down 4 more times. We'll have a name. We will have a email. We will have an email verified. Email verified. And then we will have a role. Okay, let's take a look at what we have now. Simple table here. And this is the table head. So now we can go to the table body. And we're just going to need to grab some information. So let's grab all the users, okay? So in our actions folder, we can create a subfolder called admin. Okay, so these are actions that really admins should only be accessing. So we can do a new file called, what should we call this? Find all users.ts. Okay. Import server only. Import auth. So it doesn't matter what you're able to access on the client. How I'm preventing you from accessing the admin panel with that redirect. That only goes so far. You need to always make sure that whenever you're doing anything transactional on the server, you should check again that you're authorized and that you have the right permissions. Okay. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna do export const. Have I been using arrow functions? Let me just see here. I have not been using arrow functions, so let's be consistent with that. Export async function. Find all users. Okay, const session is equal to await auth, and if session dot user dot role does not equal to user roles, then let's throw a new error. Oh, sorry, user roles dot admin. Then throw unauthorized. Okay. So this part right here can probably be abstracted away to its own function, but we're going to repeat this logic a couple times. So const the password, and then the rest is equal to get table columns users. Okay, const all users equal to await db dot select rest. Should I get the lower function in here? Let's see. Let's just leave it alone for now. Users dot order by description users dot role. Descending. Sorry. This is descending. So I'm going to order this by descending user dot role. So it should be admins on top and then non-admins at the bottom. Return all users. Cool. So this will return all users, making sure you're authenticated and making sure you're authorized. And we'll return every user, all their columns except for password. If you have a billion users, make sure you add some pagination in here. But we probably gonna have not that many in this tutorial. Right? You don't want to literally get all the users, but yeah, you can paginate these results. That's not really relevant to this tutorial. So right here, underneath here we can say const users is equal to await find all users. Cool. And ideally, we shouldn't even reach this function if we're not an admin, but this is a server action, so this is an endpoint, so we can still reach this outside the client, so we should protect it, which we did. Okay. all users dot users dot map each user to JSX, and JSX will be table row, and let's just put the key here for now. We'll just dial it in just a second. User.id. And then table detail px6.py3 user.id user.name user.email user.email verified. Oh, this is a date, so we can do bang bang if it's yes it's verified or no it's verified, and then user dot what's the last column, role, and this one can be uppercase. Cool, let's see what that looks like. Beautiful. And we're missing name attribute for some reason. Oh, because the name is optional, so these don't have names. So we can say, let's do a if user.name or null, or no, yeah, we'll do that. Cool, and then we can do some fancy CSS here for fun. So we can import the cn function, which got installed with shadcn, and if user.name if we'll do an opacity of, I don't know, 50 if user.name is null. Okay, does that work? Yeah, see, we're kind of blocked out here. And anything else I want to do? No, that's pretty much it. We want to add some styles here on the table row. We'll do a class name. We'll use that cn function again. We're going to give a divide x by default, and then conditionally we'll do a bg primary 20 if the user dot role is equal to user roles dot admin. So admins will get like a special little darker color. Pretty dark though, maybe like a 15. Okay. So we have two users in our database, so this dashboard's not that impressive, but you can imagine lots of rows here. So why do we make it this dashboard? All we do is do we just really want to display information nicely? Sure, but now we're going to give our people control, or our admins control. So we're going to have controls related to our email verification and our roles. So let's start with the let me think, email verification. Okay. So let me see what I want to do here. 1 second. Okay, so in the folder called, in the admin panel folder, we're going to create another folder in here called _components. These are components specifically for the admin panel page. And we're going to create a new file called toggle email verified input .tsx. Okay, this will be a use client. This will be a RFFC toggle email verified input. So taking some props, type toggle email verified props. Okay, what props we need? We want the email, which should be a string. We want the email verified, which should be a date or null. And then we want the isAdmin, which is a boolean. Okay? Now you can be a little bit more strict about this. Okay, we import users from Drizzle Schema. We can say email is going to be type of users.infer select email, and exactly the same for email verified. That's the way I did in my reference, so I'm going to keep it like that. Okay, let's go ahead and get the props. Email verified, and is admin from toggle props. Okay, we got the props. And let's create a div with a class name of flex, item center, justify center. Okay, in here we'll have an input, a simple input. Okay, and then we'll have disabled is equal to is admin. So we're not going to let admins edit other admins via the dashboard. That's just the choice I decided to make. Feel free to change that if you'd like. Type checkbox. We'll do checked is equal to bang bang verified. So if it's a boolean or not. So if it's if you have a date, it's going to be truthy, which means you should have it checked as you are email verified. Class name scale 150 to make the checkbox bigger. Enabled cursor pointer. Disabled opacity 50. Read only. And on click, we will create a click handler, and then we're going to bind to it the email and a truthy value of that email verified. Since we're using this twice, maybe we should extract this. So const is email verified. This could be equal to email verified. So let's just replace this and this. Okay, this handler does not exist. Let's create this to be const click handler. I believe I used a handler before. Let me see if I used the arrow function. I just want to be consistent. So that was going to be in the update user form, I believe. So const submit. So look, yeah, arrow function. Async of email of string, and then is currently verified boolean. Okay. I think this variable here makes it confusing, honestly. So I'm gonna go and just extract it out. I'm gonna get rid of it and just put them back. Okay. So here we're gonna do a. Let's use the transition hook. Use transition to showcase the disabled state properly. So this will take an is pending and a start transition. So basically, we want to disable if is admin or is pending, and then we'll see the opacity 50 here more clearly. Okay, and then we'll do a start transition. And then we'll do a toggle email verified action email and is currently. So this action does not exist. So let's go ahead and create it. So in admin actions, let's do a file. Toggle email verified action.ts. So I'm naming it similar to the input. It's just toggle email verified input. It's toggle email verified action. I thought it was a good idea in the moment. I still kind of do, but let's continue. Use server export, and we can label this if we want. Export async function. And actually, let me look at my final users here. So this is a query. Now that I'm thinking about it, this right here is a query. That being said, I don't want this in this file. I don't want to use server. When we're doing gets This is define all users. I want to move this actually. Let's go back to resources, user queries. User queries, and let's do it at the top. Let's do it at the top. Here. And we'll just say, admin actions, admin queries, these queries require admin access. Okay. Let's just put a bunch of lines here. Yeah, I want to totally get rid of this file. Final users. This does not need to be here. Import this, import this, import this, and import this. Save. Let's delete this file. It's going to yell at us probably somewhere on the page. Yep. So let's import final users from somewhere else. Okay, back to scratch, I believe. Yep. Okay. Export async function toggle email verified action. This takes in two things. Email type of users dot infer select email and is currently verified boolean. Where is it mad at me? Right here. Type of is currently verified. Okay. So again, this is an admin action, so we want to go ahead and this is a admin panel action, so we want admin access, right? Const session is equal to, let's copy the guard that we had in our user query. So this right here. This is our guard. Auth user rule. Okay. Now we're past the access point. Const existing user is equal to awaits find user by email. Email if no existing user or existing user dot role is equal to user roles dot admin. So let's go ahead and just return. Okay. So if there's no user, let's separate these just to, in case you want to do logic later in your own. So there's no user, we're going to return. If there's no thing, we're going to return. We're not doing any error states here at this point. We're just going to return. This thing, you can't keep going. You can do, I showed many times how to deal with that. So if is currently verified, we'll do something. Actually, yeah, there's a much more simple way to do this. So, const email verified is equal to is currently verified and null, otherwise new date. Okay, so this could be a date or null, I believe, right? Yep. So if you're currently verified, now you're going to be null, otherwise you are going to become a date. So await db.update users.set email verified dot where equals users.id is existing user.id. Okay, and finally we're going to revalidate pat /profile/admin panel to revalidate the information. And this is a much better approach, and by this I mean that whole shebang thing we did with the remove the, well, no, sorry, what I'm about to say doesn't apply right now. So let's go ahead and continue. And now we can import this in. Perfect. And now this toggle email verified input, we can go ahead and import it into the our admin panel. Very good. Right into, instead of user.email verified, the text we had right here, let's put in that input. So that toggle email input, and this needs some props. As we said, it needs the email, which is the user.email. It needs the email verified, which is the user.email verified. And it needs the isAdmin, which is user.role is triple equal to user roles.admin. Perfect. Save. Now let's see what we have here. We have checkboxes. So neither of these are email verified, which makes sense because in our database they're not verified. So let's verify Bobby, because we can't verify Tiger Man because that's also our self, I believe. Did I deal with the fact that it's our self? Let me see here. I did not. Okay, so, but we can deal with that. You can deal with that on your own. So let's deal with Bobby. Let's verify him. Check. Boom. It's verified. And you saw that small little opacity for a second. And if I go ahead and go to my database and refresh, we are now verified. Okay, so we took care of email verification. So that's good. We can also unverify Bobby. Let's go ahead and undo that. Done. And go back here, refresh, unverified. Awesome. Okay, so now we're going to do the user roles. So the user roles will replace this, and this will be a select input. So that's going to go down to components, and we're going to create a new component called select user, no, I'm going to call it change actually. Change user role input.tsx. Okay, this will become a use client. Export or IFC, change user role input. We're going to need some props. Type props email should be type of users dot infer select email. Then we want their current role, and then we want isAdmin boolean. Okay, and we can extract all this. So email role is admin. Change user role props. Done. Is admin, not as admin. Okay. Let's create a select component. Select. And in the select we'll have disabled will be is admin or is pending. So we're going to use the use transition hook again. Const is pending start transition from the use transition hook from React. And then the default value will be the current role. So what is current role? Oh, so this will be the current role. Let's go ahead and rename this prop from role to current role. Okay. We're going to need to do a on change, which will be a click handler, sorry, a change handler dot bind null, and we're just going to take the email because this will be a simple we're going to get the new role from the actual input. Although we could pass it in, it wouldn't be a big deal because we only have 2 classes. But if you don't have 2 classes, then it might be a little more cumbersome. Width full, rounded, border gray 200, BG white, padding left right 2, padding top bottom 1, reading tight. I really like copy these styles from shadcn actually. They're select component, border gray. Border gray 500, focus outline none, and disabled, the most important part, opacity 50, because we love that disabled state. Okay, and then we'll have 2 options. Option value of user is user, and option value of admin. Let's create the change handler. Const change handler is equal to a function, email string, and we'll take an event, which will be type of react.change event, HTML select element, and then const new role is equal to event.target.value as type of users dot in first select. You could use the validator to parse just to make sure it's the right role, but that's an optimization for sure. We're gonna return if the new role is the same as the current role, because why do the database strip? And then start transition, make this async, and then similar naming scheme. We'll say await change user role action. Email and the new role. Let's go create that action. File change user role action.ts. Let's go ahead and see what that action looks like in my notes. Use server, of course. This is an admin panel action. Export async function change user role action. Email. We can copy some stuff from the change user role input actions. Let's copy this. Where's the other action? The date. We want this. Let's copy this. Okay. And then we don't care about this. We want. Wait, wrong file. Sorry. Okay. Alright, I messed up, so I'm going to punish myself by typing it out again. Users dot infer select email, copy this down, change this to this will be new role, and this will be type for role. Very good. And then we're going to do that same guard check that we've been doing right here. Const session await auth, and if you're not an admin, then we don't want you to doing this action. So const existing user is equal to await find user by email. If no existing user dot ID return if no existing user dot role equal to, or if existing user dot role equal to user roles dot admin return existing user. if existing user.role equals to new role, then return. Okay. So if no user, return. If the role is admin, return. We're not allowing admins in our current implementation to touch each other by the dashboard. And if your role is the same as the new role, we're not going to let you continue anyways. Await db dot update users dot set role new role dot where equals users dot email is equal to email. I guess we could do ID. Why would I not do ID here? Let's see. I did ID here, so I think ID might be more convenient or more foolproof. Oh, we don't have the ID. Why do we have the ID here? Users.id. Oh, sorry, existing user. Okay, perfect. And then same thing, we're going to revalidate that path. Revalidate path slash profile slash admin panel. Actions all good. The input, we need to import this. Change user role action. Why is there two? Change. Why is there two? Here. Very strange. I don't know where this came from, so we're going to go into delete. Change user role. Oh, okay, okay. We made this earlier, I believe. Let me go to my Auth.js function. And I believe we used this. Did we use this? Change user role action. Oh, at one point we used it in our auth config. But we're not using it anymore, I believe. Let's see here. Okay. This was one of our solutions to creating admin users. We're not using that function anymore, so I really don't get confused. So I'm just going to delete this one. The one that's not the one we did not just make. Okay. Import this. If you've been watching the video, you know why we did it at that point. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and import that into our page. So instead of user dot role, we're going to do a change user role input, and this needs some props. Being email is user.email, email verified, sorry, wrong one. Current role is user.role, and is admin is, let's just copy this line right here. Save this. Let's take a look at our lovely admin panel. And here we go. Now we have a nice select item. Well, before I switch this to admin, I'm realizing something. Actually, no, it's okay. So I was going to adjust our function to add this email to our admin user email addresses table. But this table kind of more represents like account created emails. Like maybe like the founders of the company. At least this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking in my head. You can go ahead and add that email to this table if you want to. I think try to get some data on all your admins, but maybe like you just want to go ahead and just give Bobby some admin access. Let's give it a shot. Done. Now he's an admin, and unfortunately, now that he's an admin, let's go to right here. I can't change him back to user by the dashboard because admins cannot touch other admins. However, maybe you'll have a category called super admins, and then you can more fine tune it. it really is not hard to implement after showing you how to implement with 2 roles. So this was great. Let me see real quick if I want to do anything else here. Role selection, role selection. We talked about why I don't want admins at each other. Well, not really, but it's just a decision I made. You can see the benefits and cons of it. So now, but let's say I'm like a founder of the company or CEO, whatever, head of engineering, and I wanted to give Bobby access for like, I don't know, 2 days to work on a certain project. Now he's done. I could have more functions to deal with that, more roles, but now I'm done, so I can just go into my SQL editor. All right, Bobby, you had your fun. Back to user, save, done. Refresh the page. He's no longer admin. Let's refresh the page here. It's back to being a user. Okay, but we can verify his email. We trust him. Okay. Now it's discussion for email time. Let me prep that. All right, home stretch. We finally reached emails. I left it towards the end. I thought it was going to be a hassle. I mean, it is a hassle. Everything's a hassle. But, I did it once, and now we just kind of go through it. So it's email time. We'll be using a service called NodeMailer. Let me pull up the documentation for that. In my applications, I probably would use something called Resend. I think it's a much more bulletproof, don't quote me, way to send emails. But to send emails or Resend, you need to own a domain, and that's going to cost you money. NodeMailer, you're able to do it for free. Is there security benefits? Maybe, but I'm not going to dive into that mainly because I don't know. But that's stuff to research, right? Everything's something to research. So we're going to use NodeMailer, and we're going to do it through our Google account. So when I was first researching this, I saw that you could, let me see, where's the, you could do it using your, let's scroll down here. How can we see here? Using your Google email and password, but I really didn't want to do that. I didn't want to have my email and password in my code at all. My Gmail password, I wouldn't want that in my code. You can make a separate Gmail account and do it that way. That might be a solution, but I just didn't want my email and password in the, I didn't want my email and password in the, anywhere actually, or at least the password for sure. So I looked at all their different things, and they have something called 3-legged OAuth to authentication. This uses a lot more fields, but as you can see, there's no password. We just use the username, but we need to get a refresh and access token. So I'm going to show you how to set all that up. Okay. So I'm trying to see this example here anywhere. Example. Yeah, so it looks something like this. A 3LO authentication. So we're going to have something like this. So let's go ahead and get started. Setting up the NodeMailer first, okay? Oh, sorry, the checklist. I just pasted this in. So we're going to do NodeMailer, then we're going to need to go back to Google Cloud Console, OAuth Playground, that's in the console. We're going to set up our transporter. That's going to be the service that sends the emails. Then we're going to start playing with our verification tokens, right? We're going to create little tokens to send in our emails to make sure that the user has a valid token so that they can do all the actions they want. Reset their password and to verify their email. Then we're going to go ahead and show you how to deny people who do not have their email verification. And then we're pretty much going to repeat all that, but instead of verifying your email, we're going to set up the reset password forms. Okay? So let's we don't need to stop the dev server. Let's go create a new terminal and let's install NodeMailer. Again, I'm using pnpm. That's my package manager. Okay, and let's also install the types for NodeMailer as a dev dependency. And I think it's the last thing we have to install. So I don't think we have to install anything else for the rest of this tutorial. Okay, so let's go to our Google Cloud Console. I always forget the link to Google Cloud Console. And before I continue, we're going to use the same one project we already set up, but I think there might be pros and cons to making a separate project for your node mailer service. But that being said, I'm going to use the same project. And I'm going to reuse the API keys that we used for next-auth or Auth.js. Okay, so we want to go to, let me think, OAuth consent screen again. And we want to go to test users. And here you want to put in the email that you're going to send emails from. Okay, I'm going to send it from my email, jeffreactor@gmail.com. Yeah, so this is, I believe you need to do this in order to send emails. So this email will be the one who can send emails. Let's go ahead and I'm going to save this. Okay, and we can add, you can go to our project and go to our .env and start setting up our last email addresses. We don't need this anymore. I'm going to comment it out. And I'm going to say node mailer Google SMTP user. And this will be reactor@gmail.com. Okay. Name it whatever you want. I like to keep things verbose. I know specifically this is for node mailer. Okay. Now we want to go to, you can type in Google developers OAuth playground. Okay. So OAuth 2.0 playground, Google for developers. And then on the top right, you want to hit settings, and then you want to click on use your own OAuth credentials. And then you want to put your client ID and client secret. And this comes from the Google client ID, Google client secret we used before. So copy those in. Again, you can make a new project and get new client ID and new client secret for node mailer specific. So you could have something like, I don't know, node mailer Google client ID, node mailer Google client secret. Maybe that's better. But I just didn't, I'm trying to keep it simple as possible in a way. As you can see, I did some extra stuff. So yeah, I'm sticking with one project. And then Google client secret. Okay, you hit the close here. Then you want to scroll down to, I always forget, I think it's called Gmail. Or you can type it in here, but I'm going to scroll. So right here, Gmail API v1. Open up the drop down and click the first thing, mail.google.com, and click Authorize APIs. Okay, access blocks apps request is invalid. This might take a second to validate the test user, so I'm going to pause this and come back in a few minutes and see if we can redo this. Alright, I apologize, I skipped a step. What you want to do is go to credentials, back in the Google Cloud Console under your project. I'm going to go to my Auth web app, and under Authorize Redirect URLs, click Add URI and add this URL right here. https://developers.google.com/OAuth playground. Do not put an extra slash at the end. Sometimes it gives you an issue. Save that. Okay. Go back to your OAuth 2 playground. Put in your client ID, client secret in settings under use your own OAuth credentials. Click mail.google.com under Google API v1 or type it in here. Click Authorize APIs. Choose your account. This is my account. Google hasn't verified this app. You've been given access to this app that's currently being tested. You should continue if you know the developer. I am the developer, so okay. Because our app's still in development, Google's giving us warnings. Auth wants access to your Google account, okay. And then you want to get to this page. You want to click here, exchange authorization code for tokens, okay. So click this. And now you're going to be given an access token and a refresh token. And now we want these. So let's go ahead and copy the access token right there. Copy. I'm going to go ahead and call this node mailer Google access token. Okay. And then node mailer Google refresh token. Name whatever you'd like. Refresh token. Copy. Okay, hopefully we won't need this page anymore. I'm just gonna close it. I'll pin this one. Okay, we can close out of our env. And now let's create our, we did this. Let's create our, set up our transport. So where did I do this? I did this in my lib folder. I created a new file called nodemailer.ts. I imported server only at the top here. I import nodemailer from nodemailer. Okay. Const transport is equal to nodemailer.create transport. Okay. Host smtp.gmail.com. Port 465. Secure true. Auth is going to be type of OAuth2. User is going to be process.env.nodemailer Google SMTP user. Copy from env if you're unsure. Client ID is going to be process.env.google client ID. Client secret is process.env to Google client secrets. Access token is process.env. I'm starting to get a little lazy, so I'm going to copy this. And then refresh token is process. There's also a field for expires, but I don't really know what to put there, and it seems okay to not put anything there, so I'm not going to put anything there. But it's something for me to look into, honestly. Okay, and this is the transporter, and then we're just going to export default transporter. That way we don't have to configure it. And then whenever we send emails, we'll just do transporter and call methods on it. Okay? Very good. Let's we set up the transporter. So now we can do I don't even know where I did a lot, that's why. So let's see. Let's make a verification timeout as constant. Okay, so in our constants, let's create another thing in lib constants. I want to create a export const verification token expired minutes equal to 15 as const. The as const might be really unnecessary here, but I think it's harmless. Okay, so this is, I want them to expire in 15 minutes. Just for testing purposes, let's do it in 2 minutes. Okay, and I'll pause the video and I won't wait it out. Let's do 1 minute. We'll do 1 minute. Okay. Very good. Okay, so now we want to do a create verification token action. So where are we doing this? We're doing it in create verification. So let's do it in, we can close admin and new file here. Create verification token action.ts. Okay, of course, use server, export async function, create verification token action. So in our verification token table, which was part of that Drizzle schema we did in the beginning right here, we have 3 fields: identifier, token, expires. For identifier, that's going to be our email. Okay, that's going to be our email. So I want, well, again, we're going to be a little extra here. We're going to say identifier is going to be type of verification tokens dot and first select identifier, which is just, at the end of the day, just a string. Okay, and then we'll do a const expires equal to new date, date.now plus verification token expiration date minutes times 60 times 100,000. So So this is going to be in, so make it seconds, I believe, and this will be 1. So 1 times 60. 1 times 60 seconds, so 1 minute. Okay, const token is equal to, we can install UUID library or something, but we're just going to do a mat.random.toString36.substring2. This creates a random token. We can log this, I guess, console.log token. Okay, and then const new verification token is equal to await db.insert verification tokens. We need db. Dot values expires identifier and token, and then we can do dot returning token verification tokens dot token, and then dot then res 0 return new verification token. Okay, so this should just have a dot token. Yep, cool. So we create a new verification token. Okay, and what is the proper flow from here? Let's see here. Give me 1 second. So quick talk in the create verification action tokens. Throughout this tutorial, I'm not going to delete anything. So again, these are just decisions in your application. So if we go to our Neon database, as we create verification tokens, this table will fill up obviously. And then so you can go ahead and just like, when you're creating new ones based on the email, aka the identifier, you can do something like, delete all tokens with this identifier. So you can delete them all before you create a new one. That's a choice. You can keep them all. And then you can use them for analytics, saying, okay, which users keep requesting these, which users never verified their email. So yeah, these are just things you can do. I'm not going to delete anything, just to keep it a little bit more simple. Yeah, so let's go to our sign up action, because that's where everything's going to happen now, right? So where are we? We definitely need to remove this at this point, because this function is going to get a lot messier. So let's see here, const new user. Okay, so we're going to do some logic here inside of if existing user.id. So if the existing user does not have, okay, we need to get back another field here. Let's get back the email from users.email and the email verified from users.email verified. So this is in the sign up where we're checking if the user exists. Okay, and we're going to do some extra stuff now. So if they exist, if they exist but their email is not verified, we're going to do something. Otherwise, we're going to do what we originally didn't return. Email already exists. Okay, so what this extra stuff is, we're going to create the verification token, const verification token, wait create verification token action, and we'll pass in the existing user.email. Okay. Then we're going to do is we're going to send the verification email. Okay. And then we're going to return success false error user exists but not verified, verification link resent. That is code 409. Okay. I got lazy here and I kind of copied status codes. Okay, so we have to, this is a to-do. Okay. So the logic of implementing here is that if you signed up and your verification token expires, the way I want you to get a new verification token is to sign up again and secure this. I don't want to implement a whole other UI for verification email. So I'm just going to tell the user just to sign up again. Okay, so this is if they already, this is kind of taking care of the case of they need a new one. But how about the original one? So we can bring this all together, and then same logic, right? To remove this log here, const verification token is equal to await create new user dot similarly we need to copy these values here. Okay, dot email. Okay, and then we need to do again to do send verification email, and that's about it. So let's do two things. Let's log the verification token. Okay, and let's implement this on the UI. We don't need to log it here. So in the UI, which is the sign up page, let me go to that. Page. Yeah, so in the sign up page, let me close the profile. Auth sign up component sign up form. We're not going to do this set success true thing anymore, which was nice actually. It was a very nice interface. So we can close this. I see. Yeah, we're not going to do this. Instead, we're going to do a. We're going to use the use router hook. Const router is equal to use router. From next navigation, not from next router. And we'll do a router dot replace. Slash auth slash sign up slash success, which is a page we'll make. And what I want to do is, instead of, so I'm using, you might be more familiar with router.push. I'm going to use router.replace, which basically just like replaces the current thing. So if I press the back button, it's not going to take me back to the sign up page. But now I'm thinking about it, that's just overkill. Let's just do router.push. Okay, let's create this success page. So in sign up folder, new folder success, new file, page.tsx. Let's go ahead and take a look at this file. RC page, very simple page. Main MT4 dot container dot text 3XL font full tracking tight sign up our little divider verification email has been sent. Please check your email to verify your account. Okay, and then another divider. I'm going to copy this here. And then we're going to have a span. Click a button variant link size small, class name px0 as child, link href here, click here to go back to the home page. Okay. Okay, let's put this into action. So right now, again, we're not sending any emails. When we sign up, we'll create a token that will expire in 1 minute, and then we will what's it called? Go to that success page. Let's just do that real quick. Tom@email.com, Tom123, Tom123, sign up. Okay, Tom, whatever. Tommy, sign up. Cool. So we get to the sign up page, verification email has been sent. Please check your email to verify your account. Click here to go back to the home page. And if I pull up my Neon console and refresh, we should have a single, verification token. Here's a random token string. Okay, expires in about a minute. Yeah, a minute. So we won't be able to test it right now. And I'm logging here the token in the server. This comes right in the action right here. Verification token. And this string, again, it comes from our action, which is from this random math.random.toString 36 substring 2. Cool. And now let's send this email, I guess. I think that's the best course of action here. Auth.config. Well, we can also make sure our user cannot log in first. So we'll go to sign in. Right now, Tom should be able to sign in, right? So Tom@email.com, Tom123, sign in. He can sign in, but his email is not verified, so I don't want to sign in anymore. So I'll go to my auth.config.ts and write down in our callbacks, I want to remove this line, and I want to say if email verified, return true. If user.email verified, return true. Otherwise, return false. So now if he signs in, Tom, email, Tom123. Oops, something went wrong. So that's going to be our catch-all. This is our sign in action, I believe. So let me find that. Sign in action. Oops, something went wrong. This is going to, this is a auth error that we did not handle. And this one's going to be called access denied. Okay? So let's take care of the access denied error. And we know when it happens, right? So we can do here. Let's do it above the custom error. Case access denied. This is typed out because this is an official error by auth error. And then we'll return, again, success, false, error. Please verify your email. Sign up again to resend verification email. Okay? If they can't find their email, I feel like they'll naturally try to log in again, and then they'll see this message. Okay, we'll do a 401. Cool. And then if we do sign in again, internal server error. Let's see, am I missing up something? Let's see here. Clear, save, let's try one more time. Access denied. Return success false, error status code. Access denied. Let's see, what's wrong? return. Maybe the page needs a refresh. Let's try. Huh, I wonder why. Can we log this? Console.log. Error.type. Well, we don't enter this switch statement anymore for some reason. So let me debug this. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I just have to refresh the server, it looks like. So I get this message, please verify your email, sign up again to resend the verification email. And I think we have one of our accounts actually has a verified email, so let's see who that is again. It's Bobby@email.com, so we can try Bobby. He should be able to pass the test, I believe. Yep, see? Okay, so now we're protecting our website. Okay, and it's something I noticed real quick I want to fix. Let me go to, where is it? Dashboard, profile, admin panel, page. The way we styled this name right here, I want to copy this exact same thing and put it in our page. Sign in, name. See if this makes sense. Bobby. Okay, go. Sorry. Consistency. Alright, so we get that nice error again. Try that one last time. Tom123, Tom@email.com, Tom123. Okay, please verify your email. Sign up again to resend the verification email. Again, we only have one verification email. Okay. Now let's go through the process of verifying your email. So what's going to happen is we're going to user will sign up. Okay. Then they'll be taken to the /auth/signup/success page, and they'll be told email has been sent to verify. I can't spell. Verify yourself, right? So the email's gonna get sent, and then you're gonna go to your email. Right, go to your email, blah blah blah. Hey there, click me. Okay, so there's a link. Okay, this will be your like email link or whatever. Okay, you're gonna go ahead and click this, and this will take you to another link. Sorry, another page on our website to verify that email. We're gonna call that page /auth/signup/verify email. Okay, and then in this page we're going to do some stuffs, and that stuff is we're going to zoom out a little bit. Okay, we are going to basically validate your token, and more specifically, actually, this email will be something like this. It'll say token is equal to your token. Right, we're going to make sure your email has this token. We're going to grab the token from your query parameters, and we're going to validate it. So we're going to check if it is expired, then we'll say, bad state. Then say, if it doesn't exist, then bad state. If it expired, then bad state. Okay. Otherwise, it's going to be else good state. Okay. Good state. You're gonna get your email, your users.email verified will become a new date, and then you will be able to sign in. Okay. So let's implement this. And first we're gonna do it without emails, then we're gonna do it with emails. Okay. You might be like, how can we do this without emails? Well, like this. So in our sign up page, we're gonna create another folder called verify email. New file called page.tsx. Okay. And then we'll do a RFC page. We're going to type page props is equal to search params. There's actually a better way to type, a more refined way to type this out, but I'm going to hard code it as token string. Okay, and then I'm going to pull these out. Search params, page props. Okay. Const verification token is equal to await find verification token by token and pass in the search params dot token. So I'm going to create this function. So this has to be async. And let's find it. Let's find this thing. So let's create a new. Where is it? Let's create in resources. Create a new file called verification token queries. Verification token queries.ts. I'm really hating this long name, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Import. That is the name of the table, so server only. Okay, and then we're gonna have this export. One moment. I have an arrow function here and then a non-arrow function here, and that bothers me, but it's okay. Export async function find verification token by token. Is that what I called it here? Yeah. And this will take in a token of type of verification tokens dot first select token, aka just a string. Okay, and then if no token, return null. Actually, we can do this a little bit better. Let's say this can be undefined. We can import this too, I guess. This can be undefined, and then we'll just do if search for, we'll do const token is equal to search. I don't know. We'll just do if no search params dot token return. That's it. Okay, keep it simple for now. Okay, and then we'll go here. We're guaranteed to have it, so we don't need this if null check. Okay, const verification token is equal to await db dot select. Actually, I really like the way I did it here, so I'm not gonna do this. Apologies for that. So dot select dot from verification tokens dot where equals verification tokens dot token comma token. Okay. Dot then the res will be res 0 or null. So this should be or null. Return verification. So for some reason it's not telling me the right thing, so I'll say return promise of a verification of a type of verification token dot in tokens dot infer select or null. Okay. So this will return verification or null. And now on this page, we can do a couple of things. We can do if no verification token dot expires, and return token is invalid state. So let's go ahead and create this function. REFC without the export. Token is invalid state. Main margin top 4 dot container dot text 3XL font full tracking type verify email dot I'm going to copy the spacer dot rounded dot bg red 100 dot before p token is invalid then span, and we're going to kind of copy what we did in the success page right here, this kind of span. Okay, we'll import the button and the link. And then we'll say, click here to sign up again. To sign up again. Auth. Okay, let's collapse this. If it's expired, if it doesn't exist and doesn't have the expires field, then return token is invalid state. What else do we want to return expired? So const is expired new date verification token dot expires is less than new date. So if the expiration date is less than the current time, then it's expired. So if it's expired, return token is invalid state. Return token is in. Okay, I'm gonna have the same like state or same like little component for if expired or non-existing. And here we will verify the user. So everything's all good. And then we can have a nicer component here. It's kind of be similar to this one. Copy this. Copy. Email verified right here. Email verify is green 100. Click here to sign in. Sign. Beautiful. Let's just minimize this, keep it nice and simple. Okay, so we can actually test this right now. So I go to /auth/sign up /token. I'm sorry, verify email. We should get, yeah, token is invalid, right? Because we don't even have a token, right? Let's put some logs here, right? If we go here, console.log, if this logs console.log, we have a token. If this logs will say console.log, we have a token and it's not expired. Or say token not expired. Token. So let's see what gets logged out, right? Refresh. Looks like we don't even log this out, so we don't even have a token. Okay. So now let's put in a fake token, like token blah 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 blah. Okay. We don't get a token because it won't find this token in the database. So now let's put in a legit token, right? We can just copy the token we have here. Place it right here. Save. And we have a token. So this token exists in our database, but then we check if it's expired. And it is expired because it's been way longer than a minute. So we can still get things. So these are UI and things. And then now we can go ahead and just verify the user. Again, this is async, so we could have some time here. So let's create a loading.tsx file, which is a special component in Next.js, which will wrap a suspense around our whole page. RFC loading, and we're just going to say loading ... We're not going to make any prettier than that. Okay. And this works pretty cool because we can do like, I don't know, await, new promise. So if all these actions are taking a while, I can do it's gonna suspend it to 2 seconds. Right, so you can see here, refresh, loading, la 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 la, done. Okay. And since we're already doing a lot, let's just make a nice loading component. Like very simple, nicer loading component. We don't need any of this. Let's just do a div. Div. Last name h10 bg needed animate pulse. Copy this here. Let's see what the skeleton looks like. It looks pretty nice. Oh, we got rid of our loader, our delay. Put the delay back. I'll take that actually. That's not bad at all. We might not even need this. Copy this here. I'm teaching a lot of Next.js in this tutorial too, okay? I think it's okay. Refresh. We can do height 20 maybe. Perfect. Okay, this is beautiful. Look at that. That is so nice. Okay. Okay. Let's create the action to validate the user. So we can do that in action. We'll create a new file called verify credentials email action. Use server, export async function, verify credentials email action. So take in a token of type of verification tokens dot for select token. Okay. And then we're going to do the same logic here, const verification. We can copy this logic right here. Let's create this delay, and I really love it. We can copy this logic right here. Find it. This one's going to be just token though. We'll look for the verification token. If no verification token dot expires, return success false. If new date verification token dot expires is less than new date. Return success date. Copy this actually. Okay, return success false. When it's on the new line like this, I think it's better just to do a bracket. It's more readable. Okay. Const existing user is equal to await find user by email whose verification token dot identifier. That should be their email, right? So if existing user dot ID and they're not already verified. If they're already verified, why are we even here, right? Await db dot update users dot set email verified new date. And I'm going to add something extra actually right after I finish this. We need to import the users table dot where equals users dot ID is equal to the existing user dot ID. Okay. Await this, and if this goes well, let's do one more thing. Let's do await db.update verification tokens. This is the table. Yes. Dot set set expires to new date. These verification tokens have IDs. That might be an issue actually. I think it's okay. We can do dot. My keyboard will not type. That fix this. Are we back in action? Oh no, I can't even pause the. Okay, we're back. I'm very sorry that we have not sent an actual email yet, but I promise we're getting right to it. Where and equals you know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's just let's expire all the verification tokens associated with this user. Users dot where verification token dot identifier equal to existing user dot email. That works, I think. Let's see, where am I messing up? Dot update dot set expires to right now dot where equals verification token dot identifier. Or token, sorry. It's equal to existing user dot email. Okay. Cool, and then we return success true. We don't need the else here, but we'll just do it anyways. Return success false. Okay. We're not deleting them, we're just updating all the current ones to B. So that way they can't verify again, even though they really shouldn't be anyways. Okay. And then we'll do const res is equal to await verify credentials email action. We'll pass in the search param.token. If not res.success, then return token invalid state. Otherwise, we're good to go. So this should still fail. I could sign up again, actually, but I'm going to artificially change this expiration date to tomorrow, the 23rd. Save. Again, let's go to user Tom. He has a null email verified. It's let's go ahead and refresh the page. And we are now working here. Let's see here. Verification token. There's a small chance of it be cached. So I'm going to go ahead and restart the server real quick. So let's give it a chance. If it is a caching issue, I should probably have done some revalidating paths or something. Oh, looks like caching is not the issue. Did I? Huh, where is it breaking? Let's see here. Do we get this action here? Let's see. Not the sign up user. The create verify credentials email. Are we entering this function at all? That's a good question. Console.log token. Refresh. We don't enter this function, so we're not passing here. Are we passing the initial check? Console.log verification token. Okay, we are. Oh, I guess, did I mess up changing the date? It looks like it's cached. Let me see, if I change it to August, even August, it should in no way be expired, right? Let's refresh. Right, we're still getting the same 722. So we're still being cached here. Okay, so let's just remove the .next file, the next folder, restart the dev server, and then I really feel like it should be fine now. It's cached. Something is cached, and that's the issue right now. I think our logic is fine. Email verify, click here to sign in. Okay? And if we go to our refresh, we'll see that Tom at email.com is now verified. Great. And then this reset it to, say the 23rd? Whatever. It reset to the now. Okay. So that works great. And we can uncomment this. And again, I'm not deleting any tokens or anything. That's a choice. You can do that if you want to, or you can keep them. Okay, so that's our flow. That's the flow complete. And then, of course, like I said, my email's verified now, so I can go and sign in. And now we're gonna do that whole flow again. Instead of manually copying the token into the URL, we're gonna send an actual email. I promise. Right now, we're doing emails as soon as I log in here. What is the password here for this guy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's Tom 1, 2, 3. Great, perfect. Okay, sign out. Well, I don't want to sign up yet. Let's do the email logic. Okay, so here's the email logic. We need to go to sign up. Let me see here. So let's go back to our sign up action and scroll down. So here we're going to send the verification email. So const await send what's it called? Send sign up user email. Sign up user email, and we want to send over the email, which is new user.email, and token is going to be the verification token. Okay, and we're going to copy the exact same thing right up here. So instead of new user, it'll be existing user. Okay. Where do I want to create these functions? Let's go to our action, and I guess we can create a new folder called, this is what I did, called mail. And a new file called send sign up user email.ts. Okay, view server. And import transporter, the one we made at the beginning, or earlier in the section. Export async function, send signup user email. Okay, email token as an object, email a string, token as a string. Why they choose to do it this way, I really don't know. But nice to change things up, I guess. And then I'm going to do a log here, console.log. Sending email to email with token. Okay. Save here. And then we'll do so I want to do a try catch here. I do not want to do a try catch, okay. Await transporter dot send mail from, I'm going to call this Auth team. And then we'll do and just in quotes actually, inside this template literals, and this will be a process.env.node mailer Google SMTP user, okay, to the email subject verify your email address, okay, and an HTML. For now, we'll just do a div. Oopsie. A div. So we can't use Tailwind here. We have to do kind of our own thing here. There's other libraries, but I don't want to install another library at this point. Then we'll do a p tag here. And I write an a tag with href going to http:/localhost. So you can replace this with a variable, but we're not deploying this application. /auth. But as just to showcase that, I think that's important. So const, we can say, I don't know, base URL is equal to http:/localhost 3000. Or you know what? We already have a variable like this actually, I believe, which we can definitely use. Let's use that. It's called auth URL. Let's use the auth URL. Yeah, let's not even, yeah, let's do that. Const, and then we can do process.env.authURL / process. Why is it mad at me? Let's finish the tag first. /auth /signup / oh, actually we don't need the brackets here. We're already in a string template literal. /auth verify email token like this. Perfect. Okay. Oh wait, we need to actually have some text here. Verify email, close the anchor tag. Okay. And that should be okay for now. Maybe I'll just throw in a hi there. Hi there. Hi there. Okay, there you go. That's the email. And then maybe we can end it console.log email sent to email with token. Okay, just some logs. We're not doing any try catches here. Okay, and then we'll import this function. And I want to change this to an @actions @actions. Okay, cool. So now it should. Let's do it. Let's send an email. I'm gonna go to 10-minute mail. Some email providers will not let you use disposable emails to send emails, but I think this one will work. Or tempmail.org. Sure, let's try this one. Hopefully this works. I'm gonna use some random service, 10-minute mail. I can't vouch for these, but it's good for testing, I guess. So copy this random email. Let's sign up. Testing, and then we have this email, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sign up. Internal server error. Okay, so it says error sending the email. Let's see what happens here. Send sign up user email is not defined. Send sign up. Oh, did not save the page. Send sign up user email. Is there a different? Whoa, what's going on here? Send sign up user. I lowercased it. Okay, so let's do that, and then we'll change this to. There you go. Everything should be okay now. Okay, yeah, spelling mistake. Let's sign it one more time. Email exists but not verified. Verification link sent. Okay, so the reason why this happened is because when we... This is still okay. The email sent to this with token this, email sent to this with token this. The only reason why this happened is because when we signed up the first time, we created the user, we made the verification token, but then we misspelled this, so we sent an email. So the user was already created. So when we tried signing up again, we reached this if statement, but it's still okay. So we got the email here. Look, Auth team, verify your email by draftreactor@gmail.com. Verify your email. How to verify your email? Click this link. Boom, email verified. Click here to sign in. I don't even know what email we used. I think it's up to N. Here you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sign in. Beautiful. Right? Perfect sign in for. Okay, now I'm gonna do that one more time, but I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste. Okay, I can't type this all out. It's a lot. It really is. All right, I can at least copy the. I'll copy the most verbose parts, and I'll do the rest. How about that? So we're gonna style this email really nice now. So I'm gonna replace this div with this div. Yeah, let's back it up right here. So we have to do inline styles here. So font family, Arial, sans serif, color, color 3:3, line height, max width, margin, blah blah blah. Okay, and let's put a bunch of stuff inside of here. So we're gonna do h2 style of text align center. Color is gonna be 3B8 to F6. Okay, and then AuthJ, or we'll call it Auth team. Why not? Cool. You know what? I'm regretting this. I'm gonna copy paste it. I just think it's not worth it. So check the GitHub repo and you can copy paste yourself. It's just a simple styling. I can walk it through real quick though. A div with an H2 in it. This is AuthJS tutorial, but I'm changing to Auth team. So team. Hi there. Please use the link to verify your email address and continue to Auth team. This link will expire. Continue to Auth. Yeah, just call it Auth, I guess. I continue to Auth. This link will expire in 15 minutes, so you can change this. This can be a string template literal actually. So you can do your verification token expiration minutes. If you don't think you should be seeing this email, you can safely ignore it. Some random text, text align center. Here's the actual link. Again, we can replace this part with process.env.auth URL was, I believe. Auth URL. Yeah. Okay, and style, inline padding, some font size, color, blah blah blah. A little break. You are receiving this email because you signed up for Auth. Paragraph, all rights reserved. Okay, yeah, right. nothing crazy. And then these colors are going to be bluish. So this is like a bluish kind of thing going on here. So let's sign up again. Let's use my actual email. I'm using my Giraffe Reactor one instead of a fake one. Let me see if I have that signed up. I do not, so that's okay. Let's type in, giraffe, man, whatever. GiraffeReactor@gmail.com, password 123456, 123456, sign up. Verification email was sent. Please check your email to verify your account. Really? Where's my email? Wow. Me. Well, it's going to say me only because it's myself, but it should say Auth team here. Look at this. It's a nice, simple, beautiful email, right? Click on this nice little button right here. Verify email. Email verified. Click here to sign in. Let's confirm with the Neon console. Beautiful. Email verified. Cool. And that's it. That's the email verified thing. And what's next? I think we have to do let's go to our checklist actually. Verification token email check. I just talked about deleting tokens. We denied in the auth config, right? Let's go to auth.config. And right here we'll do if their credentials and if their user is verified, return true. Otherwise we'll return false. So now, no user whose email is not verified will not be allowed to get in. Okay, now we're gonna do forgot password and reset password. Same thing, but there are two different UIs we have to build here. Okay, so I want to put this where? Let me see. Okay, so this is gonna go to sign in section. So let me close everything. Take a little breather. And let's try to walk through this real quick. Source, app, auth, sign in. Okay, create a new folder. I'm gonna call it forgot password. Forgot password. New file, page.tsx. Okay, we don't need to go to this page just yet. I think we need to go to our actual sign up page, if I can find it. Sign up page. Perfect. And in here, I believe, we're going to create a component right below here called forgot password dialog, and of course we forgot password form. Okay, so components, forgot password form, forgot password. Yeah, okay. So in this components folder, we'll put a new component called forgot password form.tsx. Use a client. We're going to log client interactivity in this component. Export const. Why am I typing it out? See, forgot password form. Let me turn the light on. It's very dark now. Okay. We have to create. We're going to make a nice form again, like we did for the sign up and sign in pages. And so we are going to go to our validators and create a new file called forgot password validator.ts, validator.ts. Import star as v from Valibot. Export const forgot password. Schema, it's been a little bit since we used Valibot, so maybe I'll walk it through again. Email, we have one field here. Email. v.string, your your email must be a string. B.non-empty. Please enter your email and b.email. The email address is badly formatted. Okay, and then we'll export a type. Export type forgot password input. B.infer input type of forgot password schema. Okay. So back to our form. We're going to use state here, const success, set success. Use state that, empty string to start out with. Const form is the use form hook from React form. We'll push in the forgot password input. Type, and we'll also import forgot password schema. Okay. Then we'll do a resolver, which is the Valibot resolver, and we'll pass in the forgot password schema. And then we'll have our default values, which is just going to be email, empty string. Okay. From the form, we'll destructure a couple things that we want. And that's when we handle submit, control, form state, and set error. Okay. Then we'll create a submit function, async values, forgot password input. At the top, we will set success to empty. And for now, it's log the values. Okay, let's build out the form. This form will live inside of a dialog. So let's build up the dialog first. We have to import this from components UI dialog. We used this earlier to update the username when we were talking about update the session. Forgot your password. Click this. Dialog trigger. As child button variant link size small, class name px0. Click here. Yeah, just click here. That's the trigger. You can scroll down here. We have dialog content, dialog header, dialog title. What the import content looks like. We don't need this. Enter your email, dialog description. We will send you an email with a link to reset your password. Okay, and then we'll have that spacer my2 bg h1 bg muted. Okay, then we'll have our form in here. The form from shadcn. We will spread in the form. Then we'll have the actual form, HTML entity, form on submit, handle, submit, class name of space y4, form field, control is control, name will be email, render will be a function, where we can destructure field to return some JSX, which involves a form item, a form label of email, the form control, the input element, we have to import that, of type email, spread in the field, and then this disabled will be if there's no success. We'll disable the input form message. We'll disable the input if we have a success message. And then we'll save this right underneath the thing. We'll have a success and a paragraph, text, text small, font medium, text green 600. I guess it won't work like this, unfortunately. Text small, font medium, text green 600. Green 600. And then the success message. Okay. And then finally a button at the bottom. Form. Oh, sorry. Button. Type equal to submit. Did we import the button? Gamepad button. Disabled is if form state dot is submitting, and or we have a success state, and then class name switchable. Send password reset. Okay. That's the full form. Are we importing this into the page? We are not. Let's go and do that. Save. Let's go to our sign in page. And look, it looks just like this. Forgot your password, click here. So I click here. And then we have this enter your email. We will send a link with your account. Okay? Let's go back to our input. And now let's create a server action to actually, send the password, reset email. So what did I call this action? Go up here to our actions and create a new file called forgot password action.ts. Use server, export async function, forgot password action. Taking values of type unknown, and a promise of res. Is that the way I've been doing it? Res? Yes, res. Okay, cool. And then, type res is equal to success true or success false. Import star as v from Valibot. Says false. Error is b.flat errors undefined. And status code 400. And then similarly, we can do this, but string. But we don't want to use 400 just to keep it more consistent. So I'm just going to use 401 and 500. Okay. And obviously it's mad because we're not actually turning anything. Const parsed values is equal to v dot save parse forgot password schema values. Okay. If the parsed values parsed values dot success is false, const flat errors is equal to, is that what I called it? I just want to be consistent. Flat errors. Flat errors. Perfect. b dot flatten parsed values dot issues, and then return success false, error, flat errors, and then status code 100. Great. If it's otherwise, we have the email. We can pull it right out. This is a single file variable. Let's just do the without destructuring parse values dot output dot email like so, and then try catch here. Try catch error. Scroll down. Const existing user is equal to, so email. I need to see the existing user. So can I use this function right here? Find user by email. Yes, I can. So this returns the entire user with the password. So we can do a find user by email, and we'll pass in the email. Okay. And this returns in, I believe, well, we have to await it, I guess. Await. Okay, perfect. So if no existing user.id, return success true. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is because this user might be trying to be malicious, so this is kind of like this is a false positive to deter malicious users from knowing if an email address is in the database. From knowing if an email address is in the database. No. Which is just returning messages. Okay, right? And then if no existing user dot password, right? They don't have a password, and then they're an OAuth user, so they should not be trying to reset their password. Success false, error. This user was created with OAuth. Please sign in with OAuth. I can make it more specific, Google or whatever. 401. Cool. And then we'll do a little bit more. So we'll do if no existing user dot email verified. Let's not let them reset their password if their email is not verified. Although this might be, do I really want this to be the case? Let's say John signs up and then he forgets to verify, but he has to go on vacation for 3 weeks, and he comes back and he could sign up again to verify his email, but he can't sign in. So maybe I don't want to do this actually. I don't care if their email is verified or not. Okay, so then we'll do a const verification token, and we can reuse that same logic to create the email verification token, right? Pass in the existing user.email, okay? And then we're going to send the forgot email thing. We're going to send the send forgot password email. But let me quickly do that catch case. Console.error, return success false, error, internal server error, status code 500. Okay. And before I continue with the email, let me go back to the form and let's surface the errors. So you can remove this. So const res is equal to await forgot password action values. If res dot success, then we'll do set success password reset email sent. Else switch on the res dot status code. case 400, const nested errors is res.error.nested. If nested, we only have one error here, so we really only need to look for one. If nested errors and email in nested errors, then we'll do set error to the email field. Message will be the nested error dot email 0, like that. Else we'll set the error email message internal server error, although I feel like I should do something else there, but it's okay. Case 401, set error email message res.error break. There should be a break up here too. Break. And then case 500 or default const error is equal to res.error or internal server error set error email message error. Okay. Cool. We can go and just pretend we did this part and just quickly showcase the UI. Return success true. Okay, let's go to our UI. Yeah. Let's refresh the page. Forgot your password, click here. So I put in the wrong, this user does not exist in our database. Password reset email sent, so it's lying, okay? And then disables the fields. So let's do it again. Refresh. Okay, enter your email. So who actually exists in our database? Let's see here. So, if we try, who's the OAuth user? We didn't do OAuth actually. Let's test out the OAuth user real quick. Let's delete giraffe here. And let's sign up with the OAuth. Sign up. GitHub. Okay, sign out. And then sign in. Forgot my password. Whoopsie daisy. Can I reset my password? This user was created with OAuth. Please sign in with OAuth. Okay? And then let's put an actual. Let's do bobby@email.com. Sign password. Password reset email sent. So we don't actually like send an email, but now we have Bobby here with token. Okay. So I can go through the whole shebang of showing that process, but let's actually just set the email up first. Actually, no. Let's set up the process because the email expiration is only 1 minute. So we already. It's fine. Just give me a second to think here. Forgot password. Reset password. All right, so let's create a new page called forgot password, which I believe we did already. In here we have a page.tsx. Okay, let's go into here. And it's a very similar layout to the email verification. So we'll do RFC page type. Oopsie, what's going on? Type page props search params, which is sent by Next.js on the pages. Token string. And let's see here. We'll extract this. Search params. Page props. Okay. So very simple. Const verification token equal to await. Find verification token by token. Search params dot token. This needs to be async. Okay. if the verification token dot expires, return the token is in valid state. I'm just gonna copy that from email verified. Where is that? That was in sign up. Verify email page. Go down here. Let's copy this token in valid state. Paste it right at the bottom here. Const. We have to import the button. Import the link. And I think we need a different message, but I'll check that out in a second. We probably want to say forgot password. Click here to sign in. Click here to sign in page so you can request a new forgot password email. And as we sign in. Okay, so that's good. We'll send the token as a valid state. Token. Okay. If no verification token, this needs a optional chaining. Okay. Const is expired equal to new date verification token dot expires. That's the new date. Okay. And then if it expired, return token is invalid state. Token is invalid state. It's expired. Okay. Const res equal to await. Turn to test true. So what did I do with the verify email again? Verify credentials email action. So here we actually don't want to verify anything. We just want to make sure the token's okay. So in this case, we don't really need check anything else. We can return the actual component, which is very similar again to this. So let's copy this and paste it right here. We can say here bg green. We'll do an h2 here. Font bold, tracking tight. Enter your new password below. And then we'll do a div here. Let's create this whole span. MT4. And then we'll have a form here. Form. And then if that's not the case, div. One div to go. We'll have a span here. And we actually are going to copy this little span here, right here. And we'll say something a little bit more helpful. No longer need to reset your password. Click here to sign in. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Open up our form. So I think this won't work because our token's already expired, but we can try real quick. So it's gonna be /auth sign in /forgot password. I'm copying this from the Neon database. Token equals this. Token's invalid. Let's go ahead and get a new one real quick. Click here. Sign in bobby@email.com. Okay, refresh the database. A new token, we have 1 minute to put it in. /forgot password. Cool. Enter your new password below. So let's create this form. I'm creating a separate component because I want it to be a client component. So we'll put a new folder in forgot password called components. And we'll create a new file in here called we'll call it reset password form.tsx. Use client refc reset password form. Let's import into our page. Reset. And I actually want to pass down 2 props into here. Type reset password form. I get 2 props, the email and then the token. Okay. And so the email token from reset props. Okay. And we have to pass these props in. So the email will be verification token dot identifier, and then the token will be search param token. Okay, we can close the page. And what is this? Password form, verify email. And we're going to go ahead and create another validator for the reset password. Let's go to our validators. We can minimize everything real quick. Open source again, open validators, new file, reset password validator. .ts. Import *sv from Valibot. I'm going to copy from, I'm going to go through our signup page, our signup validator, and just copy this whole thing. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and rename this from sign up to forgot password, reset password. Reset password. I'm going to remove the name field. Don't need that. And the email field. Okay, just password and confirm password. Cool. Close that out. Back to the form. We know how it all goes already. Const form equals to use form, react form, reset password input, resolver, Valibot resolver, pass in the reset password schema. This is the type. Default values, password, confirm password. Okay. Extract some stuff. Const equals form. We want handle submit, control, form state, set error. Okay. Const submit, async values, reset password input, const console.log values. Let's build the form. React form or components. Spread the form. On submit, handle submit, submit, class name, max width 400 pixels, space y6. let's copy from the sign up page, shall we? Sign up page form. Let's go all the way down. Let's grab that password and confirm password. And the button, why not? Okay. Let's import some stuff. Let's do it slowly. The form field, the form item, the form label, and the form control. You can leave these placeholders, not a big deal. Form message. Okay, and then the button. Reset password. Reset password. Cool. Scroll up. See if the form is here. Well, tokens are valid now, so let's just go here. 2-hour reset. Let's just comment this out for a second. Okay, this is the form. Very simple. And then let's create a function. Let's create an action. So let's go to, why are you mad? Oh, because of this, okay. So we can uncomment this, recomment it. Cool. And we can create an action, our last action, called reset password action.ts. Sorry, our second to last action. We still need to send the email. To be a use server. We're gonna copy basically the verify email. Not the verify email. The, where is it? Create. Where did I do the res? I forgot password? Forgot password? Oh, forgot password. Let's copy this. Reset res. Import star as v from Valibot. Beep. Export async function. Reset password action. Email will be type of users. Infer select email. Token will be type of verification tokens. Infer select token, and then values will be unknown. Okay. So turn a promise of res. Okay. Const parsed values is equal to v dot save parse forgot password schema comma values. Did we use the right? Where's the page real quick? Sign up. Okay, good. Set. This should be the, wait. I think I used the wrong schema. Should be reset password schema. Reset password schema. Yeah, okay. If parsed values.success, I'm gonna copy some stuff because we'll be here all day. I mean, we already are. Flat errors, return the flat errors. Look at the password. One value. Parsed values dot output dot password. Okay. Const existing token is equal to await find verification token by token. If existing token that expires, then we need to copy the logic from the create verification token, forgot password. Verify credentials right here. I think, yeah. Let's copy these two logics right here. If existing token has expired or doesn't exist, then return success false, error, token is invalid, status code 401. Copy this. Token is expired. Sure, we can give it direct message here. Okay, that's fine. Const existing user is equal to await find user by email. If no existing user dot password or existing user dot email does not equal to existing token dot identifier. Okay, so if the user doesn't match the identifier, then they shouldn't be resetting the password. Return success false, error, something went wrong, status code 401. Making it oops, something went wrong. Okay. And then finally we can do what we need to do. Try, catch, error, the usual error. Const hashed password is equal to await argon2. We'll have to import this. Import argon2 from argon2 dot hash password. And await db dot update users dot set password to hashed password dot where equals users dot email, and then return success true. Okay. I'm trying to see if I need to do this in the other action, which was the verify credentials. So right here, existing user, I guess we can add it here, right? Seems harmless. And existing user dot email is equal to verification token dot identifier. Okay, seems harmless fix or harmless check. Might even be better actually. Okay, go back to the page. Let's go back to the form. And then we'll do our classic if else. Const res equal to await reset password action. We'll pass in the email, the token, and then the values. The token. If res dot success else. Let's just copy from the last form, which was we forgot password. No, the forgot password form. Let's copy all this. Should be almost the same, I believe. So we can change this part for const key in nested errors set error key as key of reset password input message nested errors key 0. Okay. And then these we can change to confirm password. Okay. And if it's successful, import the router. Router. And then the router.push. Router.push /auth /signin /reset password /success. Let's create this page real quick. In the sign-in, new folder, reset password. And here, another folder called success. And in here, another file called page.tsx. RFC. Very simple component. Let's copy the other success page, which is in the sign up success. Copy this. Okay, and then let's do here. Reset password. Password has been successfully reset. Click here to go back. Click here to sign in. Click here to sign in. Perfect. Everything seems perfect. Let's test it out. Let's do the whole flow. Go back to Auth. Let's sign up with a brand new user. Okay. Let's do the whole flow now. Okay. 10-minute now. And I think it's okay now to go to our lib and change the time to 50 minutes. Okay, let's do 10-minute mail. I like that other site I was using. Temp mail. Let's grab our email. Once it loads. Okay. Can I get a new one? No. Okay. Here, let's try this website. Copy this. Okay, let's put a real username. I don't know. Yusuke 23. That's my email. My password's going to be potato. Sign up. Okay. That's fine. I have 15 minutes to get this email. So while I'm doing that, let's create this forgot password email, which I forgot to do. Jeez. Okay. That's going to happen in the forgot password action. So right here, let's minimize everything. Source, actions, forgot password action. So right here, okay. Await, send, forgot password email. Email existing user dot email token verification token dot token. Okay, let's create this in the mail. Send forgot password email dot ts. I'm not at action at the end of these, but that's okay. I just copy the sign up one pretty much. And then what do I want to change here? This is very little I'm going to change, okay? So, this will change to reset your password. Reset your password. And then we're going to change some colors, I believe. So this color right here, become this color. And that's the only color we're changing? Yeah. Yeah. And then the text. Please use the link below to access. The forgot password form. I guess the reset password form, right? The reset password form on Auth. This link will expire in 15 minutes. If you don't think blah blah blah, it's good. And this will it'll link of auth sign in slash, let me double check, auth sign in got password. Yeah, slash sign in slash forgot password. Yeah, okay, good. Forgot password. And then you click here, reset password form. Received email because you sent a forgot password request for Auth. Good, that's it. Let's import this. Did I spell it wrong? Let's see here. Oh yeah, it's probably spelled the same as the other one. Okay. And I want to do an @ actions here. Perfect. Okay. And now everything should be good. So, what's the status? We just signed up with 10-minute mail. And so here's our token, and here's our user. And UseK23 is not verified, obviously, but we should have got an email, right? Right here. From Auth team, verify your email address. So we'll click this, and we'll verify our email. Great. Dashboard, refresh, email's verified, perfect. Now we'll sign in with our email, which I cannot have memorized. Okay, I need to go back to that website real quick. Let's keep this page open. Let's copy this and paste it somewhere before I forget. Right here. Okay. Cool. Back to list. I think we need this. Let's open it in a new tab. Perfect. Okay. And it's going to be, still valid. Sign in. And then what was it? It was this thing at potato. Sign in. Okay, everything's all good. So now let's do the reset password form. Sign in. Click here. And here's the email. Send the reset password email. Password reset email sent. Perfect. Check the logs. Sending email to a token. Okay, perfect. So we'll go to our email again, back to our list. Now we have a reset your password email from the Auth team. Perfect. Now it's just yellow. That's the only difference really. We'll click on the reset password thing. We'll go to this form. Let's type in a new password. Let's type in I have no idea. Just silly. Naruto. Reset. Perfect. Go back to sign in. Let's try potato. Does not work. Let's try Naruto. Works. Perfect. Let's sign in with GitHub. Let's check out the admin panel. Let's check out all of our users, right? They're all verified. We can unverify them. That'd be cruel. We can make them admins. And yeah, this is the end of the tutorial. I hope it was helpful. I realize it's really long. I'm going to try to edit, but it's kind of tough, one-man job. I have some extensions or some things you guys can try to implement on your own. So let's just quickly. I put 5 little benchmarks. I hope I didn't forget anything. Let me just double check. Let's see here. If you realize something's not working, just try deleting the .next file. Sometimes it catches things during your development. So here's some extensions. So try these things on your own. Try these. 1, delete users. So you can do it as an admin. make sure you authenticate on the client side and the server side. It's pretty easy. Just do a db.delete from users. Manage verification tokens. So feel free to put systems in place to invalidate verification tokens and to delete them if you want to. Maybe you don't want thousands of verification tokens in your database. So maybe you want to store them to a log or something like that, or do a cron job for every week to delete them, the ones that are expired. So that's just something to think about how you want to manage your verification tokens. We can add update to a user.image. So we already have images actually. So I should try to update the username. So try to do the same process with file uploads and changing the user's image, and then make sure it reflects on the session change too, without having to relog. 4, add another OAuth provider. So try, Facebook or Twitter or Discord, and then add a third role. So create a super admin or a moderator or a guest maybe. Yeah, these are some 5 extensions to try. Feel free to leave a comment below and we can talk about it. Feel free to, I'll do the conclusion separately. All right, thanks for watching. I hope at the end of the day, at least somebody learned something. That's all I really care about. It's gonna be a long video, about 10 hours. I'm probably not gonna edit it. 1, because I don't think I can handle that, and 2, I think it's important to show the process because I went through every single step, including every single code from scratch, basically. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it super short. Thanks for watching. If you want, follow me on LinkedIn. My LinkedIn will be in the description below, and all the code for this project will be in the description below, including the checklist that we were working with throughout this tutorial. And yeah, also if you're curious, I am still looking for an entry-level job. So feel free to check out my website at karamali.site. You can see my resume, and maybe if you know someone hiring, please feel free to give a shout out too. And last but not least, since I'm like here self-promoting myself, like, of course, comment, subscribe, the usual deal. And if for some reason you like poetry and you're watching this video, I have a poetry book that I published last year called A Little More Sentiments. I can type in my name, Karam Ali. And yeah, hope you're in AuthJS. Hope it becomes a little bit more easier to work with. The documentation I hope it's getting there slowly, but I think now you guys have a head start. So thanks for watching. Peace.